Prize Stories 1991, the O. Henry Awards. Edited by William Abrahams. Copyright 1991 by Doubleday, a division of Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated. All rights reserved. Narrated by Rick Foucheux.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. The first prize story in the 1991 edition of this short fiction memorial to O. Henry is John Updike's A Sandstone Farmhouse. The anthology contains stories by new writers as well as established ones, all selected from American publications. To mark Editor Abraham's 25th edition, this volume contains a list of authors included during the 25 years, plus comments by this year's winners. 1991. From the Book Jacket. Established in 1918 as a memorial to O. Henry, this annual literary tradition has presented a remarkable sampling of stories over its 71-year history. The 1991 collection marks a special anniversary for William Abrahams as well, since this year's anthology marks his 25th consecutive year as editor of the series. Over the last quarter century, Mr. Abrahams has shown an unerring ability to discover the writers who have gone on to become the seminal voices of contemporary American fiction. Continuing with this tradition, this year's collection includes several new writers in the early stages of their careers. Wayne Johnson, Sylvia Watanabe, and Dennis McFarland, for example, as well as some writers who have been contributing to prize stories for decades, such as John Updike, Joyce Carol Oates, and Alice Adams. Selected from a wide range of publications, large and small, these 20 stories represent the very best of contemporary fiction, proof of the continuing strength and variety of the American short story. In honor of William Abrahams's 25th anniversary as editor of the series, this year's collection includes a listing of all O. Henry Prize winners since 1967. In addition, the contributors to the present volume have included some personal comments about their stories, providing readers with a unique entree into the writer's creative process. About the editor. William Abrahams has served as editor of prize stories since 1967. He is co-author with Peter Stansky of Journal to the Frontier, The Unknown Orwell, and Orwell, The Transformation, each of which was a final nominee for the National Book Award. He is also a senior editor at E.P. Dutton with his own imprint. Mr. Abrahams lives in California. Contents. Publisher's Note, Side 1. Introduction by William Abrahams, Side 1, Tone 2. First prize, John Updike, A Sandstone Farmhouse, The New Yorker, June 11, 1990, Side 1, Tone 3. Joyce Carol Oates, The Swimmers, Playboy, December 1989, Side 2, Tone 1. Sharon Sheehe Stark, Overland, Boulevard, numbers 12 and 13, Spring 1990, Side 2, Tone 2. T. Allen Broughton, Ashes, Sewanee Review, Summer 1990, Side 2, Tone 3. Charles Baxter, Saul and Patsy Are Pregnant, The Iowa Review, Volume 20, Number 1, Side 3, Tone 1. Ursula K. LeGuin, Hand, Cup, Shell, Southwest Review, Autumn 1989, Side 4, Tone 1. Patricia Lear, Powwow, The Quarterly, Number 14, Summer 1990, Side 4, Tone 2. Wayne Johnson, Hippies, Indians, Buffalo, The Atlantic, September 1989, Side 5, Tone 1. Perri Klass, For Women Everywhere, Glamour, July 1990, Side 5, Tone 2. Dennis McFarland, Nothing to Ask For, The New Yorker, September 25, 1989, Side 5, Tone 3. Helen Norris, Raisin Faces, Virginia Quarterly Review, Spring 1990, Side 6, Tone 1. Diane Levenberg, The Louie, Midstream, November 1989, Side 6, Tone 2. Charlotte Zoe Walker, The Very Pineapple, The Georgia Review, Spring-Summer 1990, Side 7, Tone 1. Millicent Dillon, Oil and Water, Southwest Review, Spring 1990, Side 7, Tone 2. Ronald Sukenik, Echo, Boulevard, Numbers 12 and 13, Spring 1990, Side 8, Tone 1. Alice Adams, Earthquake Damage, The New Yorker, May 7, 1990, Side 8, Tone 2. Marley Swick, Moscow Nights, The Atlantic, August 1990, Side 8, Tone 3. Martha Lacey Hall, The Apple Green Triumph, Virginia Quarterly Review, Summer 1990, Side 9, Tone 1. Sylvia A. Watanabe, Talking to the Dead, Bamboo Ridge, Winter 1989, Side 9, Tone 2. Thomas Fox Averill, During the 12th Summer of Elmer D. Peterson, Farmer's Market, Volume 7, Number 1, Spring 1990, Side 10, Tone 1. Biographies and some comments by the authors, Side 10, Tone 2. Magazines consulted, Side 11, Tone 1. Publisher's Note: This volume is the 71st in the O. Henry Memorial Award Series and the 25th to be edited by William Abrahams. In 1918, the Society of Arts and Sciences met to vote upon a monument to the master of the short story, O. Henry. They decided that this memorial should be in the form of 2 prizes for the best short stories published by American authors in American magazines during the year 1919. From this beginning, the memorial developed into an annual anthology of outstanding short stories by American authors, published, with the exception of the years 1952 and 1953, by Doubleday. Blanche Colton Williams, one of the founders of the awards, was editor from 1919 to 1932. Harry Hansen from 1933 to 1940. Herschel Brickell from 1941 to 1951. The annual collection did not appear in 1952 and 1953, when the continuity of the series was interrupted by the death of Herschel Brickell. Paul Ingle was editor from 1954 to 1959, with Hanson Martin co-editor in the years 1954 to 1960. Mary Stegner in 1960, Richard Poirier from 1961 to 1966, with assistance from and co-editorship with William Abrahams from 1964 to 1966. William Abrahams became editor of the series in 1967. In 1970, Doubleday published under Mr. Abrahams's editorship 50 Years of the American Short Story, and in 1981, Prize Stories of the 70s. Both are collections of stories selected from this series. The stories chosen for this volume were published in the period from the summer of 1989 to the summer of 1990. A list of the magazines consulted appears at the back of the book, as does a list of all the authors whose stories have appeared in the collection since 1967. The choice of stories and the selection of prize winners are exclusively the responsibility of the editor. Biographical material is based on information provided by the contributors and obtained from standard works of reference. Introduction. Prize Stories 1967, the O. Henry Awards, was the first collection in this annual series for which I chose the stories. That year, there were 16 selections. Among the authors were Joyce Carol Oates, who was awarded first prize, and John Updike. We have now arrived at the 25th Prize Stories 1991. This year there are 20 stories, and among the authors are John Updike, awarded first prize, and Joyce Carol Oates, proving by their presence that continuity in the art is not only possible, but also admirable. Indeed, this year's collection seems to me to be outstandingly good. That I have said approximately this in each of the 25 volumes thus far suggests an undiminished enthusiasm for the art of the story in all its possibilities. And that is the case. But the task of choosing has been complicated by the fact that the number of stories in the final siftings has almost always been large enough to make for some difficult choices, and there are omissions that I regret. Still, choices have been made, 474 stories in the series from 1967 to 1991. The public historical events, concerns, and preoccupations of those years have at most a kind of shadow life in the story, and it is a misunderstanding of the art of the story to expect otherwise. Private life, the private individual experience, becomes the subject of a story, and the form is congenial to that, unlike the novel, which can accommodate a richly detailed background of public history and experience against which the private lives of its characters are revealed. The short story insists upon selection, and although sometimes of considerable length, the story is not and should not be confused with a miniature novel. Accordingly, we must not expect of the stories written during a quarter of a century that, taken altogether, they would yield a history of their time, our time too, although they might well prove to be a part of it. Two of the stories in this present volume, John Updike's A Sandstone Farmhouse and Joyce Carol Oates's The Swimmers, alike in their mastery but otherwise so very different, beautifully illustrate the point. A Sandstone Farmhouse is essentially the story of the loving, difficult relationship of a son and his mother over some 50 years. The passage of those years is artfully, glancingly suggested, and there are allusions to the world in which public events occur and impinge upon Joey and his mother. But public history is never allowed to express itself or dominate the chronicle being told to us. The result is a kind of single-mindedness, a depth and intimacy of feeling. Seeming to tell us all, the narrator excludes all that he would count as unessential, which makes what he actually tells us all the more moving, more humane, and painful, and credible. If Updike's narrator excludes a good deal of what he knows, Oates's wants to include all that she can, all that she knows about Clyde Farrell, her uncle, and the woman Joan Lunt, with whom he falls in love. But there is a mystery at the heart of this story, which must remain so. The narrator, as it were in spite of herself, can't solve it for us. The story takes place at the end of the 1950s and in the 1960s, a time that Oates has recreated vividly in her novels. But in this lyric and enigmatic tale, the effect is deliberately timeless, leading to a conclusion hinted at in an early description of Joan Lunt swimming in the pool at the Y. Emerging from the water, head and shoulders and flashing arms, the woman didn't miss a beat, just continued as if she hadn't been confronted with any limit, any boundary. It was just water, and her in it, water that might go on forever, and her in it, swimming sealed off and invulnerable. Traditionally, a 25th anniversary is held to have a special significance. At the least, it justifies a note of celebration. What I want to celebrate are the 307 authors whose stories I have chosen over these past 25 years. In the alphabetical list that follows, the date given with each name represents a first inclusion in the 1967 to 1991 series. Many, I should add, were already O. Henry Prize winners before 1967. Lee K. Abbott, Jr., 1984. Felicia Ackerman, 1990. Alice Adams, 1971. Renata Adler, 1974. Woody Allen, 1978. Max Apple, 1978. Anne Arensberg, 1975. Linda Arking, 1975. Thomas Fox Averill, 1991. Sheila Ballantyne, 1977. Russell Banks, 1975. John Barth, 1969. Donald Bartlemy, 1967. Rick Bass, 1989. John Batke, 1972. Jonathan Baumbach, 1979. Richard Bausch, 1987. Charles Baxter, 1991. Ann Bayer, 1975. Ann Beatty, 1980. Saul Bellow, 1980. Elizabeth Benedict, 1983. Gina Berriot, 1987. John Berryman, 1976. Lee Buchanan Bynan, 1983. George Blake, 1970. James P. Blaylock, 1990. Robert Boswell, 1987. K. Boyle, 1981. T. Carregason Boyle, 1989. Eldon Branda, 1968. Claudia Smith Brinson, 1990. Harold Brodkey, 1975. Henry Brommel, 1973. E. M. Broner, 1968. Ben Brooks, 1982. T. Allen Broughton, 1991. Brock Brower, 1968. Marjorie Finn Brown, 1972. Rosellen Brown, 1972. Perdita Buchan, 1970. James Buchler, 1967. Jerry Bumpus, 1976. Frederick Bush, 1974. Peter Cameron, 1985. Anthony Caputi, 1979. Guy A. Cardwell, 1971. David Carkeet, 1982. Raymond Carver, 1973. John Casey, 1989. Helen Chasen, 1980. John Cheever, 1973. John J. Clayton, 1974. Mary Clearman, 1972. Eldridge Cleaver, 1971. Tom Cole, 1970. Laurie Colwyn, 1977. Eunice Lucock Korfman, 1969. John William Corrington, 1976. Richard Curry, 1988. Guy Davenport, 1974. Philip F. Deaver, 1988. Charles Dickinson, 1984. Anthony DeFranco, 1986. Millicent Dillon, 1980. Thomas M. Dish, 1975. Stephen Dixon, 1977. E. L. Doctorow, 1975. Harriet Doer, 1989. H. E. F. Donahue, 1970. Andre Debus, 1980. Robert Dunn, 1980. Stuart Dybeck, 1985. William Eastlake, 1970. Charles Edward Eaton, 1972. Janice Idis, 1990. Deborah Eisenberg, 1986. Susan Ingberg, 1969. Louise Erdrich, 1985. Irvin Faust, 1983. Andrew Fettler, 1977. Ernest J. Finney, 1967. Bruce Fleming, 1990. Sandra Holland Flowers, 1981. Starkey Flythe, Jr., 1972. Jesse Hill Ford, 1967. H. E. Francis, 1976. F. K. Franklin, 1968. Blair Fuller, 1974. John Gardner, 1974. Merrill Joan Gerber, 1986. T. Gertler, 1980. Kenneth Gewirtz, 1982. Brendan Gill, 1972. Jane Brown Gillette, 1990. Gail Godwin, 1980. Herbert Gold, 1972. Lester Goldberg, 1979. Miriam Goldman, 1967. Ivy Goodman, 1981. Mary Gordon, 1983. Elaine Gottlieb, 1972. William Goyen, 1976. Gwen Gratian, 1968. Joanne Greenberg, 1990. Philip L. Green, 1971. Patricia Browning Griffith, 1970. David Grinstead, 1970. Nancy Hale, 1968. James Baker Hall, 1968. Martha Lacey Hall, 1991. Anne Halley, 1976. Nancy Hallinan, 1980. R.C. Hamilton, 1985. Marilyn Harris, 1968. Barbara Grizzuti Harrison, 1989. Evelyn Harter, 1971. Shirley Hazard, 1977. Florence M. Hecht, 1971. Julie Hecht, 1979. Mary Heaton, 1977. Steve Heller, 1979. Mark Helprin, 1976. Robert Hemingway, 1970. Robert Henson, 1974. Ellen Herman, 1989. Richard Hill, 1974. Edward Hoagland, 1971. Rolane Hochstein, 1974. T. E. Holt, 1982. Lewis Horn, 1987. Helen Hudson, 1976. Robert Inman, 1971. John Irving, 1981. Josephine Jacobson, 1967. David Jowse, 1983. Devin Gersild, 1990. Kurt Johnson, 1973. Diane Johnson, 1973. Greg Johnson, 1986. Joyce Johnson, 1987. Nora Johnson, 1982. Wayne Johnson, 1991. Willis Johnson, 1984. Ward Just, 1985. Donald Justice, 1984. David Michael Kaplan, 1990. Shlomo Katz, 1968. Susan Kenny, 1982. Calvin Kentfield, 1968. Harry Klass, 1983. Norma Klein, 1968. Conrad Knickerbocker, 1967. Claude Koch, 1985. Sheila Kohler, 1988. Joyce R. Kornblatt, 1986. William Kotzwinkle, 1975. Marilyn Crissell, 1980. M. R. Kurtz, 1967. Salvatore La Puma, 1988. Charles R. Larson, 1971. Banning K. Larry, 1989. Peter LaSalle, 1988. Norman Lavers, 1987. Peter Leach, 1974. Patricia Lear, 1991. Ann Leeton, 1979. David Levitt, 1984. Ella Lefland, 1977. Ursula K. LeGuin, 1991. Diane Levenberg, 1991. Kurt Leviant, 1978. John LaRue, 1980. Gordon Lish, 1984. Leo E. Litwack, 1969. Linda Lloyd, 1983. James Lott, 1987. Robbie Macaulay, 1967. Ben Maddow, 1969. Bernard Malamud, 1969. John Malone, 1973. Michael Malone, 1982. Bobby Ann Mason, 1986. Jack Matthews, 1972. Peter Matheson, 1990. William Maxwell, 1975. Jane Mayhall, 1973. Julian Mazur, 1971. J.D. McClatchy, 1972. Susanna McCorkle, 1975. Emily Arnold McCulley, 1977. Joseph McElroy, 1982. Dennis McFarland, 1991. Reginald McKnight, 1990. James Allen McPherson, 1970. Peter Meinke, 1983. Daniel Minaker, 1984. Leonard Michaels, 1969. Stephen Minot, 1971. Susan Minot, 1983. Thomas W. Molyneux, 1979. Wright Morris, 1983. H. L. Mountzors, 1969. Marvin Mudrick, 1967. J. Nugaborin, 1968. Gloria Norris, 1983. Helen Norris, 1984. Marion Novick, 1981. Joyce Carol Oates, 1967. Tim O'Brien, 1976. Diane Oliver, 1967. Carolyn Osborne, 1990. Cynthia Ozick, 1975. Nancy Huddleston Packer, 1969. Grace Paley, 1969. Thomas Parker, 1971. Edith Perlman, 1978. Mary Peterson, 1979. Catherine Petrosky, 1989. Fred File, 1979. Jane Ann Phillips, 1980. Jim Pitson, 1987. Richard Platt, 1988. David Platt, 1983. Reynolds Price, 1971. Melissa Brown Pritchard, 1984. Judith Rasco, 1972. Eileen Raymond, 1985. Barbara Reed, 1981. Randall Reed, 1973. Norval Rindfleisch, 1970. Mary Robeson, 1987. Daniel Asa Rose, 1980. Jean Ross, 1989. Annette T. Rottenberg, 1981. Michael Rubin, 1969. Joanna Russ, 1977. Ira Sadoff, 1976. James Salter, 1970. John Sayles, 1976. Susan Fromberg Schaefer, 1978. Jesse Schell, 1975. James Shevel, 1978. Mark Schorer, 1978. Julie Shoemaker, 1990. Lynn Sharon Schwartz, 1979. Stephen Schwartz, 1983. Laurie Siegel, 1990. David Shaber, 1973. Evelyn Scheffner, 1969. Eve Shellnut, 1975. Frances Sherwood, 1989. Anita Shreve, 1976. Marilyn Sides, 1990. Shirley Sykes, 1973. Charles Simmons, 1977. Jane Smiley, 1982. Lee Smith, 1979. Elizabeth Spencer, 1983. David Stackton, 1968. Jean Stafford, 1980. Sharon Sheehe Stark, 1991. Max Steele, 1969. Meredith Steinbach, 1990. Thomas Sterling, 1969. Daniel Stern, 1987. Steve Stern, 1981. Jonathan Strong, 1967. Ronald Sekenik, 1991. Walter Sullivan, 1980. Hollis Summers, 1977. Linda Svensson, 1983. Marley Swick, 1991. James Tabor, 1981. Shirley Ann Taggart, 1980. Elizabeth Tallett, 1984. Barry Targan, 1980. Eleanor Ross Taylor, 1971. Peter Taylor, 1969. Robert Taylor, Jr., 1987. Paul Theroux, 1977. Annabelle Thomas, 1979. Florence Trefethen, 1982. Ann Tyler, 1969. Paul Tyner, 1968. John Updike, 1967. Henry Van Dyke, 1979. William F. Van Wert, 1983. Stephanie Vaughn, 1980. Alice Walker, 1981. Charlotte Zoe Walker, 1991. David Foster Wallace, 1989. Warren Wallace, 1987. Sylvia A. Watanabe, 1991. Gordon Weaver, 1979. Eudora Welty, 1968. W. D. Weatherall, 1981. Kate Wheeler, 1982. Alan Wheelis, 1967. Gloria Whalen, 1983. Nancy Willard, 1970. Joy Williams, 1988. Jean Wilmot, 1986. Eric Wilson, 1985. Tobias Wolfe, 1981. Richard Yates, 1967. Patricia Zelver, 1972. A final note of thanks. For invaluable assistance with the present volume, I wish to acknowledge Heidi von Schreiner and Arabella Meyer in New York, and in California, John M. Dean. William Abrahams. A Sandstone Farmhouse by John Updike. Copyright 1990 by John Updike. First appeared in The New Yorker. Reprinted by permission. Joey's first glimpse of the house was cloudy in his memory, like an old photo mottled by mildew. During the Second World War, his family owned no car, and renting one, for their infrequent excursions out of the compact brick city where his father worked, embarrassed the 12-year-old boy to the point that he didn't see clearly through the windows, or was not conscious of much beyond his internal struggle not to be carsick. He fought the swaying, jiggling motion, which was mixed with the warm, confluent smells of rubber floor mat and petroleum combustion, and the patient, pale, veiny look of his father's hand on the gearshift knob. Farm country, miles of it, poured past. Depressing, monotonous fields moved up and down beneath their hazy burden of crops. A winding asphalt highway climbed a hill, past a lumpy stone church, then settled into a flat stretch, where they slowed to turn left down a dirt washboard road that shook the car sickeningly. Not a building in sight, no sign of civilization, but telephone poles carrying a single wire. Another turn, right this time, down an even smaller dirt road, and they stopped. And in the sudden flood of fresh air, as Joey opened the car door, the green of the grass rose waxy and bright to greet his giddiness, his nausea. In his cloudy memory, they went up to the house, and there were people in it, farm people, wearing cotton and thick muddy shoes, shyly trying to get out of their way like animals. There was a front porch, he remembered that much, with a banister upheld by boards jigsawed into an ornamental shape, and a secret space underneath of weeds and pebbly dirt. A space where chickens could scratch and dogs could lie and pant during hot weather, the kind of space that is friendly and inviting to a boy of the age he was just outgrowing. By the time they had bought the house with its surrounding 80 acres and moved in, he was 13, and the front porch had vanished, leaving a space between the front of the house and the cement walk where they eventually planted crocuses and tulips and erected a grape arbor. Joey, as an adult, could not remember how or when it had happened, their tearing down the rotten old porch. Pieces of it remained in the barn, segments of banister with the ornamental balusters cut of inch-thick pine. Once he even took a baluster home with him, back to New York City, as some kind of memento or sample of folk art. The pattern held a circle in the center, a circle with a hole, between two shapes jigsawed into the wood, one like an arrow and one like a fish. Different colored flakes fell dryly from it, brittle layers of old-time lead paint. The object, not quite of art, rested sideways on the black marble mantel of his apartment for a while, then found its way to the back of a closet with broken squash rackets and college textbooks and table lamps that might someday be made to glow again. Like his mother, he had trouble throwing anything away. If he and his father and grandfather had torn the porch down themselves, he would have remembered so heroic a labor, as he did the smashing of the lath and plaster partition that separated the two small parlors downstairs, making one big living room, or the tearing out of the big stone kitchen fireplace and its chimney right up into the attic. Joey remembered swinging the great stones out the attic window, he and his grandfather pushing, trying not to pinch their fingers, while his father, his face white with the effort, held the rope of a makeshift pulley rigged over a rafter. Once clear of the sill, the heavy stones fell with a ghostly slowness, seen from above, and accumulated into a kind of mountain it became Joey's summer job to clear away. He learned a valuable lesson that first summer on the farm, while he turned 14. Even if you manage to wrestle only one stone into the wheelbarrow and sweatily, staggeringly trundle it down to the swampy area this side of the spring house, eventually the entire mountain will be taken away. On the same principle, an invisible giant, removing only one day at a time, will eventually dispose of an entire life. When, over 40 years later, his mother died, and the at last uninhabited house yielded up its long-buried treasures, he came upon a photograph of her at the age of 10, posing in front of the porch. Someone in pencil, in a flowing handwriting not his mother's, hers was tiny and cramped and back-slanted, had marked on the back, "Taken August 1914, enlarged August 1917. Someone had loved this snapshot enough to have it enlarged and mounted on thick gray cardboard. Who? His mother, wearing a low-waisted dress, dark stockings, and black shoes with big, thick heels, her hair done up in a long braid that hangs over one shoulder, is holding the collar of a young medium-sized dog, part collie. Both the child and the dog are looking straight into the camera with similar half-smiles and wide-spaced, trusting eyes. They are standing on a cement walk that is still there, uncracked. Behind them the porch balusters repeat their simple, artful pattern, and a small rosebush blooms. The long-dead dog, the recently dead human female, look identically happy. Joey would hardly have recognized his mother, but for the thick abundance of her hair, a chestless, cheerful little girl in old woman's shoes. Beyond the edge of the barn to her right, ghostly in the enlargement, are fences and trees of which no trace remains, and, just barely visible, an entire building that has vanished, a tobacco shed, perhaps. The lawn is edged around the walk, and the fences look trim. This was the private paradise, then, to which she attempted to return, buying back the old Sandstone Farmhouse that her parents, feeling full enough of tobacco profits to retire, had sold while she was innocently off at normal school. Precocious, she had been skipped and was sent off at the age of 12, and hated it all, including the hour-long trolley ride to Kutztown. The swaying, the ozone, the drunk men who sat down beside her made her sick. She loved the old house. She loved the idea of it. For most of her life, except for the 20 years of exile in her young womanhood, when she went to normal school, then to college, and married a man she met there, and traveled with him until the Depression cost him his traveling job, and bore him a son in the heart of the Depression, while they were all living with her parents in the Brick City house, except for these 20 years, she happily inhabited an idea. The Sandstone house was built, her fond research discovered, in 1812. In that era, teams of masons and stone-layers roamed the countryside, erecting these Pennsylvania farmhouses on principles of an elegant simplicity. Their ground plan was square, set square to the compass. The south face basked in the maximum of sunshine, the east windows framed the sunrise, and the west the sunset. The cornerstones were cut at a slightly acute angle to emphasize the edge. The stout scaffolding was rooted in holes in the 30-inch walls as they rose, and these holes were plugged with stones 4 inches square as the masonry was pointed and the scaffolding dismantled from the top down. In the mortar, lime from the lime kiln was mixed with sand from creek beds to match the stones. Though the size of the stones raised and fitted into place was prodigious, the real feats of leverage occurred in the quarrying. Sandstone exposed in an outcropping was rendered useless by weather, but underneath the earth the sound stones slept, to be painstakingly split by star drills and wedges and feathers of steel, and then hauled out by teams of horses on wagons or sleds. Sometimes the wagons shattered under the load of a single great stone. But this vast hauling and lifting continued, a tidal movement like that of the glaciers which here and there had deposited huge moraines, acres frightening in their sheer stoniness, in the middle of the forests, heaped-up depths of boulders in which no tree could take root, barren geological deposits, fascinating and bewildering to 19th-century minds, so eager to see God's hand everywhere. For sensitive, asthmatic Joey, removed from a brick semi-detached city house, where he had felt snug, where he could hear through his bedroom walls the neighbors stirring as he awoke, and the milk being delivered on the porch, and the trolley cars clanging at the corner a block away, the silent thickness of stones just behind the old plaster and wallpaper, and the rough hearths and fireplaces visible within the country house, seemed to harbor nature's damp and cold. A sullen, held breath dwelled in the walls. The summer's heat brought swarms of wasps, millipedes, carpenter ants, and silverfish out from the crannies. That first winter in the house, before an oil furnace was installed in the basement, a kerosene-burning stove in the living room provided the only heat. Joey remembered the stove clearly. It was painted chocolate brown, and stood on little bent legs, on an asbestos sheet papered with imitation wood grain. He spent days huddled in blankets next to this stove, on a grease-spotted sofa that had been brought close. With his constant cold, he missed days of school and hated to, for it was warm at school, and there was running water and flush toilets, and girls in long pleated skirts and fuzzy sweaters and bobby socks, who belonged to the modern era, to civilization. He clung to civilization by reading. Huddled in the brown stove's aura of coal oil, he read anything. P.G. Wodehouse, Ellery Queen, John Dixon Carr, Thorne Smith, that savored of cities and took him out of this damp, cold little stone house. His mother remembered that first winter with rueful pleasure, as a set of tribulations blithely overcome. It was really very hard, I suppose, on everybody. You were so sick, and your father had to struggle so to get to work in that old Chevrolet that was all we could afford. And for my parents it was a terrible defeat to come back to the farm when they had gotten away. They would hide together in the corner just like children, but I was so happy to be here I hardly noticed. The movers had broken the large pane of glass in the front door, and for some reason that whole first winter we never managed to replace it. We lived with a sheet of cardboard wedged over the hole. It's incredible that we survived." And she would laugh gaily, remembering, "We tried to light fires in the living-room fireplace, but all the wood the Schellenbergers had left us in the basement was moldy elm, and that fireplace never did draw well, even when the Swifts' nests weren't plugging it up. Smoke leaks out into the room. I've never understood why. If you look up the flue with a flashlight, the stonework has a twist." Joey seemed to remember, though, waking upstairs and putting his feet onto the bare wood floor, and grabbing his school clothes, and hurrying in his pajamas down the narrow stairs. The treads worn in two troughs by generations of footsteps, the nail-heads protruding and shiny and dangerous, to dress in front of the fireplace where logs were crackling. The freezing upstairs air would lick at his skin like flame, like the endless conversations between his mother and her parents, incessant flowing exchanges that would ripple into quarrel and chuckle back again into calm while he focused, when he was home, into the pages of his book. His grandfather had a beautiful, patient, elocutionary voice. His grandmother spoke little in guttural responses. His mother, unlike most adults, hadn't parted from her parents, and clung to them with old tales and grievances, like someone adding up the same set of figures day after day, and always expecting a different answer. As Joey huddled by the stove, heated conversations were in his ears as the smell of coal oil was in his nostrils. But always those 5 years, only 5, that he lived in the Sandstone house with 4 adults, his attention was aimed elsewhere, on schoolwork, on the future. He tried to ignore what was around him. The house, even when plumbing and central heating and a telephone were installed, and new wallpaper made the repainted rooms pretty, embarrassed him. He was never more embarrassed than in that summer before they moved in, before they owned even the erratic old Chevrolet. Several times his mother made him travel with her by bus out to the farm they already owned. She had a vision of a windbreak of pines rimming the big field, along the road, and she and Joey carried seedlings in boxes and shovels and pruners and a watering can, all this humiliating apparatus dragged onto a city bus by a red-faced, middle-aged woman and a skinny boy with ears that stuck out and dungarees that were too short. His mother wore a checked shirt like a man's, and a straw sun hat, and a pair of light blue overalls with a bib. She looked like a farmer in a Hollywood musical comedy. There was no space inside the bus for the shovels. The driver had to store them in the luggage compartment and then stop and get out in the middle of nowhere to hand the tools over. It was a relief when the bus, headed south toward Washington, D.C., disappeared around a bend in the highway. Joey and his mother walked down the dirt washboard road in the heat, carrying their equipment. He had never been so humiliated, so ridiculous, and vowed never to be again. He couldn't blame his mother, he still needed her too much, so he blamed the place, its hazy, buggy fields, its clouds of blowing pollen that made him sneeze, and his eyes water, its little sandstone house like a cube of brown sugar melting in the heat, in a little dip of hillside beneath an overgrown, half-dead apple orchard. All through noon and into the afternoon they cleared little spaces at the edge of the field, where the Schellenbergers' last crop of field corn was pushing up in limp green rows, and cut away burdock and poison ivy and honeysuckle, and dug holes, and set in each hole a little 6-inch puff of pine tree, and sprinkled water over the socket of sandy red earth. Moving a few paces farther on to plant the next tree, Joey could no longer see the last one amid the weeds and wild grass. The work seemed hopeless. Yet when the afternoon breeze came up, he felt a purity of silence. Perhaps 1 car an hour passed, the people staring at this woman and boy in clothes neither country nor city, that didn't exist in his beloved street of semi-detached houses. And there was a kind of heroism to his periodic trudge, with the empty sprinkling can, the half-mile along the edge of the cornfields to the empty house with its rusty iron pump on the back porch, and then the long haul back, the sloshing can as heavy as a stone. He felt heroic to himself. Space for heroism existed out here. He was determined to impress his mother, to win her back, since here on this farm he for the first time encountered something she apparently loved as much as she loved him. At last the weeds threw feathery long shadows upon one another, and the tiny pines were all planted in the hopeless roadside jungle, and it was time to walk back up the dusty washboard road to wait for the bus from Washington to round the corner. Having gone and come so far, the bus could be as much as an hour late, and their eyes would sting, staring down the gray highway for it, and his stomach would sink at the thought that they had missed it and were stranded. But not even this possibility daunted him, for he had forged a mood of defiant collusion in which he was numb to humiliation, and played a role both stoic and comic, co-starring with his heavy mother in her straw sun hat and his lanky, sharp-faced sidekicks, the clippers and the shovel. Years later he could even laugh with her about it, those awkward hot trips to plant a line of trees, most of which never thrived, choked by thistles and bindweed, or severed by a too zealous mower. Yet a few of the pines, perhaps 6 or 7, did live to tower along the road bank, shaggy-headed apparitions taller than a ship's mast, swaying in the wind. By this time the dirt road was macadamized and hummed with traffic, and the bus route to Washington had long been abandoned as unprofitable. 5 years after the September when they had moved, Joey went to college and essentially never returned. He married in his senior year and after graduation moved to New York City. Another of his mother's visions, along with that of the farm as paradise, was of him as a poet. He fulfilled this heroic task as best he could, by going to work for an ad agency and devoting himself to the search for the arresting phrase and image, on the edge of the indecent, that incites people to buy, that gives them permission from the mythic world above to buy. The business was like poetry in that you needed only a few lucky hits, and he had his share and couldn't complain. He never again had to get on a bus with a shovel. The numbers attached to the years and decades slowly changed, and with them the numbers in his bank account and on his apartment building. His first marriage took place in 3 different apartments, his turbulent second in 4, his short-lived third in only 1. And now he wondered if women had not quite been his thing all along. He had always felt most at ease, come to think of it, in the company of men, especially those who reminded him of his father. But it was the AIDS-conscious 80s by then, and his hair had passed through gray into virtual white, and he found the personalities of young men an effective barrier to thinking about their bodies, and he was content to share his life with his books, his CDs, compact discs, certificates of deposit, his modest little art collection mixed of watery commercialism and icy minimalism. On the other side of the white walls of his apartment, he could hear the mumble and thump of his neighbors, and he liked that. He was home. 3 hours away, his widowed mother lived alone in the Sandstone house. Joey had been the first to depart, and then a few years later his grandfather died, suddenly with a stroke, like a thunderclap, and then after a bedridden year his grandmother. This created an extra room upstairs, so Joey and his first wife and young children, when they came to visit in the 60s, no longer had to camp out downstairs on cots and the sofa spotted by the peanut butter crackers he used to eat when sick and consigned to reading the days away. The upstairs had 2 real bedrooms, to which the doors could be closed, and a kind of hallway beside the head of the stairs where he had slept for 5 years, listening to the 4 adults rustle and snore and creak while girls and prayers and the beginnings of poems all ran together in his brain. His grandfather, on his way downstairs in the early morning, would ruffle the hair on the sleeping boy's head and the gathering sounds of family breakfast, as Joey's grandmother and parents followed, would rise under him with the smell of toast, a doughy warmth of life rising beneath the cold bare floorboards. There was a 4th room, a small room in the northwest corner, where his mother had once been born, in a long agony of labor, a rural Calvary as Joey imagined it, with flickering lamps and steaming kettles and ministering cousins arriving by horse and buggy, that shaped her relations with her own mother into, it seemed, a ferocious apology, a futile undying adhesion in an attempt to make amends. She nursed her mother in the old woman's long paralyzed agony of dying, but not always patiently or tenderly, and when the ordeal at last was over, she was left with additional cause for self-blame, more sorry images. I spent my whole life, she concluded, trying to please my mother, and never did. Joey would ask, irritated by these pat surges of self-dramatization, "Did she ever say so?" "No, but you knew her. She never said anything." "Unlike my mother," he said with an ironic pretense of gallantry. She heard the irony. "Yes, I inherited Pop's gift of gab," she said. "It's been a curse, really. If you talk enough, you don't feel you have to do anything." This fourth room had become the bathroom, with a tub but no shower, a basin but no cabinet. Toothpaste, sun lotion, hand creams, razors, dental floss, slivers of soap thriftily stuck together, all accumulated on the deep sill, overlooking the blackening shingles of the back porch roof. After his father died, in the early 70s, the house gradually lost the power to purge itself of accumulation. Their occupancy, which had begun with removal of the porch and the chimney stones, now silted the attic and cellar and window sills full with souvenirs of his mother's lengthening residence. On the theory that it would save the wild birds from being eaten, she had fed a stray cat that came to the back porch. This cat then became several, and the several became as many as 40. The kitchen became choked with stacked cases of cat food, and a site in the woods, at the end of a path overgrown with raspberry canes, became a mountain of empty cat food cans. Tin Mountain, Joey's children called it. Magazines and junk mail and church pamphlets sat around on tables and chairs waiting to be bundled and taken to the barn, to wait there for the Boy Scouts' next paper drive. Photographs of Joey and his children, Christmas cards and valentines from relations and neighbors, piled up on available spaces like a kind of moss. Even the table where his mother ate had room eventually for only one plate and cup and saucer, her own. The house was clogging up, Joey felt, much as her heart, coronary angiography had revealed, was plugging with arteriosclerosis, and her weakly pumped lungs were filling with water. His arrivals, as the years went on, seemed to accumulate. He would park his car by the barn and pick his way across the line of stepping stones that in the decades since they were laid, even Granny, stiff and bent over, helping with the crowbar, had been silted over by the sandy soil and its crabgrass. On the back porch there would be a puddle of cats and kittens mewing to be fed. Entering the back door with his suitcase was like stepping into a quicksand smelling of cat food and damp cardboard. His mother saved, in separate sections of the floor, the plastic bags the supermarket bagged her groceries in, and slippery stacks of mail-order catalogs, and a bucketful of maddeningly snarled baling twine to make bundles for the barn with. He recognized in this accumulation a superstition he had to fight within himself, the belief that everything has value. The birds in the trees, the sunflower at the edge of the orchard, the clumsily pasted-up valentine received years ago from a distant grandchild, all have a worth that might at any moment be called into account. It was a way of saying that one's own life was infinitely precious. There would be a peck of a kiss at the door, and he would carry the suitcase upstairs, past the whirling, nipping mongrel bitch, who was thrilled to have a man in the house. The guest room had been his parents' old room. When she became a widow, his mother had moved into her parents' old room, closer to the room in which she had been born. The move was part, Joey felt, of an obscure religious system that had nothing to do with Christianity. He remembered how, in a surprising rite of that system, his parents, the day after his grandmother died, took her stained, urine-soaked mattress outdoors and burned it, down near the stones he had dumped, darkening the sky all morning with the smoke. Here in this guest room, at night, without a wife to distract and comfort him, he would begin to fight for his breath. The bed sagged so that his back hurt. The pillow felt heavy and dense. The sandstone hearth of the never-used fireplace in the room would emit an outdoor dampness. Birds and bats and mice would stir in the porous walls, and his mother's motions would make her bed beyond the thin wall creak. Was she awake or asleep? He could relax deeply only in the early morning, when the dog would wake her, scrabbling on the bare boards with her claws, and the two of them would slowly, noisily head downstairs, and the can opener would rhythmically begin to chew through the first installment of cat food cans. The guest room, for some reason, had no curtains. In the dead of the night the moon burned on the wide sills as if calling to him, calling him back to a phase his whole adult life had been an effort to obliterate. The asthma, the effect of inner tightening and complication wasn't so bad, usually the first 2 nights. He might manage 5 or 6 hours of sleep each if he could then get away, back to cozy, salubrious New York. But on long holiday weekends he would struggle through the whole 3rd night, with the accumulated house dust and pollen in his lungs, and the damp, hard pillow, and the obdurate moonlight, so accusatory in its white silence. He was aware of his mother and himself, lying each in bed, as survivors of the larger party that had once occupied this house. It was as if, on a snowy pass, they had killed and eaten the others, and now one of the 2 remaining must perish next. She, too, in her 80s, had breathing problems, and slept with her head up on 2 pillows. One night she woke him with the soft words, "Joey, I'm not doing so well. Put on your daddy's old overcoat and come downstairs with me." He was awake, his head clear as moonlight, in an instant. "Shall we call the hospital?" "No, I just need to sit up. You know which overcoat. It hangs at the foot of the stairs." It had hung there for years, one of those curious, comforting rags his father would acquire in thrift shops or outlet stores. Joey had often seen it on him, in the last year of the old man's life, when his legs turned white and phlebitic, and his nose turned blue with poor circulation, and his eyes sank deeper and deeper into his head, and his deafness worsened. But to the end his father had held his head high, and took a lively interest in the world. Once a social science teacher, he continued to read fat history books, and wrote Joey, in one of his rare letters in his patient, legible schoolteacher's hand, that being deaf made it easier for him to concentrate. Joey wondered why his mother was being so insistent about the coat, but obediently put it on. It had a fuzziness unusual in dark overcoats, and was big for him, since his father had been bigger than he. She was right. Once it was on, over his pajamas, he became a child again, and calm and trusting. They went downstairs and turned up the thermostat and sat in the dark living room together, he on the sofa and she in her television-watching chair, and he watched her struggle for breath in little sudden shuddering gasps, like the desperate heaves of a bird caught in the chimney. "Do you hurt?" he asked. She had little breath for speaking, and shook her head no, and her head underwent again the convulsion, as if trying to keep above water. "It's like," she gasped, "a squeezing." "Sure you wouldn't like to drive to the hospital?" A vigorous headshake again. "What can they do but torture you?" So he sat there, in his father's overcoat, fighting sleepiness, wondering if his mother would die before his eyes. The dog, agitated at first by this pre-dawn rising, wheezed and resettled on the floor. The moonlight weakened on the sills across the room, with their potted geraniums and violets, and a night-blooming cereus that had been allowed to grow grotesquely long so that its stem filled the window. His mother's shudders lessened, and eventually she told him to go upstairs. She would sit here a while longer. In her old age she had become almost grafted onto this chair of hers. On a previous visit she had shocked him by refusing, when the evening run of television comedies that she faithfully watched was over, to come upstairs at all. Morning found her still sitting there, in her clothes. This irritated him, along with her television watching. "Why do you watch all these idiots?" he once asked her. "They seem realer to you than I am." She did not deny it. "Well," she had answered, "they're always here." Now, her crisis past, he accepted her dismissal gratefully, and yet reluctantly. He went upstairs feeling that this hour had been the most purely companionable he had ever spent with her in this house. To Joey in his father's fuzzy overlarge coat, as he silently watched his mother's struggle, and the dog stir and doze, and the night-blooming cereus cast its gawky shadow in the deep window recess beyond the tasseled bridge lamp and the upright piano, it had been like one of those scenes we witness in childhood, from under the table or over the edge of the crib, understanding nothing except that large forces are moving around us, that there is a heavy dynamism from which we are, as children, sheltered. When she had her next attack of breathlessness, he was not there, and she called the neighbors, and they called the township ambulance, which came at 5 in the morning. For all her talk of torture, she seemed to settle gratefully into the hospital's ministrations. They said I was quite blue, the oxygen in my blood was down to nothing. Rather gaily, she described the emergency room doctors thrusting some violent sucking instrument down her throat and into her lungs. Her bathrobe was turquoise, with a maroon hem. She ordered her clothes from catalogues now and was attracted to decisive colors. With her white hair all about her on the pillow, and the baby blue tubes of oxygen making a mustache, and the identification bracelet looped on her wrist, she looked festive and hectic and feminized. All day, young men in antiseptic garb came and tended to her, cutting her toenails, interrogating her bowels. Her bowels, to Joey's embarrassment, had become a topic of supreme fascination to her. Her insides in general were brought uncomfortably close to the surface by the wearing away of her body. His father's method of coping with what seemed to Joey her unaccountable whims, including moving them all to the farm, had been to say, "She's a femme, your mother's a real femme, what can you do?" He would shrug and sometimes add, "I should have put her on the Burley-Q stage." This had seemed one of the man's lofty, pained jokes, but now her femininity, which Joey's father and succession of wives had shielded him from, was upon him. In her slightly disheveled, revealing gowns, in her gracefully accepted helplessness and fragility, in this atmosphere of frank bodily event, his mother had her sex on her mind. She told him, remembering the first years of her marriage in Pittsburgh, "There was this young doctor, Dr. Langhorne, over on 6th Street, who, when I went to him with these pains on my chest, I couldn't understand, told me to take off my clothes. Well, I trusted him, and did, and he looked me over for the longest time, and then told me, 'You're not obese.' That was all he said." His own birth, her conviction that she couldn't do such a normal thing as conceive and bear a child, recurred in her self-accounting. Old Dr. Berthoff, who kept brusquely calming her fears, who treated her as a normal woman and not as the monstrous product of her own mother's agony, emerged as a kind of erotic hero, and Joey suddenly saw that his own self, which he had imagined she cherished for qualities all his own, was lovable to her above all as a piece of her body, as a living proof of her womanhood. And she recalled of those straitened depression days, when he was an infant, how she left him in the care of his grandparents and went off on the trolley car to work in the drapes department of the department store downtown. She had lost a tooth, a bicuspid, and the upper partial plate containing its replacement was uncomfortable, and one day she didn't wear it to work, and was chastised by the department manager, Mr. Wertheimer, for not wearing it. The image of her missing tooth, this tidy black hole leaping up within her young woman's smile, seemed erotic, too, along with the thought of his then slender mother's charm as a saleswoman. "On my good days," she said, "I could sell anything, but then the people would bring it all back for exchange on Monday, as if I had bewitched them. Mr. Wertheimer said there was such a thing as being too good." But not all her days were good days, she told Joey. She took her periods too hard. They knocked her flat for 36, 48 hours. And this brought the conversation back to her body arching over his life like a firmament. And he would leave the hospital building and find relief in the reality of the city, Alton, with its close-packed suburbs, which he loved as his mother loved her farm, because it had formed his first impressions when the wax was soft. He ate at aluminum diners, shopped at hardware stores for parts and tools the Sandstone Farmhouse in its long decrepitude needed, and bought a new vacuum cleaner, since his mother's old Hoover had hardly been used for years. He even got himself a haircut in a front parlor barber shop, the kind of shop with a radio playing and a baby crying in rooms out of sight, and a spiral pole out front that he thought had disappeared because such shops had disappeared in New York. A small child of his, years ago, had knocked the porcelain lid off the toilet water tank, and it had shattered. Now, between visits to his mother, he went about the city with the cardboard box of fragments, dusty and cobweb-ridden after years in the attic, to plumbing supply houses, where overweight, hard-smoking, not quite sardonic men would return from digging in their cavernous storerooms and give him, free, old spare lids that did not, it would turn out, quite fit. He kept trying. Alton had lost factories and population since he was a boy, and appeared in smaller letters on the maps of Pennsylvania. But it was still a place where things were made and handled, where brute matter got its honest due, and he recognized as still alive in himself the city's blue-collar faith in hardware and industry and repair, a humble faith that had survived all his heady traffic in imagery. Life was a series of plumbing problems. After a week, the hospital had cleared out his mother's lungs, and now the cardiologists wanted to operate on the malfunctioning heart that had let the pulmonary edema occur. The angiography had revealed coronary arteries stenosed almost shut. "Oh, Joey, I could go any day," she blurted to him after the test results had been described to her. She showed him with a forefinger and thumb how small the lumen had become. Worse than they thought. She was sitting on the bed with her hair wild and one shoulder bared by a loose tie in the hospital johnny, and her facial expression was girlish, womanhood's acquired composure all dissolved. Their intermittently shared life was being lifted into new octaves, and they seemed in these moments of hospital conference simply a man and a woman, both with more white hairs than dark, taking counsel because no one else who mattered was left. They were it. To his relief, she did not want the open-heart operation, sparing him the trouble, the expense, the tests, the trips to Philadelphia. He tried to suppress his relief and to argue for the coronary bypass that was recommended. She said, making a wryly twisted mouth just as her father used to when discussing the county's politicians, "Of course they recommend it. It's what they have to sell. They're in business, just like their fathers, only peddling different things. They pass me around one to another. I've yet to see a Christian." In the frankness that her closeness to death allowed, as her composed womanhood melted, an anti-Semitism was one of the things that emerged, shockingly. She could not see the doctors as saviors and allies, but only as opportunists and exploiters. She even developed with one solemn young cardiologist a banter that cast her as a Palestinian. "You've taken me away from my village," she said. Joey was dismayed. His third wife, the briefest one, had been Jewish, and she and his mother had seemed especially friendly, and as he imagined now his mother's suppressed feelings in those years, it was like seeing silverfish tumble out of old books. On her less lucid days, she seemed to think that the doctors and their allies, "One big fella looked just like Danny Thomas, came and cut my toenails. Now how much do you think that's going to add to the bill?" were scheming to do her out of her house and its priceless 80 acres, that she was territory they wanted to seize and develop. Each day she spent in the hospital, the little sandstone house pulled at her harder. "Get me home," she begged Joey. "And then what?" "Then we'll take what comes." Her eyes widened, watching his, and her mouth, as it clamped shut over "what comes," was very like a child's, stubborn in its fright. For however close their consultation and their agreements, both were aware that she was the star and he merely the prompter. Though his turn would come, the spotlight burned upon her. When 6 months later she died, instantly it seemed to the coroner, in the kitchen just under the room where she had been born, the neighbors, who were patient Mennonites and Lutherans, took a day to find her and another 12 hours to find him in at his apartment telephone number. It was midnight when he let himself into the house. The door keys had been lost long ago in that distant, fabulous era after they had moved. When his mother would be away for more than a day, she would lock the doors from the inside and go out through the cellar bulkhead. Her neighbors knew this and had left the house that way after her body was removed. Joey had brought no flashlight. After parking the car by the barn, he walked to the slanted cellar doors by moonlight, and within the dark cellar was guided by memory. A lally column here, a pyramid of paint cans there. His father and he had laid this cement floor one frantic long day when 3 cubic yards of ready-mixed concrete were delivered in a giant gob by a truck. He would have been 15 or so, his father in his late 40s. The cellar floor of these old farmhouses was typically dirt, the red clay of the region packed more or less hard, except when the foundation walls wept in the spring and it turned to mud. His father had talked with construction men and set out boards to frame the platform for the furnace, and dug a clay pipe into the dirt for drainage, and stretched strings here and there to determine the level and pitch, but none of these preparations encompassed the alarming dimensions of the slowly hardening concrete when it arrived early that Saturday morning. With rakes and shovels and boards and trowels, they pushed and tugged the sluggish stuff level, into the far corners, around the furnace and the mouth of the drainage pipe. His father's face went white with effort, as it had when struggling with the chimney stone several years before, and the ordeal went on and on. By the light of a few bare bulbs, this panicky race with time and matter, as the concrete grew stiffer and stiffer, and in drying pushed its water toward the surface, and exuded its sonorous underground smell, its inexorable stony scent. The floor had come out surprisingly well, out of that day's sweaty panic, smooth and gray and delicately sloped, so that hardly a puddle lingered after a flooding. It sometimes seemed in the mottled perspectives of hindsight that there had been a third man in the cellar with them, something of a professional, for it seemed unlikely that he and his father, a history teacher and a would-be poet, could have made such a satisfactory cellar floor. But if there had been such a man, Joey had mentally erased him, jealous of this arduous day at his father's side, fending off disaster, doing a man's job. He was just becoming a man, and his father was wearying of being one. This was the last project so ambitious that he tackled around the house. In the blackness, Joey's city shoes slithered on the smooth cement, and then thumped on the echoing wooden cellar stairs. He pushed the door open into the moon-striped kitchen, and a warm, whimpering, hairy body hurtled up against him, and he thought that his mother had not died after all. But it was the dog, who took his hand in her mouth and unstoppably whimpered and whined, as if telling him a long story, the story of her hours alone in the house with her mistress, with the body, with her hunger and bafflement. Things work out. One of his former wives, who had remarried into the Connecticut suburbs, agreed to take the dog. The cats a man from the County Humane Society came and trapped and carried away to be gassed, a few each day. Joey stacked the magazines and catalogs and Christmas cards and tied them with baling twine from the bucket and carried them to the barn to be trucked to a landfill. The Boy Scouts no longer collected paper and bottles. Nothing was precious anymore. As his family assembled, Joey impressed them with his efficiency, portioning out the furniture and heirlooms among his children, his ex-wives, the local auctioneer, the junkman. For himself, he kept little but odd small items that reached back into his boyhood, in the brick house they moved to the farm from, a brass tiger that sat on the piano there, when he still took piano lessons, and a curved, leather-backed brush he remembered his grandfather using on his black high-top shoes before setting off to the Lutheran church. He kept some of his father's college notebooks, preserved in the attic, penned in a more rounded version of his legible schoolteacherish hand. A set of Shakespeare with limp red covers, of which the silverfish had nibbled some pages into lace. His mother's sun hats. These were hard to throw away, though none of the assembled females wanted them. His daughters sorted through the clothes for him. He couldn't bear to touch and sort the dresses hanging in the closet, dozens of garments pressed together in an anthology of past fashions, all the way back to a fox-trimmed spring coat whose collar he remembered close to his face, its tingling black-tipped red-brown hairs. In the tool house, where his father had left a pathetic legacy of rusty screws and nails neatly arranged in jars, and oily tools, half of them broken, mounted on pegboard, there were also antique implements worn like prehistoric artifacts. An ancient oblong pink whetstone, pointed at either end and soapily warped by all its use, and an old-fashioned square hoe worn into a lopsided metal oval. Its edges had struck so many stones. Such wear couldn't have occurred in the merely 40 years they were here, but must have been the work of generations. These tools had traveled back and forth across the county, surviving many moves to end in his impatient hands. They seemed sacred, runes no one else could decipher. He was the last of his line to have ever hoed a row of carrots or sharpened a scythe. Relatives and neighbors spoke to him with a curious soft gravity, as if he were fragile in grief. He knew he and his mother were regarded as having been unusually, perhaps unnaturally close, when in fact between themselves the fear was that they were not close enough. Why grieve? She was old, in pain, worn out. She was too frail in her last half-year to walk to the mailbox, or lift a case of cat food, or pull a clump of burdock. It was time. Dying is the last favor we do the world, the last tax we pay. He cried only once during the funeral, quite unexpectedly, having taken his seat at the head of his raggedly extended family, suddenly free for the moment of arrangements and decisions, and seeing an arm's reach away the gleaming cherrywood casket he had picked out in the undertaker's satiny showroom 3 days before. The lustrous, well-joined wood, soon to be buried, the sumptuous waste of it, and the image of his mother as he first remembered her, a young slim woman dressed in a navy blue suit, with white at her throat, to go off to her job at the downtown department store, hurrying to catch the trolley car. She had once reminisced, "Oh, how you'd run, and if you just missed it, there wouldn't be another for 20 minutes, and you wanted to cry." She had laughed, remembering. His tears came and kept coming, in a kind of triumph, a breakthrough, a torrent of empathy and pity for that lost young woman running past the row houses, under the horse-chestnut trees, running to catch the trolley, the world of the 30s shabby and solid around her, the porches, the blue midsummer hydrangeas, this tiny, well-dressed figure in her diminishing pocket of time, her future unknown, her death, her farm, far from her mind. This was the mother, apparently, he had loved, the young woman living with him and others in a brick semi-detached house, a part of the world, youthfully finding her way. During the war she worked in a parachute factory, wearing a bandana on her head like the other women, plump like them by this time, merging with them and their chatter one lunch break when he, somehow, had bicycled to the side entrance to see her. She was not like them, the tough other women he knew, but for the moment had blended with them, did a job alongside them. And this, too, renewed his tears, his naive pride in her then, when he was 10 or 11. She had tried to be a person. She had lived. There was something amazing, something immortal to him in the image of her running. He remembered from their first years on the farm a crisis with the roof. It was being reshingled by a team of Amishmen, and they had left it partially open to the weather on the night of a thunderstorm. Crashes, flashes. Joey's parents and grandparents were all awake, and he, boy though he still was expected now to wake and help too. They rushed up and down the attic stairs with buckets to save the plaster of the walls and ceilings below. There was a tarpaulin in the barn that might help. He found himself outdoors in the downpour, and he had retained an image of his mother running across the lawn in a flash of lightning that caught the white of her legs. She would not have been much over 40, and was still athletic. Perhaps his father was included in this unsteady glimpse. There was a hilarity to it all, a violent health. Working his way, after her death, through all the accumulated souvenirs of her life, Joey was fascinated by the college yearbooks that preserved her girlish image above a line or two of verse. She's blessed with temper, whose unclouded ray can make tomorrow cheerful as today. Group photographs showed his mother as part of the hockey team, the hiking club. With a magnifying glass he studied her unsmiling, competitive face, with her hair in 2 balls at her ears and a headband over her bangs. Her face seemed slightly larger than the other girls', a childlike oval broadest at the brow, its defenses relatively unevolved. As he sat there beside the cherry casket crying, his former wives and adult children stealing nervous peeks at him, the young woman ran for the trolley car, her breath catching, her panting mixed with a sighing laughter at herself. And the image was as potent, as fertile as a classic advertisement, which endlessly taps something deep and needy within us. The image of her running down the street, away from him, trailed like a comet's tail the maternal enactments of those misty years when he was a child, crayoning with him on the living-room floor, sewing him Halloween costumes in the shape of Disney creatures, having him lift what she called the skirts of the bushes in the lawn while she pushed the old reel mower under them. But from her point of view, he seemed to feel from within his mother's head the situation, herself and this small son, this defenseless, gurgling, hatched creature, and the tentative motions of her mind and instincts as she, as new to mothering as he was to being a child, explored the terrain between them. In the attic he had found a padded baby blue scrapbook, conscientiously maintained, containing his first words, the date of his first crawl, and his hospital birth certificate imprinted with his inky day-old feet. The baths, the cod-liver oil, trying to do the right thing, the normal thing, running toward her farm, her death. In his vision of her running, she was bright and quick and small, like an animal in a trap. This was the mother he had loved, the mother before they moved, before she betrayed him with the farm and its sandstone house. Ruthlessly, vengefully, weekend by weekend, he cleaned the place out, disconnecting the phone, giving the auctioneer the run of the attic, seeing the refrigerator and stove hauled off for a few dollars each by a truck that got stuck in the muddy winter lawn. With his new vacuum cleaner, Joey attacked the emptying rooms, sucking up the allergen-laden dust from the cracks between the floorboards, sweeping the walls and ceilings clean of their veils of cobwebs upon cobwebs. How satisfying this was, one room after another, that he would not have to do again. Joey discovered that his mother had been far from alone in the house. While the cats mewed and milled outside on the porch, a tribe of mice, year after year, ancestors and descendants, had been fed sunflower seeds, whose accumulated stored husks burst forth by the bucketful from behind where the stained pine corner cupboard had stood, and the back of the dish-towel drawer of the kitchen sink. He set traps for the mice. He set out decon, and the next weekend tossed their small, stiff bodies, held gingerly by the tail, down into the swamp, where the rocks were, and the ashes of his grandmother's mattress. The old house had curious small cabinets built into the stone thickness, and they disgorged packets of his father's index cards, riddled with anxious, harried reminder notes to himself, and pads of old high school permission slips, and small boxes of dull pencils and hardened erasers, and playing cards from the remote days when he and his parents played three-handed pinochle at the dining table. At first he could scarcely hold the cards, 16 fanned in one little hand, and would stifle tears when his meld was poor and he lost. Once at the farm, they never played cards again. There were animals of petrified Play-Doh made by Joey's children, and useless pretty vases and bowls sent distractedly as seasonal gifts, and plush-bound old-fashioned albums with little mildewed mirrors on the covers of stiffly posed ancestors he could not identify. His mother had offered over the years to teach him their names and relation to him, but he had not been interested, and now she was not there to ask, and his ancestors floated free and nameless like angels. There were things she had offered to tell him he had not wanted to hear. "What didn't you like about him?" he had once asked her, a bit impatiently, wearying of her voice, about his father. Sitting in her television-watching chair, her weight and strength so wasted that only her mouth and mind could move, she had been telling him about her youthful romantic life. She had gone to a one-room country school. When she was dead, he came upon a photograph of the student body, and its corpulent, mustachioed instructor, his mother's broad little face squinting toward the camera under a ponderous crown of wound braids. Among the other children, there had been a dark-haired, dark-eyed boy she had fancied, and who had fancied her. But her parents had disapproved of the boy's people, and of several other dark-eyed substitutes that over the years she had offered them. But no, not until Joey's blondish, pale-eyed father did she bring home a suitor they could endorse. They liked him, and he liked them. I'll say this for your father, not every man could have lived with his in-laws that cheerfully all those years. He really admired my mother, that style of little woman. He loved energetic little women. He thought they could make money for him. It's true, Mother was a money-maker. She was the one who got up in the dark to drive the cart into Alton to market. The tobacco they retired on had been her project. But admiring Mother was no reason to marry me. I was big. It was a mistake, and we both knew it. We knew it the first day of our honeymoon. Joey had often heard his mother's views on little women, how they have the best of it, and take the men from the big women like herself, big women who have tortured their little mothers in the birthing. Behind these formulations there was something, about sex, he believed, that he didn't want, as a boy or a man, to hear. A real femme. Even as a very small child, he had been aware of a weight of anger his mother carried. He had quickly evolved, first word, first crawl, an adroitness at staying out of her way when she was heavy with it, and a wish to amuse her, to keep her light. But now, as they were nearing the end, and her flesh was dissolving, and her inner self rising to the surface, he had become more daring, less catering, even challenging. Her own blue eyes, that had never needed a cataract operation, widened at his question as if she were seeing ghosts over his shoulder. "Oh, Joey," she said, "don't ask. It was unspeakable." He had to smile at the old-fashioned concept. Unspeakable? Daddy? A bit of flush had crept into her colorless, creased cheeks. She was getting angry once again. She kept staring, not so much at him as at the space in his vicinity. She knew from watching television what the talk shows permitted people to say these days. Well, maybe you're old enough. Maybe I should speak it. Oh, no thanks. That's all right, he said, jumping up from his chair and heading into the kitchen, much as his father used to in the middle of a marital exchange. Poor Daddy, was his thought. Let the dead alone. Now she too was dead, and there were many things Joey would never know. Though he grew used to the Sandstone house without her in it, he still found it strange, back in his Manhattan apartment, that she never called on Saturday mornings the way she used to, with her playful, self-mocking account of her week. The dead can't even telephone. The phone's silence more than any other conveyed the peace of the dead, their absolute and, as it were, hostile withdrawal. The real estate appraiser, an old high school classmate, stood in his gray suit in the cobwebbed cellar, next to the rickety furnace, among the paint cans and rusty hot air ducts, and said to Joey, 17 years here alone. It took a lot of guts. Yes, she had been brave. He could now afford to see, all those years alone but for the animals she fed, and the ghosts on television. Over the telephone, even when reporting an insomniac night of breathlessness and terror, she had tried to keep it light for his sake, and mocked herself, mocking her very will, at the age of 85, to live. It's strange, but I really don't intend to die, though a lot of people would like me to. Really? Who? The real estate developers, the neighbors. They think it's time for this old lady to move over and make some room. Do they really? He was grateful she had not included him among the many who wished her dead. Really, she mocked. But I have a responsibility here. The place still needs me. We all need you, Joey said, sighing, giving up. The fate of the place was another unspeakable matter. She wanted the place to go on, as it was in her idea of it. He had scanned her in vain for some sign of sunset resignation. She had choked down her pills and vitamins to the end, and her fear of life's sensations ceasing had seemed as pure as a child's. The last time he had visited on a cool fall day, she came outdoors to supervise his planting, in 2 arcs by a curve of the cement walk, 24 tulip bulbs she had ordered from a catalogue. At first he had arranged the bulbs point down, and then realized that the point was what would grow upward toward the sun. His mother had stood there on her unsteady feet, in her gaudy bathrobe, looking down. The sight of the fat cream-white bulbs nested in the turned red earth startled a kind of grunt out of her. Oh, how dear they look, she said. To Joey she added, how nicely you do things. In all of her leavings that came to light, he was most touched by her accounts, her tax forms and used checkbooks, meticulously kept, even though her tiny backward slanting hand had become spasmodic and shaky. Could that big penciled handwriting on the back of the enlarged photograph have been hers after all, at the age of 13? She had kept on a large pad of green paper spreadsheets of her monthly expenses, ruled off by hand at the beginning of each month. The last entries had been made the day before the morning of her death. This financial and mathematical niceness of hers was something quite unpredictable, like a musical passion in a banker. Among the stored sheets of figures were several drawn up before they moved, with lists of expenses side by side, taxes, heating, utilities, upkeep, absurdly small amounts they now seemed, from that frozen wartime world. By her calculations, their reduced costs in the little sandstone house and the projected rentals of their 80 acres to the neighboring farmers would save them $500, a third of her husband's salary. It had never really occurred to Joey that their move here had had a practical side. When he came to sheets showing how the money for his college education could be squeezed out among their other expenses, he couldn't bear to keep reading. Gradually, through the stark months of a winter that was, according to the forecasters, unseasonably cold, and then unseasonably warm, he reduced the house to its essence, removing every trace, even a rusty pencil sharpener screwed to a window-sill, of his life and the 4 lives that had ended. Here on this patch of now uncarpeted wood his grandfather had fallen, having convulsively leaped from the bed where, a year later, his widow would breathe her last. Here in the bedroom adjacent, his father had sat up with such pains in his chest that he told his wife to call the ambulance. He had died in the ambulance. Here in this same space Joey had lain sleepless, wondering how to tell his mother of his next divorce. Here on the other side of the wall he would lie after a date, his head still whirling with cigarette smoke and the perfume counter smell of the girl. Here on the worn linoleum his mother had died. At the base of a wall she had had the Amish carpenters make of old chestnut boards left in the barn from the era before the blight, to cover the rough stones exposed when the big kitchen chimney had been removed. The rooms had a soft beauty, empty. The uncovered floorboards drank the sunlight. Joey looked through the curtainless windows, seeing what his mother had seen, the sloping old orchard to the north, the barn and road and fields to the east, the lilac bushes and bird feeder and meadow to the south, the woods and the tall blue spruce to the west. On his final clean-up visit, Joey found something devil-like, a small, dark, stiff shape, in size between a mouse and a rat, its legs attached by webs, floating in the bathroom toilet. A flying squirrel. It had come down from the attic and drowned, sick and thirsty from the decon. Joey remembered watching at twilight that summer he moved the stones, a pair of flying squirrels sail as if sliding swiftly on a wire from the attic window over to the blue spruce. The house had stood empty before his family had moved in the previous fall, and this pair had moved in ahead of them. He had bought a padlock for the cellar bulkhead and closed the house with a key, having installed new locks. The house was ready for sale in the spring, but in the meantime, as he lay awake in his apartment 3 hours away, its emptiness called to him. It needed him. Suppose a fire, or local vandals, jealous of the price the place would fetch. Housing developments were all around, and even Philadelphians were moving into the area. His mother had made a shrewd investment, buying back Paradise. Those weekends alone in the house, sorting, cleaning, staying away from the motel until moonlight had replaced sunlight on the floors, he had discovered himself talking aloud, as if in response to a friendly presence just behind the dry old wallpaper in the thick sandstone walls. His own uncluttered rooms, suspended above Manhattan's steady roar, with an ornamental piece of porch banister hidden at the back of a closet, felt as if they were flying somewhere. He felt guilty, anxious, displaced. He had always wanted to be where the action was, and what action there was, it turned out, had been back there. The Swimmers, by Joyce Carol Oates. Copyright 1989 by the Ontario Review, Incorporated, originally appeared in Playboy magazine. There are stories that go unaccountably wrong and become impermeable to the imagination. They lodge in the memory like an old wound never entirely healed. This story of my father's younger brother, Clyde Farrell, my uncle, and a woman named Joan Lunt, with whom he fell in love years ago in 1959, is one of those stories. Some of it I was a part of, aged 13, but much of it I have to imagine. It must have been a pale, wintry, unflattering light he first saw her in, swimming laps in the early morning in the local YMCA pool, but that initial sight of Joan Lunt, not her face, which was obscured from him, but the movement of her strong, supple, creamy pale body through the water, and the sureness of her strokes, never faded from Clyde Farrell's mind. He'd been told of her. In fact, he'd come to the pool that morning to observe her. But still you didn't expect to see such serious swimming, 7:45 a.m. of a weekday, in the antiquated white-tiled Y pool, light slanting down from the wired glass skylight overhead, a sharp medicinal smell of chlorine and disinfectant pinching your nostrils. There were a few other swimmers in the pool, ordinary swimmers, one of them an acquaintance of Clyde's, who waved at him, called out his name when Clyde appeared in his swim trunks on the deck, climbed up onto the diving board, then paused to watch Joan Lunt swimming toward the far end of the pool. Just stood watching her, not rudely but with a frank, childlike interest, smiling with the spontaneous pleasure of seeing another person doing something well, with so little waste motion. Joan Lunt, in her yellow bathing suit with the crossed straps and back, and her white rubber cap that gleamed and sparked in the miniature waves. An attractive woman in her mid-30s, though she looked younger, with an air of total absorption in the task at hand, swimming to the limit of her capacity, maintaining a pace and a rhythm Clyde Farrell would have been challenged to maintain himself. And Clyde was a good swimmer, known locally as a very good swimmer, a winner years before, when he was in his teens, of county and state competitions. Joan Lunt wasn't aware of him standing on the diving board watching her, or so it appeared. Just swimming, counting laps. How many she'd done already he couldn't imagine. He saw that she knew to cup the water when she stroked back, not to let it thread through her fingers like most people do. She knew, as if by instinct, how to take advantage of the element she was in, propelling herself forward like an otter or a seal, power in her shoulder muscles and upper arms, and the swift scissors kick of her legs, feet flashing white through the chemical turquoise glitter of the water. When Joan Lunt reached the end of the pool, she ducked immediately down into the water in a well-practiced maneuver, turned, used the tiled side to kick off from, in a single graceful motion that took her a considerable distance, and Clyde Farrell's heart contracted when, emerging from the water, head and shoulders and flashing arms, the woman didn't miss a beat, just continued as if she hadn't been confronted with any limit or impediment, any boundary. It was just water, and her in it. Water that might go on forever, and her in it, swimming, sealed off, and invulnerable. Clyde Farrell dived into the pool and swam vigorously, keeping to his own lane, energetic and single-minded too, and when after some minutes he glanced around for the woman in the yellow bathing suit, the woman I'd told him of meeting, Joan Lunt, he saw, to his disappointment, that she was gone. His vanity was wounded. He thought, she never once looked at me. My father and my Uncle Clyde were farm boys who left the farm as soon as they were of age, joined the U.S. Navy out of high school, went away, came back, and lived and worked in town, my father in a small sign shop, and Clyde in a succession of jobs. He drove a truck for a gravel company. He was a foreman in a local tool factory. He managed a sporting goods store. He owned property at Wolf's Head Lake, 20 miles to the north, and spoke with vague enthusiasm of developing it some day. He wasn't a practical man, and he never saved money. He liked to gamble at cards and horses. In the Navy, he'd learned to box, and for a while after being discharged, he considered a professional career as a welterweight. But that meant signing contracts, traveling around the country, taking orders from other men. Not Clyde Farrell's temperament. He was good-looking, not tall, about 5'9", compact and quick on his feet, a natural athlete, with well-defined shoulder and arm muscles, strong sinewy legs. His hair was the color of damp sand, his eyes a warm liquid brown, all iris. There was a gap between his two front teeth that gave him a childlike look and was misleading. No one ever expected Clyde Farrell to get married, or even to fall seriously in love. That capacity in him seemed missing, somehow, a small but self-proclaimed absence, like the gap between his teeth. But Clyde was powerfully attracted to women, and after watching Joan Lunt swim that morning, he drifted by later in the day to Kress's, Uville's largest department store, where he knew she'd recently started to work. Kress's was a store of some distinction. The merchandise was of high quality, the counters made of solid, burnished oak. The overhead lighting was muted and flattering to women customers. Behind the counter displaying gloves and leather handbags, Joan Lunt struck the eye as an ordinarily pretty woman, composed, intelligent, feminine, brunette, with a brunette's waxy pale skin, carefully made up, even glamorous, but not a woman Clyde Farrell would have noticed much. He was 32 years old, in many ways much younger. This woman was too mature for him, wasn't she? Probably married or divorced, very likely with children. Clyde thought, in her clothes, she's just another one of them. So Clyde walked out of Kress's, a store he didn't like anyway, and wasn't going to think about Joan Lunt. But one morning a few days later, there he was, unaccountably, back at the YMCA, 7:30 a.m. of a weekday in March 1959. And there, too, was Joan Lunt, in her satiny yellow bathing suit and gleaming white cap. Swimming laps, arm over strong, slender arm, stroke following stroke, oblivious of Clyde Farrell and of her surroundings, so Clyde was forced to see how her presence in the old, tacky, harshly chlorinated pool made of the place something extraordinary that lifted his heart. That morning Clyde swam in the pool for only about 10 minutes, then left and hastily showered and dressed and was waiting for Joan Lunt out in the lobby. Clyde wasn't a shy man, but he could give that impression when it suited him. When Joan Lunt appeared, he stepped forward and smiled and introduced himself, saying, "Miss Lunt, I guess you know my niece Sylvie. She told me about meeting you." Joan Lunt hesitated, then shook hands with Clyde and said in that way of hers that suggested she was giving information meant to be clear and unequivocal, "My first name is Joan." She didn't smile, but seemed prepared to smile. Joan Lunt was a good-looking woman with shrewd dark eyes, straight dark eyebrows, and expertly reddened mouth. There was an inch-long white scar at the left corner of her mouth, like a sliver of glass. Her thick, shoulder-length dark brown hair was carefully waved, but the ends were damp. Although her face was pale, it appeared heated, invigorated by exercise. Joan Lunt and Clyde Farrell were nearly of a height, and comfortable together. Leaving the YMCA, descending the old granite steps to Main Street that were worn smooth in the centers, nearly hollow with decades of feet, Clyde said to Joan, "You're a beautiful swimmer. I couldn't help admiring you in there." And Joan Lunt laughed and said, "And so are you. I was admiring you, too." And Clyde said, surprised, "Really? You saw me?" And Joan Lunt said, "Both times." It was Friday. They arranged to meet for drinks that afternoon, and spent the next 2 days together. In Newville, no one knew who Joan Lunt was, except as she presented herself, a woman in her mid-30s, solitary, very private, seemingly unattached, with no relatives or friends in the area. No one knew where exactly she'd come from, or why. Why here of all places, Newville, New York, a small city of fewer than 30,000 people, built on the banks of the Eden River, in the southwestern foothills of the Chautauqua Mountains. She had arrived in early February in a dented rust-red 1956 Chevrolet with New York State license plates, the rear of the car piled with suitcases, cartons, clothes. She spent 2 nights in Newville's single good hotel, the Mohawk, then moved into a tiny furnished apartment on Chambers Street. She spent several days interviewing for jobs downtown, all of which you might call jobs for women specifically, and was hired at Kress's, and started work promptly on the first Monday morning following her arrival. If it was sheerly good luck, the job at Kress's, the most prestigious store in town, Joan Lunt seemed to take it in stride, the way a person would who felt she deserved as much, or better. The other saleswomen at Kress's, other tenants in the Chambers Street building, men who approached her, no one could get to know her. It was impossible to get beyond the woman's quick, just slightly edgy smile, her resolute cheeriness, her purposefully vague manner. Asked where she was from, she would say, "Nowhere you'd know." Asked was she married, did she have a family, she would say, "Oh, I'm an independent woman. I'm well over 18. She'd laugh to suggest that this was a joke, of a kind, the thin scar beside her mouth white with anger. It was observed that her fingers were entirely ringless. But the nails were perfectly manicured, polished, and enamel-hard red. It was observed that, for a solitary woman, Joan Lunt had curious habits. For instance, swimming. Very few women swam in the YMCA pool in those days. Sometimes Joan Lunt swam in the early morning, and sometimes, Saturdays, in the late morning. She swam only once in the afternoon, after work, but the pool was disagreeably crowded, and too many people approached her. A well-intentioned woman asked, "Who taught you to swim like that?" And Joan Lunt said quietly, "I taught myself." She didn't smile, and the conversation was not continued. It was observed that, for a woman in her presumed circumstances, Joan Lunt was remarkably arrogant. It seemed curious, too, that she went to the Methodist church Sunday mornings, sitting in a pew at the very rear, holding an opened hymn book in her hand, but not singing with the congregation, and that she slipped away afterward without speaking to anyone. Each time she left a neatly folded dollar bill in the collection basket. She wasn't explicitly unfriendly, but she wasn't friendly. At church, the minister and his wife tried to speak with her, tried to make her feel welcome, did make her feel welcome, but nothing came of it. She'd hurry off in her car, disappear. In time, people began to murmur that there was something strange about that woman, something not right, yes, maybe even something wrong. For instance, wasn't she behaving suspiciously? Like a runaway wife, for instance, a bad mother, a sinner fleeing Christ? Another of Joan Lunt's curious habits was to drink, alone, in the early evening in the Newville Bar and Grill, or the White Owl Tavern, or the restaurant bar adjoining the Greyhound bus station. If possible, she sat in a booth at the very rear of these taverns, where she could observe the front entrances without being seen herself. For an hour or more she'd drink bourbon and water, slowly, very slowly, with an elaborate slowness, her face perfectly composed but her eyes alert. In the Yeovil Bar and Grill there was an enormous sectioned mirror stretching the length of the tap-room, and in this mirror, muted by arabesques of frosted glass, Joan Lunt was reflected as beautiful and mysterious. Now and then men approached her to ask if she were alone. Did she want company? How's about another drink? But she responded coolly to them and never invited anyone to join her. Had my Uncle Clyde approached her in such a fashion, she would very likely have been cool to him too. But my Uncle Clyde wasn't the kind of man to set himself up for any sort of public rejection. One evening in March, before Joan Lunt met up with Clyde Farrell, patrons at the Yeovil Bar and Grill, one of them my father, reported with amusement hearing an exchange between Joan Lunt and a local farmer who, mildly drunk, offered to sit with her and buy her a drink, which ended with Joan Lunt saying in a loud, sharp voice, "You don't want trouble, mister. Believe me, you don't." Rumors spread, delicious and censorious, that Joan Lunt was a man-hater, that she carried a razor in her purse, or an ice-pick, or a lady's-sized revolver. It was at the YMCA pool that I became acquainted with Joan Lunt on Saturday mornings. She saw that I was alone, that I was a good swimmer, might have mistaken me for younger than I was 13, and befriended me, casually and cheerfully, the way an adult woman might befriend a young girl to whom she isn't related. Her remarks were often exclamations, called across the slapping little waves of the turquoise-tinted water. "Isn't it heavenly?" meaning the pool, the prospect of swimming, the icy rain pelting the skylight overhead, while we, in our bathing suits, were snug and safe below. Another time, in the changing-room, she said almost rapturously, "There's nothing like swimming, is there? Your mind just dissolves." She asked my name, and when I told her, she stared at me and said, "Sylvie. I had a close friend once named Sylvie, a long time ago. I loved that name, and I loved her." I was embarrassed, but pleased. It astonished me that an adult woman, a woman my mother's age, might be so certain of her feelings, and so direct in expressing them to a stranger. I fantasized that Joan Lunt came from a part of the world where people knew what they thought and announced their thoughts importantly to others. This struck me with the force of a radically new idea. I watched Joan Lunt covertly, and I didn't even envy her in the pool. She was so far beyond me. Her face that seemed to me strong and rare and beautiful, and her body that was a fully developed woman's body, prominent breasts, shapely hips, long firm legs, all beyond me. I saw how the swiftness and skill with which Joan Lunt swam made other swimmers, especially the adults, appear slow by contrast, clumsy, ill-coordinated, without style. One day Joan Lunt was waiting for me in the lobby, hair damp at the ends, face carefully made up, her lipstick seemingly brighter than usual. "Sylvie," she said, smiling, "let's walk out together." So we walked outside into the snow-glaring, windy sunshine, and she said, "Are you going in this direction? Good, let's walk together." She addressed me as if I were much younger than I was, and her manner was nervous, quick, alert. As we walked up Main Street, she asked questions of me of a kind she'd never asked before, about my family, about my interests, about school, not listening to the answers and offering no information about herself. At the corner of Chambers and Main, she asked eagerly if I would like to come back to her apartment to visit for a few minutes, and although out of shyness I wanted to say, "No, thank you," I said yes instead, because it was clear that Joan Lunt was frightened about something, and I didn't want to leave her. Her apartment building was shabby and weather-worn, as modest a place as even the poorest of my relatives lived in, but it had about it a sort of makeshift glamour, up the street from the White Owl Tavern and the Shamrock Diner, where motorcyclists hung out, close by the railroad yards on the river. I felt excited and pleased to enter the building and to climb with Joan Lunt, who was chatting briskly all the while, to the 4th floor. On each floor Joan would pause, breathless, glancing around, listening, and I wanted to ask if someone might be following her, waiting for her. But of course I didn't say a thing. when she unlocked the door to her apartment, stepped inside and whispered, "Come in, Sylvie." I seemed to understand that no one else had ever been invited in. The apartment was really just one room with a tiny kitchen alcove, a tiny bathroom, a doorless closet, and a curtainless window with stained, injured-looking Venetian blinds. Joan Lunt said with an apologetic little laugh, "Those blinds, I tried to wash them, but the dirt turned to a sort of paste." I was standing at the window, peering down into a weedy backyard of tilting clotheslines and wind-blown trash, curious to see what the view was from Joan Lunt's window, and she came over and drew the blinds, saying, "The sunshine is too bright, it hurts my eyes." She hung up our coats and asked if I would like some coffee or fresh squeezed orange juice. "It's my half-day off from Cress's," she said. "I don't have to be there until 1. It was shortly after 11 o'clock. We sat at a worn dinette table, and Joan Lunt chatted animatedly and plied me with questions as I drank orange juice in a tall glass, and she drank black coffee, and an alarm clock on the window-sill ticked the minutes briskly by. Few rooms in which I've lived, even for considerable periods of time, are as vividly imprinted in my memory as that room of Joan Lunt's, with its spare, battered-looking furniture, including a sofa-bed and a chest of drawers, its wanly wall-papered walls bare of any hangings, even a mirror, and its badly faded shag rug laid upon painted floorboards. There was a mixture of smells, talcum powder, perfume, cooking odors, insect spray, general mustiness. 2 open suitcases were on the floor beside the sofa-bed, apparently unpacked, containing underwear, toiletries, neatly folded sweaters and blouses, several pairs of shoes. A single dress hung in the closet, and a shiny black raincoat, and our 2 coats Joan had hung on wire hangers. I stared at the suitcases, thinking how strange she'd been living here for weeks but hadn't had time yet to unpack. So this was where the mysterious Joan Lunt lived, the woman of whom people in Newville spoke with such suspicion and disapproval. She was far more interesting to me, and in a way more real, than I was to myself. Shortly, the story of the lovers Clyde Farrell and Joan Lunt, as I imagined it, would be infinitely more interesting and infinitely more real than any story with Sylvie Farrell at its core. I was a fiercely introspective child, in some ways perhaps a strange child, and the solace of my life would be to grow, not away from, but ever more deeply and fruitfully into my strangeness, the way a child with an idiosyncratic, homely face often grows into that face and emerges, in adulthood, as striking, distinctive, sometimes even beautiful. It turned out that Joan liked poetry, and so we talked about poetry and about love, and Joan asked me in that searching way of hers if I were happy in my life, if I were loved and prized by my family, and I said, "Yes, I guess so," though these were not issues I had ever considered before, and would not have known to consider if she hadn't asked. For some reason my eyes filled with tears. Joan said, "The crucial thing, Sylvie, is to have precious memories." She spoke almost vehemently, laying her hand on mine. "That's even more important than Jesus Christ in your heart. Do you know why? Because Jesus Christ can fade out of your heart, but precious memories never do." We talked like that, like I'd never talked with anyone before. I was nervy enough to ask Joan how she'd gotten the little scar beside her mouth, and she touched it quickly and said, "In a way I'm not proud of, Sylvie." I sat staring, stupid. The scar wasn't disfiguring in my eyes, but enhancing. "A man hit me once," Joan said. "Don't ever let a man hit you, Sylvie." Weakly, I said, "No, I won't." No man in our family had ever struck any woman that I knew of, but it happened sometimes in families we knew. I recalled how a 9th-grade girl had come to school that winter with a blackened eye, and she'd seemed proud of it, in a way, and everyone had stared, and the boys just drifted to her, staring, like they couldn't wait to get their hands on her themselves, and she knew precisely what they were thinking. I told Joan Lunt that I wished I lived in a place like hers, by myself, and she said, laughing, "No, you don't, Sylvie. You're too young." I asked where she was from, and she shrugged. "Oh, nowhere." And I persisted. "But is it north of here or south? Is it the country or a city?" And she said, running her fingers nervously through her hair, fingering the damp ends, "My only home is here, now, in this room. And, sweetie, That's more than enough for me to think about." It was time to leave. The danger had passed, or Joan had passed out of thinking there was danger. She walked with me to the stairs, smiling, cheerful, and squeezed my hand when we said goodbye. She called down after me, "See you next Saturday at the pool, maybe." But it would be weeks before I saw Joan Lunt again. She was to meet my Uncle Clyde the following week, and her life in Newville, that seemed to me so orderly and lonely and wonderful, would be altered forever. Clyde had a bachelor's place. That was how the women in our family spoke of it, to which he brought his women friends. It was a row house made of brick and cheap stucco, on the west side of town, near the old, now defunct tanning factories on the river. With the money he made working for a small Newville construction company, and his occasional gambling wins, Clyde could have afforded to live in a better place, but he hadn't much mind for his surroundings, and spent most of his spare time out. He brought Joan Lunt home with him because, for all the slapdash clutter of his house, it was more private than her apartment on Chambers Street, and they wanted privacy badly. The first time they were alone together, Clyde laid his hands on Joan's shoulders and kissed her, and she held herself steady, rising to the kiss, putting pressure against the mouth of this man who was virtually a stranger to her, so that it was like an exchange, a handshake between equals. Then, stepping back from the kiss, they both laughed. They were breathless, like people caught short, taken by surprise. Joan Lunt said faintly, I do things sometimes without meaning them." And Clyde said, "Good. So do I." Through the spring, they were often seen together in Newville, and when weekends they weren't seen, it was supposed they were at Clyde's cabin at Wolf's Head Lake, where he was teaching Joan Lunt to fish, or at the Skolheri Downs racetrack, where Clyde gambled on the standardbreds. They were an attractive, eye-catching couple. They were frequent patrons of local bars and restaurants, and they turned up regularly at parties given by friends of Clyde's, and at all-night poker parties in the upstairs rear of the Iroquois Hotel. Joan Lunt didn't play cards, but she took an interest in Clyde's playing, and, as Clyde told my father admiringly, she never criticized a move of his, never chided or teased or second-guessed him. "But the woman has me figured out completely," Clyde said. "Almost from the first, when she saw the way I was winning and the way I kept on, she said, 'Clyde, you're the kind of gambler who won't quit, because when he's losing he has to get back to winning, and when he's winning he has to give his friends a chance to catch up.'" In May, Clyde brought Joan to a Sunday gathering at our house, a large, noisy affair, and we saw how, when Clyde and Joan were separated in different rooms, they'd drift back together until they were touching, literally touching, without seeming to know what they did, still less that they were being observed. So that was what love was. Always a quickness of a kind was passing between them, a glance, a hand squeeze, a light pinch, a caress. Clyde's lazy fingers on Joan's neck beneath her hair. Joan's arm slipped around Clyde's waist, fingers hooked through his belt loop. I wasn't jealous, but I watched them covertly. My heart yearned for them, though I didn't know what I wanted of them, or for them. At 13, I was more of a child still than an adolescent girl. Thin, long-limbed, eyes too large and naked-seeming for my face, and an imagination that rarely flew off into unknown territory, but turned, and turned, and turned, upon what was close at hand, and known, but not altogether known. Imagination, says Aristotle, begins in desire. But what is desire? I could not, nor did I want to, possess my Uncle Clyde and Joan Lunt. I wasn't jealous of them. I loved them both. I wanted them to be. For this, too, was a radically new idea to me, that a man and a woman might be nearly strangers to each other, yet lovers, lovers yet nearly strangers, and the love passing between them, charged like electricity, might be visible, without their knowing. Could they know how I dreamt of them? After Clyde and Joan left our house, my mother complained irritably that she couldn't get to know Joan Lunt. "She's sweet-seeming and friendly enough, but you know her mind isn't there for you," my mother said. "She's just plain not there." My father said, "As long as the woman's there for Clyde." He didn't like anyone speaking critically of his younger brother apart from himself. But sometimes, in fact, Joan Lunt wasn't there for Clyde. He wouldn't speak of it, but she'd disappear in her car for a day or 2 or 3, without explaining very satisfactorily where she'd gone or why. Clyde could see by her manner that wherever Joan had gone had perhaps not been a choice of hers, and that her disappearances, or flights, left her tired and depressed. But still he was annoyed. He felt betrayed. Clyde Farrell wasn't the kind of man to disguise his feelings. Once, on a Friday afternoon in June, before a weekend they'd planned at Wolf's Head Lake, Clyde returned to the construction office at 5:30 p.m. to be handed a message hastily telephoned in by Joan Lunt an hour before. "Can't make it this weekend. Sorry. Love, Joan." Clyde believed himself humiliated in front of others, vowed he'd never forgive Joan Lunt, and that very night, drunk and mean-spirited, he took up again with a former girlfriend. And so it went. But in time they made up, as naturally they would, and Clyde said, "I'm thinking maybe we should get married, to stop this sort of thing." And Joan, surprised, said, "Oh, that isn't necessary, darling. I mean for you to offer that." Clyde believed, as others did, that Joan Lunt was having difficulties with a former man-friend or husband, but Joan refused to speak of it. Just acknowledged that, yes, there was a man, yes, of course, he was an ex in her life, but she resented so much as speaking of him. She refused to allow him re-entry into her life. Clyde asked, "What's his name?" And Joan shook her head, mutely, just no. No, she would not say, would not utter that name. Clyde asked, "Is he threatening you? Now? Has he ever shown up in Yeovil?" And Joan, as agitated as he'd ever seen her, said, "He does what he does, and I do what I do, and I don't talk about it." But later that summer, at Wolf's Head Lake, in Clyde's bed in Clyde's hand-hewn log cabin, on the bluff above the lake, overlooking wooded land that was Clyde Farrell's property for a mile in either direction, Joan Lunt wept bitterly, weakened in the aftermath of love, and said, "If I tell you, Clyde, it will make you feel too bound to me. It will seem to be begging a favor of a kind, and I'm not begging." Clyde said, "I know you're not. I don't beg favors from anyone. I know you don't. I went through a long spell in my life when I did beg favors, because I believed that was how women made their way, and I was hurt because of it, but not more hurt than I deserved. I'm older now. I know better. The meek don't inherit the earth, and they surely don't deserve to." Clyde laughed sadly and said, "Nobody's likely to take you for meek, Joan, honey." Making love, they were like two swimmers deep in each other, plunging hard. Wherever they were when they made love, it wasn't the place they found themselves in when they returned, and whatever the time, it wasn't the same time. The trouble came in September. A cousin of mine, another niece of Clyde's, was married, and the wedding party was held in the Natauga Inn on Lake Natauga, about 10 miles east of Yeovil. Clyde knew the inn's owner, and it happened that he and Joan Lunt, handsomely dressed, were in the large public cocktail lounge adjacent to the banquet room reserved for our party, talking with the owner bartender, when Clyde saw an expression on Joan's face of a kind he'd never seen on her face before. Fear, and more than fear, a sudden sick terror. And he turned to see a stranger approaching them, not slowly exactly, but with a restrained sort of haste, a man of about 40, unshaven, in a blue seersucker sports jacket, now badly rumpled, tieless, a muscled but soft-looking man with a blunt, rough, ruined handsome face, complexion like an emery board. And this man's eyes were too bleached a color for his skin, unless there was a strange light rising in them. And this same light rose in Clyde Farrell's eyes in that instant. Joan Lunt was whispering, "Oh, no, no," pulling at Clyde's arm to turn him away, but naturally Clyde Farrell wasn't going to step away from a confrontation, and the stranger, who would turn out to be named Robert Waxman, Rob Waxman, Joan Lunt's former husband, divorced from her 15 months before, co-owner of a failing meat supplying company in Kingston, advanced upon Clyde and Joan, smiling, as if he knew them both, saying loudly, in a slurred but vibrating voice, "Hello, hello, hello!" And when Joan tried to escape, Waxman leapt after her, cursing, and Clyde naturally intervened, and suddenly the two men were scuffling, and voices were raised, and before anyone could separate them, there was the astonishing sight of Waxman, with his gravelly face and hot eyes, crouched, holding a pistol in his hand, striking Clyde clumsily about the head and shoulders with the butt, and crying enraged, "Didn't ask to be born! God damn you, I didn't ask to be born! And I'm no different from you, any of you! You, in my heart!" There were screams as Waxman fired the pistol point-blank at Clyde, a popping sound like a firecracker, and Waxman stepped back to get a better aim. He'd hit his man in the fleshy part of a shoulder, and Clyde Farrell, desperate, infuriated, scrambled forward in his wedding party finery, baboon style, not on his hands and knees, but on his hands and feet, bent double, face contorted, teeth bared, and managed to throw himself on Waxman, who outweighed him by perhaps 40 pounds. And the men fell heavily to the floor, and there was Clyde Farrell straddling his man, striking him blow after blow in the face, even with his weakened left hand, until Waxman's nose was broken and his nostrils streamed blood, and his mouth too was broken and bloody, and someone risked being struck by Clyde's wild fists and pulled him away. And there on the floor of the breezy, screened-in bar-room of the Notaga Inn lay a man, unconscious, breathing erratically, bleeding from his face, whom no one except Joan Lunt knew was Joan Lunt's former husband, and there, panting, hot-eyed, stood Clyde Farrell over him, bleeding too, from a shoulder wound he was to claim he'd never felt. Said Joan Lunt repeatedly, "Clyde, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Said Joan Lunt carefully, "I just don't know if I can keep on seeing you, or keep on living here in Uville." And my Uncle Clyde was trying very hard to understand. "You don't love me, then?" he asked several times. He was baffled. He wasn't angry. It was the following week, and by this time he wasn't angry, nor was he proud of what he'd done, though everyone was speaking of it, and would speak of it, in awe for years. He wasn't proud because, in fact, he couldn't remember clearly what he'd done, what sort of lightning-swift action he'd performed. No conscious decision had been made that he could recall. Just the light dancing up in a stranger's eyes, and its immediate reflection in his own. Now Joan Lunt was saying this strange, unexpected thing, this thing he couldn't comprehend. Wiping her eyes, and, yes, her voice was shaky, but he recognized the steely stubbornness in it, the resolute will. She said, "I do love you. I've told you. But I can't live like that any longer." "You're still in love with him." "Of course I'm not in love with him, but I can't live like that any longer." "Like what? What I did? I'm not like that." "I'm 36 years old. I can't take it any longer." "Joan, I was only protecting you." "Men fighting each other, men trying to kill each other. I can't take it any longer." "I was only protecting you. He might have killed you." "I know. I know you were protecting me. I know you'd do it again if you had to." Clyde said, suddenly furious, "You're damned right I would. If that son of a bitch ever—" Waxman was out on bail and returned to Kingston. Like Clyde Farrell, he'd been treated in the emergency room at Uville General Hospital. Then he'd been taken to the county sheriff's headquarters and booked on charges of assault with a deadly weapon and reckless endangerment of life. In time, Waxman would be sentenced to a year's probation. He had no prior record, except for traffic violations. He was to impress the judge with his air of sincere remorse and repentance. Clyde Farrell, after giving testimony and hearing the sentencing, would never see the man again. Joan Lunt was saying, "I know I should thank you, Clyde, but I can't." Clyde splashed more bourbon into Joan's glass and into his own. They were sitting at Joan's dinette table beside a window whose grimy and cracked Venetian blinds were tightly closed. Clyde smiled and said, "Never mind thanking me, honey. Just let's forget it." Joan said softly, "Yes, but I can't forget it." "It's just something you're saying, telling yourself. Maybe you'd better stop." "I want to thank you, Clyde, and I can't. You risked your life for me. I know that, and I can't thank you." So they discussed it, like this, for hours, for much of a night, sharing a bottle of bourbon Clyde had brought over. And eventually they made love, in Joan Lunt's narrow sofa bed that smelled of talcum powder, perfume, and the ingrained dust of years. And their love-making was tentative and cautious, but as sweet as ever. And driving back to his place early in the morning at dawn, Clyde thought surely things were changed. Yes, he was convinced that things were changed. Hadn't he Joan's promise that she would think it all over, not make any decision? They'd see each other that evening and talk it over then. She'd kissed his lips in goodbye, and walked him to the stairs, and watched him descend to the street. But Clyde never saw Joan Lunt again. That evening she was gone, moved out of the apartment, like that, no warning, not even a telephone call, and she'd left only a brief letter behind with Clyde Farrell written on the envelope, which Clyde never showed to anyone, and probably, in fact, ripped up immediately. It was believed that Clyde spent some time, days, then weeks, into the early winter of that year, looking for Joan Lunt, but no one, not even my father, knew exactly what he did, where he drove, whom he questioned, the depth of his desperation, or his yearning, or his rage, for Clyde wasn't, of course, the kind of man to speak of such things. Joan Lunt's young friend Sylvie never saw her again either, nor heard of her, and this hurt me too, more than I might have anticipated. And over the years, once I left Uville to go to college in another state, then to begin my own adult life, I saw less and less of my Uncle Clyde. He never married. For a few years he continued the life he'd been leading before meeting Joan Lunt, a typical bachelor life of its place and time. Then he began to spend more and more time at Wolf's Head Lake, developing his property, building small wood-frame summer cottages and renting them out to vacationers, and acting as caretaker for them, an increasingly solitary life no one would have predicted for Clyde Farrell. He stopped gambling, too, abruptly. His luck had turned, he said. I saw my Uncle Clyde only at family occasions, primarily weddings and funerals. The last time we spoke together in a way that might be called forthright was in 1971, at my grandmother's funeral. I looked up and saw through a haze of tears a man of youthful middle age moving in my general direction. Clyde, who seemed shorter than I recalled, not stocky but compact, with a look of furious compression, in a dark suit that fitted him tightly about the shoulders. His hair had turned not silver, but an eerie metallic blonde, with faint tarnished streaks, and it was combed down flat and damp on his head, a look here, too, of furious constraint. Clyde's face was familiar to me as my own, yet altered. The skin had a grainy texture, roughened from years of outdoor living, like dried earth, and the creases and dents in it resembled animal tracks. His eyes were narrow, damp, restless. The eyelids looked swollen. He was walking with a slight limp that he tried, in his vanity, to disguise. I learned later that he'd had knee surgery, and the gunshot wound to his left shoulder he'd insisted at the time had not given him much or any pain, gave him pain now, an arthritic sort of pain, agonizing in cold weather. I stared at my uncle, thinking, oh, why? Why? I didn't know if I were seeing the man Joan Lunt had fled from, or the man her flight had made. But Clyde sighted me and hurried over to embrace me, his favorite niece still. If he associated me with Joan Lunt, and I had the idea he did, he'd forgiven me long ago. Death gives to life, to the survivor's shared life, that is, an insubstantial quality. It's like an image of absolute clarity reflected in water, then disturbed, shattered into ripples, revealed as mere surface. Its clarity, even its beauty, can resume, but you can't any longer trust in its reality. So my Uncle Clyde and I regarded each other, stricken in that instant with grief. But, being a man, he didn't cry. We drifted off to one side, away from the other mourners, and I saw it was all right between us. It was all right to ask, so I asked if he had ever heard from Joan Lunt after that day. Had he ever heard of her? He said, I never go where I'm not welcome, honey, as if this were the answer to my question, then added, seeing my look of distress, I stopped thinking of her years ago. We don't need each other the way we think we do when we're younger. I couldn't bear to look at my uncle. Oh, why? Why? Somehow I must have believed all along that there was a story unknown to me, that had worked itself out without my knowing, like a stream tunneling its way underground. I would not have minded not knowing this story, could I only know that it was. Clyde said roughly, You didn't hear from her, did you? The two of you were so close. He wants me to lie, I thought, but I said only sadly, No, I never hear from her, and we weren't close. Said Clyde, Sure you were. The last I saw of Clyde that day, it was after dark, and he and my father were having a disagreement just outside the back door of our house. My father insisted that Clyde, who'd been drinking, wasn't in condition to drive his pickup truck back to the lake, and Clyde was insisting he was, and my father said, "Maybe yes, Clyde, and maybe no." But he didn't want to take a chance. Why didn't he drive Clyde home? And Clyde pointed out truculently that if my father drove him home, how in hell would he get back here except by taking Clyde's only means of transportation? So the brothers discussed their predicament as dark came on. Overland by Sharon Sheehe Stark. Copyright 1990 by Sharon Sheehe Stark. Overland was first published in Boulevard, No. 12 and 13, Spring 1990. Reprinted by permission. 20-odd miles out of Terre Haute, and too many miles to count any more from Vermont. They are stroking through endless tides of high summer, heartland green, the windows flickering greenly, a green dream. Everything about the bus seems deep and dim and subaqueous, the day drawing imperceptibly the dust of night, night always opening a charry eye on new terrain, people floating off forever into tiny Christmas tree towns. On this cross-country run you are never there, only on your way, always moving. A dream you wake from only to drift off into the same dream. "When are we going to be there?" Pet asks Marnie. "When are we going to be there?" Marnie asks Pet. In full awareness of the scheduled arrival time, again and again they say it. "When are we going to be there?" A dream. The human faces change faster than the face of the land. Fellow passengers are no more real or reliable than actors in a foreign film that you might have to watch a long time before giving up your stiff posture, your perplexed, uneasy detachment. Did New England smiles ever show so much gum? Are gums everywhere that pale or that purple, and could you realistically expect a Bryce, Ohio mouth to ladle words in the same sequence as your own? Every English syllable astonishes you, and you cannot count on their gestures to correspond in any way to standard equivalents. Maybe a shrug means, "Go pound sand," and what if they grimace to show pleasure, and it means nothing at all when someone they love dies? Several faces stay put. By now, Pet and Marnie have identified the other through people. Front seat opposite, a man named Loomis clutching a large zippered case, from which he routinely extracts a handful of paper strips that never fail to tickle him. Once when he'd opened the case, Pet got up to go to the bathroom just for the chance to look over his shoulder. The case was stuffed with clippings, cartoons, and joke columns from newspapers and magazines. Loomis was traveling with a stock of laughs fat enough to keep him in stitches all the way to the coast. Directly across the way, a Pennsylvania farmer who occasionally acknowledges them with a curt nod. He spoke to them but once in a thick, gluey dialect. "The daughter moved to Anaheim in '65, he said. Then, leaning closer, he whispered, "Out there folks run bare-naked in the streets." He held their eyes with a look that dared them not be aghast. He shook his head and went back to his maps. He marks time by keeping meticulous track of space. With a ballpoint pen, he paves over the highway lines as distance is covered. And when they pull into a depot, he X's it off his schedule, looking very businesslike and satisfied. Behind him, two spinsterish sisters chatter ceaselessly, but only with each other. The one with a high, bright voice has managed to enlighten everybody as to their demure purposes. Stationers from Maine, they are on a quest for a certain tiny wildflower called Elspeth's Tears that grows only above the tree line in the San Bernardino Mountains. Through people. Bitter enders. They do grow on you, taking concrete shape from continuous exposure. And the steady grit and grind of land travel has a way of rubbing strangeness away, polishing each face to a common dogged grayness. And the time comes when they rest as snugly in the subconscious as those neighbors you never have over, but whose comings and goings have fluttered at your windows for years. And Vi. Oh, she is real and binding and inescapable as Mrs. O'Dwyer, the parish fanatic back in Shelburne. What with all the round sounds, the ceaseless engines, her hair the color of old string, she seems to be unwinding from a large yellow spool. At the moment she is casting her voice toward the bus driver. Pet and Marnie pick up only the Clark or Betty or Ronnie they've come to know mean Gable and Bacall and Coleman. Then she half inclines a sharpening profile toward them. "You girls don't remember the Matchless Men sisters?" They shake their heads less vigorously than when she asked the other times. With mixed suspicion and dismay she replicates their gesture. She has quick, kaleidoscopic eyes, fine-grained skin, though she is far from young. She resettles her legs across the front seat, her back against the window, and continues addressing the dry little driver who has abided her attentions with brittle courtesy through a million acres of corn. In the peeling pink diner, over BLTs and warmish milk, Marnie says to Pet, "Anyhow, did you hear what Vi called us? You girls?" Trying only to press the pride out of her voice, she has managed instead to sound coy. "And that's the third time." Pet refuses to smile. "We could easily pass for sisters, Ma." She levels her dark, serious gaze, giving the words the weight of a minor but distinguished truth. Blushing, her mother reaches unconsciously for the confirming cloth of her Springsteen shirt, the patched traveling jeans, her hair, several shades darker than Pet's, in a thick braid down her back, no makeup. Since her husband's death, she has lost weight and that flat, finished look. The hard fact of Marnie's youth strikes Pet for the very first time. When she was born, her mother would have been 15, which is Pet's age now. The connection rocks her momentarily. Then she presses on to the irresistible point. "Why can't we be sisters? Who'd it hurt? This trip isn't like regular life anyhow." Her eyes, mellow with persuasion, go soft sand brown in her pale upstater's face. "Oh, I know what you mean," Marnie says breathlessly, her face strangely luminous. She leans forward across the table. "Throwaway days," she says, furtive and whispery. "What?" "I mean, don't the days seem like sheets you just tear off a roll? Paper towels? Disposable days?" "Of course," says Pet. "That's just what I'm trying to tell you. We can do anything we want. Who the heck cares?" And couldn't they, by a slight shift of image, get lost among strangers, anonymous even to themselves, and the dogs of sorrow would prowl the aisles in duped confusion? Oh, they'd give grieving the slip, they would. The farmer eats alone at the counter. They'd overheard his inquiries before ordering. "Any garlic in these eats? I hate garlic." "Don't yez have no head cheese, no souse?" He always asks these questions, and he always settles for the same thing, known components, Campbell's soup and a stack of white bread, with apple butter if they have it. And then their attention is drawn to the booth across the aisle where Vi is busy running her customary supper-time scam. "You dare hand me a check for this, gristle, this lard?" She points to something gray and minuscule on the white plate. "But you ate the whole thing," the waitress wails. "Is Trailways going to wait on me till you duffers learn to cook? Not hardly. Gotta eat when you can. Gotta survive, don't you know?" And off she goes, huge black patent totes swinging, calabash hips indignant in floral stretch pants. Out she goes, huffing into the hot, huffy Illinois eventide. As usual, having eaten abstemiously and fast, the stationers have gone trundling off in search of local flora, and the bus driver, eyeing his watch, clucking like an uncle, has to go out casing the vacant lots. He comes back in a mutter, the ladies in tow. They clutch limp, unpretty bouquets to their bosoms, the cornflowers already beginning to close and pale to the lavender gray of coming dusk. Without being sure what, Pet watches for something, and there is in her mother a sudden new tension and spring, a certain struggling flippancy. Swinging into the bus, she flops down in the aisle seat, forcing Pet to clamber awkwardly over her teasing knees. They laugh, as if this is some kind of leg trap they always set for one another. 15 minutes out of the parking lot, Pet opens the month-old People she'd found in the pink diner. Slouching, they jam matching flat-top knees into Vi's seat, and talk derisively, deliciously about this international beauty, that soap star, until Marnie remembers she never could read on the bus. "Barfing section in the back," Pet teases, adding, "Marnie," as a kind of test. "Can't take you anywhere, Margaret Mary." But Marnie is looking out, past her, to where the winey sunset is making mountain mirages on the flat, vast plains. Marnie is far away. Pet's father had been a tender man, though not much for gainful work. He made tiny dovetailed boxes, and an alarming number of maple end tables, the way he'd rub his cheek against the polished wood the time they came from Sears to repossess his lathe. His dark moods, his delusions of better days ahead. He dreamed of taking them to live in New Mexico, though they had no car. Or maybe it's California in her mother's eyes, their California. The tiny fenced yard of Uncle Jack, the art classes down the road, a landscape free of wood piles, soft blossomy air, a world painstakingly concocted from all the usual sources and from the gentle coaxings of Jack himself. "There's lots of work. We'll make room. Hetty, put a bug in my sister's ear." For months they'd offered each other these good visions, and a fortune to be made on game shows, but each retained, cherished in a way, the gritty New England pessimism they'd acquired on top of their reckless French-Canadian verve. It was the habit of hardship and the icy winds off Lake Champlain. It was a kind of mystical leave they had to have before they could go. Each laid by a private store of hazards, smog, traffic, and the Santa Ana winds, West Coast weirdos. And all the time they were making plans. Media prophecies of California doom frightened them, and thereby mollified their qualms. Now the inevitable endless layover. To Pet and Marnie, St. Louis will forever be the smell of candy wrappers and urine, the indiscriminate sleep of old men. When they pull out of the depot, there is a new driver, young, rangy, impudent. Vi works on him a long time, poking here, probing there, but he is apparently not interested in the weather, the price of Denchu cream, or the triumphs of the matchless Minns. Instead, he speaks laconically into a handset, the voice of Middle America scratching back at him. "Name, please," Vi demands in official tones, flipping back her notebook cover, pen at the ready. "Claycomb," he says, his shoulders rocking time to some private rhythm. "Clay?" "Comb," he says, as in hair, C-O-M-B. Twisting around to Pet and Marnie, she says, announcingly, "Think he knows he can get in big trouble using them things on the job?" "What things?" Marnie asks. Her voice squeaks with impatience. "Why, CBs!" Marnie thinks to smile. "I'll never tell." Vi snorts and turns silent, and then, having no other audience for the time being, relents. "You girls on vacation?" "Well," Marnie begins. Pet quickly says, "Yes, we are." "Where to?" Marnie says Escondido, and Pet knows she can be trusted now not to say that they are moving west, and everything they own rides below, in the belly of the bus. It seems to Pet an irreparable oddity. People moved their things in vans, themselves in cars or planes. Buses didn't dump you off on the far side of the continent and just leave you there. "Where are you headed?" Politeness, a bright stain on Marnie's voice. "Why, Hollywood," she says. "You have to ask." "I'm always promising this one or that one." Pet shoulders in closer, her eyes eager. "Who is it this trip, Vi? Barbie Streisand?" "Oh, no, she's real snotty, don't you know. No, this is more a consultation kind of thing." Pet twangs, "Wow," elbow taps her mother's ribs. "Writers, producers, you know." "Wow," Pet hears her mother say. "Wow," tenuous as a breath. The farmer inks another centimeter off the trip. The dark, the monotony, the rolling rhythm make a dusky potion. By half-past nightfall, almost always, most of the bus is asleep. Now, up and down the aisle, several glowing points, like the tips of lit cigarettes, cast narrow, conical beams for reading or dispelling dread. "Damn it, Marn, he should have left us better." "Well, you know how Andre was. And maybe it was my fault, too. I never made it my business. I mean money matters, bills." She drew her lips thin and tight. "You're right, damn it, he should have." In the small light their eyes meet and fill with wonder, that they should talk so, that here is a parenthetical place outside of grief and guilt, and the terrible shared vision of the young man grown bony as a crone, trembling fingers trying to wrest from the plump bunch a single Concord grape. They lower their voices, and Pet steals timid drags from Marnie's cigarette, then braver, more bitter ones. Here, where no eye pries or cries for them, they whisper and laugh together, make unmemorable mischief, exactly like the best kind of sisters. Later, when the farmer has removed himself to the quieter middle of the bus, Pet wastes no time usurping the vacancy. Thus, for their second night on the road, they occupy separate seats, no mean achievement when the bones ache for space. Pet falls asleep in comfort, opposite her mother, and awakens hours later to the steep quiet, the clean pressing knife blade of pure speed as the bus makes up time on some deserted stretch. She becomes slowly aware of strange doings in the front of the bus, a shadowy pas de deux. Vi, with her notebook and pen, the driver hunched protectively over his wheel, body splayed a bit to the right. Now Vi settles back, eyes closed. His eyes hold hard to Vi's likeness in the rearview mirror. She slows her breath, starts to snore. He begins to relax himself. Surprise! Vi springs up, catching him off guard. Claycomb lurches forward, hiding, Pet guesses, the speedometer. Vi is left holding her pen like a dart. Marnie wakes in silence. They watch the pantomime play again, and again, to the same stalemate. They watch, their smiles tricky in the thin dark, their witness secret and insubstantial. And as soon as Vi sets aside her pad, gives it up, they drop into the slurry of communal sleep. You know what I used to hate? Pet says this to Marnie as the bus sits stalled in the cool, white Missouri morning just north of Joplin. She says this in the manner of someone discussing bygone days, a closed case. What's that? Having mastered the simple ploy of pretending to be asleep when new passengers board, they continue to hold last night's seats. When you used to peel off those little scabs of orange rind for your tea and make me eat the mangy-looking orange before it went bad. Well, now, that's real tough, isn't it? And creamed hard-boiled eggs for dinner. Poor little orphan girl. And when you'd grab my arms and shake the daylights out of me. I never hit you. I know, but you used to dig your nails into my wrist. Cripes, you'd leave those little half-moon claw marks. Once you even broke the skin. Marnie turns abruptly away, rubs her coarsened knuckles, the leathery palms. Chainsaw, splitting axe. Garden mud makes deep grooves. She chews on a hangnail. Oh, I'm sorry, heartily sorry. Want to hear what I used to hate? No. Pet shoves over near her window, Marnie against hers. They draw their knees up and occasionally glance slyly across the aisle until their eyes, sparkling like struck flints, set their sulks flaring into self-conscious smiles. They pelt one another with gum wrappers and the little throw pillows Marnie had wisely rescued from the tag sale at the last minute. 5 hours later, after wrong parts, puzzled mechanics, and aggressive quiet broken only by the laughing man and Vi's grumpy insistence that Claycomb must have burnt the engine out, they are back on the road. They run together now through crumbling parking lots, down highways apiece to set their footprints in the never-before, never-again dust. Occasionally, Pet feels her mother break pace with a single skip, like a grace note or a missed heartbeat, a caught-back sob. Guessing how Vi will get out of paying for meals becomes a game. In Silver Creek, she finds a shirt button in her mashed potatoes. They watch her fish the same button out of a bowl of chili in Henrietta, Oklahoma. In the bus, they play push, argue over the window. They buy 1 can of beer, and with the ebullient pluck of novice scofflaws, pass it back and forth in a paper bag. When people ask, Pet says, "Meet my nutty sister, Margaret Mary." She is out from under, hooray, and freer still the widow who has not been a child since long before the year she stopped growing. Every day by late afternoon, the bus bloats with light, thick and yellow as chicken fat. Overworked air conditioners start to falter. The air becomes dense and dangerous. Having managed all this time to avoid sharing her space, Vi is better off than most. Nonetheless, she mops her brow and holds forth testily from the front seat. Circulitis, she tells all claimants, pointing to her legs as if they were resting patients under her professional care. The new driver is something of a gift to Vi, large, expansive, a compulsive tipster, the kind who would know where to get the best deal on chicken wire. They converse aggressively, each waiting with taut forbearance for the other's breath. She boasts and pries, he enlightens. Of the two, Pet soon understands that Vi is the more clever, having deftly steered him onto private grounds, his income, his wife's bust. He goes on to digestive upsets and preventive medicine. Get rid of your aluminum cookware, he says. Yeah? Cancerate your innards, sure. I'll be darned. Into this rugged patter comes a third. The farmer shuffles up and sits down on the double step just behind the driver. Pet and Marnie catch only the hard edges of certain words, the bus driver's robust replies. The men laugh easily, the way men laugh on park benches or front stoops, notes full of corny jokes and gentled philosophies. Vi takes out her compact, dabs viciously at her chin and her nose, snaps it shut, fair warning. Fretfully, she plucks at her hair and, reaching down, tugs on the man's shirt as if she would pinch him right off the step. When he squints up at her, she points to the sign over the mirror. No talking to operator while vehicle is in motion. He draws air through his teeth. Uh-oh, he says, rising slowly to his feet. Well, make good out, he tells the driver. He slaps his hand over his mouth. In mud-colored work boots, he clomps back to his seat. You hate to be mean, Vi explains to them, but the law's the law. Then she swivels forward again. She tells the driver about Bogey and the quaint bistro. He comes back with roughage, Seratan, and your leafy greens. Night comes again. Surely it should frame some aspect, mark some completion of the trip, but aside from the slippage of light through endless declensions, nothing changes. Life grinds on, continues perversely against the simple human hunger for a clean distinction between beginning and end. Oklahoma, or maybe Texas now. The landscape has been toughening up for some time. Long past, the whispery cornfields, the homely Missouri hills. Just before dark there was yellow dust, and a barrenness that clogged the throat. The back of the bus rocks with shenanigans. The soldiers got on way back at Fort Leonard Wood. A skinny old woman, drunk and full of sass, has somehow strayed into their midst. Just to get her scolding, they call her Old Beulah, Mother Thunderbird, and once one of them pulls on the door handle and won't let her out of the toilet. She claws and squawks and scratches. All the little lights click on, and the spinsters crane back, their faces lit with wan delight, like the faces of entertained invalids. At the next stop, Pet looks out at the bedraggled bunch waiting in the rain to board. Damn, she says, growing ever more at ease with her franker style. So much for deluxe accommodations. She slips across the aisle into the seat with Marnie, doubling up against the onslaught. Everybody finds a place, but one slender girl in velvet sandals and a peasant dress. She stands shyly up front, waiting for Vi to make room. When it appears such is not likely, the bus driver says, "Sorry, ma'am, you'll have to share." Vi points to the leg. "Doctor said to keep it raised." "You got 2 tickets, lady?" "Of course not, but—" "You'll have to let the little girlie sit down." Vi goes tisk, glances quickly back as if to nudge the sleeping forces for good and right. Tisk. She waits, fingers drumming on her thigh. Pet leaps to her feet. Sensing Marnie stiffen, she reaches an arm back to warn her off while she lights into Vi. "Lady," she says, "you don't own this bus. What's the kid supposed to do, sleep in the aisle?" The forces for good and right have been minutely roused. They stare dumbly at the small spectacle up front, all but Loomis, who solemnly shakes his case, shuffling tomorrow's chuckles. Vi's eyes are hopping hens from one face to the other. "My, but isn't she the scrappy one?" she says generally. Then she turns sternly to Pet. "If you must know, young lady, I happen to be an official spotter for the bus company." "Get serious. Why would Trailways hire some old loony takes up 2 seats?" Pet is hardly prepared for the shrinking, the pale porcelain breakable face aging before her eyes, and she is not expecting the sudden knot around her wrist, the digging in of something like scratchy old buzzard claws. Then Marnie's harsh whisper, "Sit down, Perpetua, now." Uh-oh, the mother is back, relief easing her the way stillness slackens a kite. Pet slips quietly back into her seat. Vi heaves a mighty sigh before shoving over to let the newcomer sit down. It is 3, maybe 4, and somewhere out there, Texas is sluicing away beneath them. Crowded feedlots, refineries, miles of tufting badlands. At one point, they'd overheard the new girl say, yes, of course, she'd heard of the Min sisters. She spoke little and attended Vi's gibber with a lovely tidal rhythm, inclining her head and slowly withdrawing, swaying close, pulling back, nodding, laughing, touching long white fingers to the older woman's sleeve. And now she sleeps with her head on Vi's shoulder. Vi is plainly awake, but does not move, does not jostle the fragile tie. Pet is tinny with insomnia. Despite the Texas heat pressing in, she feels chilled. It has been a while since the new driver boarded. His voice hangs in the air with the clawing menace of bug fogger. You are now in the United States of Texas. We mean what we say. Get caught with hooch, I have to toss you off a chair. I'm required by law to turn you in for smoking the bad stuff. Y'all have a nice trip here. The door to the John opens and shuts. The distant watery sough of livestock. Marnie opens her mouth to say something. She is hesitant, shaky. Pet is terrified she will mention him. When I was growing up, she begins, I only ever had one nice, good thing. It was a little black plastic box called a Viewmaster. I won it at 9 for knowing my catechism cover to cover. Pet smiles, but uneasily. It came with just 3 slides. The banquet room of some English castle, snow-white looking awful sweet in a circle of little men. She drew a tattered breath. What you had to do was hold the little box up to light, you see, and suddenly there they were, these wonderful visions, realer even than your mamma's kitchen, close but far away. I don't know. I'm not saying this right. You said 3. What was the third one? It was, she says. It was. Pet leans in, to hear better, but also out of some need to put herself protectively between Marnie's thin voice and the bullyish hulk of the slow-tongued driver. It was a Christmas scene, Marnie says. Madonna and child surrounded like Snow White, but with beautiful angels. Dozens of them, large and small in pink satin robes. Their wings were way too big for them. Angels, Ma? I kept reaching up into the light. I thought I could touch them. Those wings would be so soft, like hoot owl feathers. Says Pet. She cannot imagine her mother at 9. She does not want to. Somebody took it, Marnie says. When she turns to Pet, her eyes are shiny, wide with fighting tears. I took my Viewmaster to school to show it off. Somebody stole it out of the cloakroom. Pet draws back from her mother's endangered face. God, Ma, that was so long ago. It was just a toy. Marnie's mouth begins to work, and her throat moves as if gulping something furry and live. Please don't. Pet clamps her hand across Marnie's mouth. Stop. Don't let the dogs of sorrow out. Rouse just one, and all the losses of a lifetime will stir and moan and leap out of your soul. Shh, Ma, we'll be there soon. Where? Her mother asks, cheeks gleaming wet, eyes bewildered in the chittery glow of some blinking Texas town. Where? Where is there? Pet sits dumb, tongue-tied, caught without an answer to a first-grade question. She tries to summon her uncle's house, but all she can picture is some wobbly tropical hut waiting to wrap them in alien leaves, in the shocked light of impossible seasons. Her eyes sting with impotence and confusion. So far from home. Where is home? Only these miles of swimming dark, the strangers. Snow white. Snow. Soon there will be snow where her father lies, and different winds will perplex their hearts and shame their faces. And some day Vermont itself will settle like an old grave in her chest, and she will be sun-streaked and muscular, given to living, too busy to mourn. Mourn now, Perpetua, now. Already the future rushes under the bus's wheels, feeding itself like rough cloth. Pet and Marnie press close, fold together as might any clever collapsible traveling thing. The new girl shifts against Vi's shoulder, and the daughter rocks the mother to sleep in her arms. How strange, thinks Pet, how unstable are the arrangements of things. Circles open and circles close, losses gather, and already the future is dust under their wheels. Pet has never felt more alive, or more alone. She closes her eyes lightly, as one does when there's little wish for sleep. Everything slips from her but the sleek slide of night. Her own heart sounds, the slower pulse of breath, Burly engine throb and thrumming rubber, countless rhythms pumping together, the spinning seamlessness of the trip. If they continued west, they would reach the east, and pressing on, the west, and around and around. Without trying, she has arrived at a place that is nowhere and everywhere, and where nothing is missing. If only she dare, she might lay her cheek against the night and listen. All the lives that ever lived, brushing soft as wings in the silent bus. She dares only wakefulness. Opening her eyes, she looks around. What she sees with the raw clarity of the absolutely new. Marnie's braid has come undone. The farmer snoring under a duckbill cap. The real sisters rest primly clutching their weeds. Loomis's laugh bag doubles as his pillow. How brave and blameless the soldiers look in sleep. The fragile curve of the young girl's neck. And a man called Andre, sanding, nose to the grain, sawdust furring his knuckles, red dust on his brow. Oh, Papa, when are we going to be there? No matter that he keeps to himself, holds to his craft. Pet knows what she knows. Home is where they came from, and home is where they are going, and there is now. And maybe they are already there. Her watching is deep as sleep. She could as well be dreaming. Tomorrow she will speak nothing of circles or angels or time. Tomorrow she will forget how they gathered, living and dead, the delicate web of breath connecting them. Tomorrow she will check the farmer's map. She will want sweet rolls and cold milk and room for her growing legs. Tomorrow is smoke at the window. She watches the window with a quiet, vibrant expectancy. She thinks of Marnie nudging her viewmaster into better light. Night shreds and drifts off to wherever night goes. What's left is light. The soft shock of New Mexico, terracotta mesa lands, polished tables, as far as the eye can see. Ashes, by T. Allen Broughton. Copyright 1990 by T. Allen Broughton, first published in the Sewanee Review, spring 1990. When Damon White finished his second cup of coffee, he decided to go directly to his cabin rather than sit on the clubhouse porch and read his newspaper. He left the dining room without pausing to chat with any of the other members. Even though he had arrived 2 days earlier, he had not relaxed, and in casual conversations he often found himself inattentive. At the far end of the porch, Harold Corvallis had set up his easel and was painting once again the graceful outlines of Noonmark. Damon paused with one hand on the railing of the steps. He felt his father's presence vividly. The colonel was always present to Damon, in a blurred manner, especially here where they had spent so much time and had been thrown so close together in those final years of ill and querulous dependency. Damon had spent Augusts in the small cabin on the club grounds, pushing his father's wheelchair on its fixed rounds of porch or lobby, meals in the main dining room, walks along various pathways, past tennis courts or bowling greens. Once when Damon's father asked Corvallis how he could bear to paint the same heap of rocks and trees so often, Harold had replied, "You wouldn't think it was wrong if I were Japanese." The colonel had snapped, "The hell I wouldn't. We wouldn't have a Jap in this club." Damon's father had served in the Second World War, and he never forgave Japan. But he had not been a colonel at any time. Friends from his college days had started calling him that long before he ever donned a uniform. Since his earliest days, Augustus Hoare White had been assertive and demanding. In his apartment in New York, Damon had decided that this should be his last summer at the club. The decision had seemed simple and necessary. But now that he was in his cabin again, back in the all-too-familiar surroundings, he was not certain he was emotionally ready to give the place up. Such forms of ambivalence had always made his life difficult. "My son," his father had announced to the companion whom he had paid to accompany Damon one summer after his release from Payne Whitney, "has always been weak when defending himself against his own feelings. The worst enemy," and the colonel had stared hard at the small bottle of Damon's pills, "is always the enemy within." Colonel White's fort had been tennis. He possessed a devastating overhead smash that always raised a dust of lime on the line farthest away from his opponent, unless he chose to aim for the kneecaps. Damon had taken his childhood tennis lessons seriously, tried out for the team at Exeter, and from time to time stood on the opposite side of a net from the colonel. But the farther he advanced into adolescence, the more such contests were tainted with attempted parricide. Once he understood that, he blocked the sin with double faults and backhands soaring far beyond the baseline. "My boy," Colonel White said once to the junior singles champion at the end of the last August tournament Damon ever entered at the club, "has more talent than you, son. That's in his genes." But he never had the killer instinct. Even walking through warm patches of sunlight to the cabin, Damon shuddered at the phrase, the way his father could make it sound like the last punch to the face of a defenseless Benny parrot. Was his lack derived from his mother's genes? He would never know for certain, because she had disappeared before much more could be recorded in Damon's mind than gentle, thin-fingered hands and many long necklaces with variegated beads that he loved to tangle his own hands in. When he was 6, she died, leaving a vacancy that not even the most well-intentioned of his father's companions could begin to fill, and certainly not those other women who read or sang or scrubbed him into shape to face the evening meal. That was followed by brief after-dinner conversations with a father who used his hands so diligently at a place called the office that they could only make the most terse gestures at home, removing the stopper of a decanter, snipping the end of a cigar, ruffling the hair on the top of Damon's head before he was tucked in bed by Minnie or Evita or Peg, a gesture he felt in the roots beneath the scalp until sleep distanced him by one more night from the first 6 years of his life. If only he could once again hear his mother's voice, specific words, but his frozen memory was obdurate. The maid had already tidied his bedroom, and what few books he had disarranged on the table the previous evening were neatly lined up. Damon stood in the living room, a rusticated square of stone and oak and doorways branching off to bedrooms with cedar closets. By family rights, the place was his in August. Damon's mother had been here too, introducing his memory to the resinous odors of old blankets, the chirping of tree frogs, the cricket's rasp. He always showered after breakfast, and now he took off his clothes and folded them carefully. Habits, rituals. When they were muddled, the mind, too, could become confused. Through the open window of his bedroom he could hear the high-pulsing calls of the Morrison children, taking turns swinging each other violently in the hammock. Damon sighed. He knew their play always ended in shouts and tears. But he could not free himself from the memory of that summer after Payne Whitney. "He's perfectly all right now," the colonel had said to the young man across the luncheon table, a stranger to them both who had been recommended by the minister downtown to help keep an eye on Damon. "The problem never amounted to much anyway, did it, old boy?" His father had tried not to believe in Damon's breakdown, but subsequently had relented enough to lapse into less stern expressions in his son's presence, like "old boy," or once even "buddy," followed by a rough clasp on Damon's shoulder. Damon knew how extremely difficult such gestures were for the man to wrest from the grip of his ultimate belief that mental illness was merely submitting to frail tendencies any man should sternly subdue. "It's really the pills we worry about now, eh, Damon? Tell him about the pills." Damon turned to the young man's face, letting it remain blurred. He found it embarrassing that his father's voice carried to nearby tables. "I take pills." They waited. The young man stared at a triangular sandwich denuded of crusts and nestled in garnishing parsley. The colonel's fingers drummed impatiently on the tabletop. "For his nerves, you see, and they make him a bit groggy, forgetful. Found him wandering up Noonmark yesterday, but on the trail at least. Do you play tennis or golf, Mr. Anthony?" "No, sir." "Just as well. They tell me competition's not the thing for Damon right now. Well, it's up to you fellows, but I'd suggest fishing. Damon always liked that. Try the river. Do you like to fish, Mr. Anthony?" "Yes, sir." "I suppose most of you fellows use worms. Can't use 'em in our stretch of the river, though." "I tie flies, sir." "Hell, Damon, hear that? A real fisherman. Why don't you see who can get us the biggest brookie for dinner?" Damon focused now on the young man's face, and for a moment he stared back. What Damon saw was pity, not merely purchased, but genuine, that softening gaze a person turns on a cripple. But he was so used to seeing that expression in the past months, as well as being talked about by others in his presence, as if he were not there, that he merely reached up to make certain his bow tie had not twisted off-line. They began fishing below the dam at the lower lake, a place Damon had loved since childhood because he could stand on the high log bridge below it and look at eye level along the surface of the lake's water. Today it was a calm sheet, bearing only minute glints of ripples, and the steeply wooded and rocky mountainsides seemed to be squeezing in slowly, extruding the water toward him and the frail white birches along the nearby banks. He became, in mid-bridge, the focus of the whole landscape, even of the sun directly above the cleft. Here as a child he had believed that one day, if he touched the water, it would turn to gold, and all the evil persons would drop into stones hunched against the molten swirl. "I caught one!" The voice piped against the uneven slap of water falling over the log dam onto the boards below and the pools where fat stocked trout nudged each other lazily to gulp at an abundance of drowning insects. Mr. Anthony was holding up a fish, finger hooked through a gill. "Come on, there's plenty!" On the bank, Damon assembled his rod, gazed at the box of flies, and chose one he knew was inappropriate for the season. By the time he had successfully crossed the slithery stones, his companion had caught another and was stuffing it in his canvas creel. "Jesus, I've always wanted to fish this river, legally, I mean." Damon spoke as little as possible, because when he did, his tongue moved with swollen numbness. After the first few weeks in Payne Whitney, when he had known and remembered nothing but a succession of days and nights in which the dead were alive and eager to talk, the living were sleepwalkers, beds grew straps to keep him there, and the sheets sometimes flapped ineffectually around him like the broken wings of a gull, Damon had become an expert practitioner of minimal discourse. This was a reversal for a man who had spent the previous 8 years gabbing away each week on the radio as Uncle Ralph, the kindly, garrulous host of the children's program, Please Pretend. The nod, the slight slant of head to right or left, with eyes open or closed, the pursed lips of doubt, the bit lip and raised eyebrow were all he would share with Dr. Salvador for many a session of questions and dumb-show responses. "Would you mind," Damon said, choosing and laying down his monosyllables as if they had the ability of marbles to roll away, "if I go first down the stream to fish?" "Suit yourself." Until he was out of sight, Damon paused to cast from time to time, making certain his fly landed on the bare backs of rocks. He did not blame the young man for his greed, in fact blessed it, since that permitted his escape. Around the first bend, he took down his rod, clambered up the bank to the trail, and began walking slowly downstream, through the quiet beaver meadows, where he startled a solitary deer, past the falls where he paused on rocks close to the base to let spray scatter over his face and arms, walking on until the path left the brook, which cut more deeply into the gorge. On a high, slanting rock, where the ancient hemlock and spruce clung to stone and shallow soil, he sat and stared down at Whitewater and its distant thundering. When a white-throated sparrow began repeating its clear-toned intervals, he was certain he had never heard anything more perfect, and he wept. "Well," the colonel said, when the largest trout was served up for dinner that night in a delicate sauce of butter and parsley, its white flesh tinged toward pink, "I knew Mr. Anthony had to be a good fisherman, but I didn't expect him to skunk you, old boy." And then he laughed through a red face to show how his words were intended only as a joke. Damon stepped out of the shower and burrowed his face in the white towel with the club monogram. His father, even in the city, and ever since Damon could recall, had been in the habit of holding himself unflinchingly erect, on parade, beneath a cascade of absolutely cold water. Once as a child Damon had said admiringly, "I don't see how you can stand it." The colonel had barked a laugh of pleasure, and henceforth Damon was permitted to watch his father take the shower. The colonel's stern profile refused to grimace or mutter. The man did not curtail even one motion of soaping and rinsing. When he was 7, Damon had tried it, held still with gritted teeth and nails cutting into his palms, until, pale and mottled with bluish patches, he had curled into his bed, admitting he would never be able to emulate his father. A sharp cry, silence, then shrieks. Nate Morrison stood focusing his howls into the interior of the Morrisons' cabin. His brother Rory sat, legs crossed, a stick grasped upright, a small chieftain scowling at a cowardly subject who had ducked an assigned lashing. Mimi Morrison arrived in her bathrobe, ample figure blurred by the screen, rings on her fingers glinting in the light. Recriminations began, and Damon turned away. This could go on all morning. Damon loved children, but with a love that contained a component of fear. A whole morning could be shattered again and again by these raucous outbreaks unless Rory and Nathan were trussed up and dragged to the lake. Buckling his belt, pausing to hear the voices becoming subdued, Damon could imagine walking out into the no-man's land between his cabin and theirs, beckoning to the boys, sitting with them under the white pine to tell them stories. Or they would join him on a walk in search of lady slipper or toads or maybe a red fox with kits. This was a living version of Please Pretend, and Uncle Ralph unleashed from his microphone and script. But the voice coming over the radio had always been more effectual than his presence. He had been permitted once to stand behind a curtain in a large room filled with children listening to a recording of one of his programs. He was accustomed to the way the voice did not sound like his own, but he had not realized what power it had over his listeners. The body still squirmed and talked and giggled through the theme and plug for some glutinous morning cereal. Then Uncle Ralph chuckled, said, "Well, hello there, boys and girls," and the children grew still, leaned to the loudspeakers, were silent except for the hypnotized few who called out, "Hello, Uncle Ralph." The voice began a tale. "Once upon a time, boys and girls, in a country very, very far away, there lived an old man who had 2 children, a girl and a boy." A page or two later, he shifted his Ralph voice and spoke for all the others, the harsh stepmother, the beguiling but evil wandering tinker, the frog who could speak. When he was fired, Damon took the memory of that occasion with him more than any other moment during his career, although he never confronted his employers with it. For them the simple fact was that Damon White, no matter how good the voice was, could not translate to television. "What?" the colonel had said, at first outraged at the network. "Fired?" But that lapsed eventually into a conversation at dinner 2 nights later, and only a few days before Damon's breakdown. "Hell, son, we both know you don't have to work for a living, but what will you do with your life if you can't even hold on to a job telling fairy stories to kids?" Damon had said, "Nothing." His father appeared almost frightened when Damon began laughing and repeated the same word again and again in hilarious shouts. The listeners were the children he loved, rapt faces, minds concentrated. Perhaps because he identified himself with them then, sinking into some image he carried in himself of his own attentive being, leaning into memory, into stories that were the patterns of everything he did not and never would quite know. He longed to take Nate and Rory by the hand and lead them off through some door in the hillside where all 3 of them could sit and listen and understand over and over again. But he had also watched until the end of the recording, when the children's bodies began to twist and turn again. He walked away from the curtain utterly depressed. What had the storytelling been for? Again they were pinching and scratching, surreptitiously kicking. The harmony was achieved only on the surface. The shattered interior was so deep that Damon could never reach it. His chest tightened. He dreamed at night of ominous motions in the other rooms of houses too large for him to secure by completely inhabiting. Even now Nate and Rory hunched together over something on the ground between them, hands on their knees, heads turned down. Why could that picture empty him toward dread, turn them into stone figures of a sculpted group, the rest of whom, hidden by the slope, were doing something fierce and utterly forbidden? He managed to spend most of the day by himself, walking along the river or reading in his cabin. But at dinner he saw Dee Dee Raines across the room, sitting with the Plimptons. She smiled and waved. He had known her sister, Phyllis, and last winter Phyllis Raines had died. No longer Raines, actually, Phyllis Burge, since many years ago she had married, then divorced a local man. She had died locally also, and most of her adult life was an unusual swerve away from the people he knew, as if the summer landscape they had all come to love in childhood had suddenly reached out and claimed one of them for its own, and in doing so had put a barrier between her and the rest of their set as sturdy as the steep ridges of the mountains. For the rest of his dinner, Damon tried to avoid looking at Dee Dee, but a loud, persistent tinkle of glass drew his attention to her. She was standing and hitting her wine-glass with a spoon. "Your attention, please. Could I— Thank you." Not as slim as she used to be, always chunkier in figure than the sylph-like Phyllis anyway, but still she was attractive with her neatly coiled black hair and the skin that always seemed slightly tanned. She held a small piece of paper that she glanced at from time to time. "I know many of you were acquainted with my sister Phyllis, and I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the family to thank you for your lovely letters we received following her death. Many of you expressed a desire to share our grief and regretted that you could not attend her funeral service. I'm happy to tell you that there will be a service at the Congregational Church this Thursday, and I hope any of you who wish to join us will do so at 3 o'clock. Since this is not in the nature of a formal religious ceremony, which, as you know, was held here last winter, we would like to bring her to mind by sharing some music and memories, and I have also asked Dr. Blanton to say a few words. I will be singing, and I'm sure I can talk our old friend Damon White into accompanying me. Also, perhaps he'll play a tune by Chopin that Phyllis always liked." A slight turn to him, silence, with everyone waiting, but Damon was staring at her, dumbstruck. "Well, I'm asking any of you who have some memories to please come and share them with us. Very informal, as I said. Thursday, 3 o'clock. And then into the hubbub of renewed conversation she shouted, "Thank you." She did not sit down, but dodged through the other tables until she came to his. "I tried to call this morning, Damon. You will be a sweetie, won't you?" "I can't, Dee-Dee." Her hand was on his shoulder. "Of course you will. What would the occasion be without you? And what would they think if you didn't?" "I tell you, Dee-Dee, I don't play Chopin any more. I never did very well." "Try, Damon. For Phyllis?" To his dismay, the hand shifted across his shoulder to flutter on his neck, brush his ear, and withdraw, leaving a trail of some scent as it passed his face. "There's so much more about this than you know, or that I can explain now. They had a service here last winter. The daughters, their father, some of the village people. Mummy and Dad and I weren't even invited. Please? At least let me pick you up tomorrow. I'd have a drink and talk now, but I'm due at the Baileys already. Stupid little party for Doris and Bill Armitage. I'll bring my music. We can try out the Schubert and talk. I know what I'm doing is right. For her." The annoyance at the end was incomprehensible, surely meant to pass beyond him to some other target. He could not stop looking into those steady eyes whose pupils were so startlingly black against a shimmering blue. She shook a finger at him. "Remember, Dee-Dee is relentless." The eyes, the face swooped at him, lips plucking once at his, the quick peck of a bright-plumed but predatory bird. "Tomorrow, 11. Ta-ta." He did not watch more than her first few paces, because those hips swung against the revealing silk of her skirt, as if to taunt him. Damon tucked his hands behind his back and strode out, looking neither right nor left until he was well past all the other guests, and onto the path to the cabin. There he sat on the steps in the dim light from living-room windows, his head cupped in his hands. It was not Dee-Dee he thought of, but her sister. Phyllis sat with him by the brook, late August, where one slim maple on the opposite bank had flushed into deep scarlet well before the proper season. Damon told her the dry month and cold nights had confused the tree into thinking it was fall. He moved on to express to her the nature of confusion, of yearning, and he was lyrical and elliptical and totally uncertain of what he should do next. Although he was 24 and she only 19, he feared she had more experience. He had never made love to a woman, had hardly ever held one close until that summer. Finally, she interrupted breathlessly, not letting him talk any more about trees or seasons. "Doesn't matter whether we're certain we love each other. I want you." She took him by the hand, and they walked to a ferned glade in the woods. Damon tumbled into a state of shocked separation from his body when he saw her unbuttoning her shirt, knew that he was doing the same to his own, and that they were stretching out beside each other on the ground. Beyond the blurred side of her face and a whorled ear, the wing of a butterfly was crushed into the matted leaves, yellow with a small orange and black circle like an unblinking eye. When he saw her in subsequent years, at the club or downtown after her marriage to Burge, they talked only of weather, her daughters, the recent fire at the general store, how time passed. She seemed to have no idea of the intensity with which that afternoon was fixed in his mind. "Mummy," one of her children had shrilled at his knees once, "why has he got such a funny name?" "I never would have named you Damon," the old man muttered, that strong-featured head now looking powerless in the nest of pillows, the white hair disheveled. "Her idea. What kind of name is that?" I said. "Not a man's name. Foreign-sounding. In her family," she said, "names are important. Sorry for you at school. They called you Sissy. What did she expect?" Damon leaned over the book in his lap. He had been reading to his father and wished to continue. "Never could argue with her and win. Ah, Christ, Damon, she should not have died. I needed her." "And me," he wanted to call out, but instead said, "The Battle of Corregidor, Chapter 3. In the fall of—" "I don't want to die!" The face turned to him. Damon tried not to look, but a glance defeated him. The eyes would not let him go. Never had his father spoken like this. The face opened out into an expression of helpless terror, mouth spread downward and trembling, voice issuing from a mask. "I tell you, I dream at night. It comes down over me, black and heavy, and I can't move. No one listens to me. You must. Don't leave me. I will not die." The book slipped. The heavy volume of history struck the edge of the bed, then Damon's foot, and made a hollow beat on the floor, as if the house were a drum set sturdily on the earth, signaling. The man was weeping, his face still stiffly immobile. Damon, too, could not move. They stared at each other, waiting for an answering signal, but only his father's shuddering intake of breath sounded in the room. When the coffin was lowered, ropes straining, past the dense and cleanly sliced sides of clay soil until only its massive black top with bronze fittings showed, Damon was reminded again of the jerk of his shoulders forward to catch the book slipping away, pulled down between them, and everything about that afternoon of the burial pressed downward with crushing weight. The body in its coffin was not turning to dust, but condensing. The unbreathing earth above it was pressed by a shaft of solid air. His father did not die. He folded under. Damon rose and went into the cabin. He turned out all the lights, undressed, paused by the door to what had always been his father's room, then rolled himself in the blanket and slept. There were no dreams that he remembered, except that when he woke he believed for a moment that the day before had been a dream, and that soon the voice of the colonel would call gruffly through the flimsy paneling, just as he had the day after that one evening of weakness. For the months of tenacious living left to him, he returned to his unbending self. His last words, stuttered against the pressure of a stroke that left him nearly speechless for the final weeks, had been, "Get out. I want to do this alone." While Dee drove, Damon listened, staring forward at the road because someone ought to, and from time to time he almost grabbed the wheel himself to correct her tendency to drift into the opposite lane as she talked to him. "I want her ashes," Dee said. "That's all. That's not asking much. I don't care if they come or not, the little bitches, but I want her presence, what's left of it, not just our memories. Don't you see?" "But why haven't they buried them, scattered them, done something?" "Why is not a question I lavish on that side of the family, Damon dear. Why did Phyllis even marry that hulk, Gus Burge, rather than just having the twins and letting him lumber off into the woods again? Why, once she divorced him, didn't she just pick up and take the girls and go back to Connecticut, instead of settling into this godforsaken place? Mummy and Dad kept begging her to move into an apartment near home. It would have been easy enough." "Too easy?" "She wasn't just stubborn, she was perverse." Dee turned the car onto the driveway, stopped to shift into low gear, and began a slow ascent, avoiding the worst of the exposed rocks and eroded channels. The road ended abruptly in a cluster of stunted spruce and birch, a bungalow that did not pretend to be more than a serviceable place to sleep and eat. At the farther end the yard dropped to a sweeping view of valleys and ridges. She yanked on the brake, cut off the engine, and breathed deeply. The girls had come out of the house and were waiting for them. They walked slowly across the lawn as Dee's voice warbled in her best mezzo-soprano. "Here he is, girls, just as I promised. Damon, these are Phyllis's daughters, Leona and Danda. Mr. Damon White." They were not identical twins, for which Damon was grateful. Leona was smaller, built more like her aunt, but even more sturdily, and after tugging Damon's hand, she stuffed both of hers into back pockets and perched forward on the top step. The face tended to withhold any expression, as if wary. Her sister, Danda, however, was tall and willowy like Phyllis, and if her face had been a little less narrow, the nose less aquiline, she might have been her mother's twin. He looked at her so long that she glanced away to Leona, a shy swerve of eyes, and his reaction to her beauty was almost resentment. It seemed unfair that she should have taken her mother's best features and heightened them with some other lines and colorations, the contributions of Gus Burge. "We've heard of you." Leona kept the voice toneless, not revealing whether what they had heard was good or bad. "We've even heard you." The slightest hitch of a speech impediment made some of Danda's vowels sound swallowed. "Where, I wonder?" The girls gave way as he advanced up the steps, preceding him onto the porch. Beyond its edge was a sheer plummet to the glinting brook below. He gripped the rail hard. "On the radio," Leona was saying just behind his shoulder. "They had you on the Nostalgia Hour last week. Danda thought you did the princess best, but if I'd been a kid, your witch would have kept me up all night." "It must be weird," Danda murmured over his other shoulder, "hearing yourself like that. Would you listen if they did all the programs again?" "No." "I wouldn't either. I hate my voice when I hear it, and I want everything to be new," she said. The bitterness of his own laugh surprised him. "Lots of luck." He turned around slowly, hesitating to put the drop behind him. He could feel it in the tightening of his thighs, the slight lean forward to pull away from it. The girls were both dressed casually in jeans and open-necked men's shirts, their feet bare, but Leona's flesh pushed and spread against her clothes, and Danda's body seemed self-contained in the slim, curved outlines of denim and cotton. Still dizzied, he could not forgive her mother for standing naked by the bank of an August brook, their love-making done, her shocked laughter as she plunged into the water, coming back to him for months afterwards. "You make it sound impossible," she said. "Nothing is very new after we've lived for a while." "'Scuse," Dee murmured. "I'll just go to the bathroom a sec." And she disappeared through the glass doors into the dim living room where Damon could vaguely make out sofa and chairs, a stone fireplace, and sharp square of light from the side door to the driveway. "Mother," Danda continued, "said nothing ever seemed exactly the same to her, and that was one of the reasons she did not want to die. Even the pain, she said, was different." Both the girls stared at him, unblinking, as if the statement of Phyllis's death was made to judge his reactions. "I'm sorry about your mother. That must have been difficult for you." "It was." Leona jerked her head toward the living room behind her. "And they didn't help. Our aunt, the grandparents. Where were they when she needed them? When she married Dad and had us and moved here?" "We don't want to go into that, though." Danda leaned one hip onto the wooden table behind her, crossed her arms. "We don't mean to seem unreasonable, but we won't lend Aunt Dee the ashes, because we don't agree with this whole second service for the summer people, and Dad doesn't either." "It's a form of prejudice, don't you think?" Leona's tone, in spite of the words, was becoming less truculent. "I mean, if you wanted a service for her, you would have been welcome to come last winter. We didn't turn anyone away. And this kind of splitting of things into summer people and winter people is exactly what she had to take a lot of crap from all her life, you know? We won't be a part of that, or let her seem to be either." A breeze rose straight up along the cliff to the porch, bearing the tang of sun-baked rock from the brook far below. "But all this isn't your fault." Danda moved now to sit fully on the table, her bare feet off the deck. "Aunt Dee gets a bee in her bonnet, and she can't be stopped. It makes Dad furious, but I told him just to let her have her service. We won't be there, and that's enough. And I know you're doing this because you care about her, so I don't want you to think we're angry at you for it. We asked Aunt Dee if we could meet you. She always liked you." "How do you know?" He tried to keep the voice toneless. Leona shrugged. "Nothing special. I remember one of those times we saw you on the street downtown. We started laughing because we thought you looked funny. I mean, it was mid-August, and here was this guy in a plaid jacket and bow tie and saddle shoes and all. We'd only seen that in old movies." "Leona!" He asked, didn't he? Anyway, she said we shouldn't make fun of you. She said you were just eccentric, and you were a nice guy who'd gone through some tough things. She said you'd always been good friends." As if the long drop behind him were pulling his blood away, he felt slowly drained, light-headed. He stared at Danda, who was frowning, those thin, delicate features perplexed. He turned suddenly, put both hands on the railing, and leaned out toward the sweep. He knew the mountains as well as his own name: Hedgehog, Wolf-Jaws, Armstrong, Gothics, Saddleback, Basin, a thin peel of Haystack's ridges, then Marcy's perfect cone. "Well, mountains don't change, do they?" he said loudly to the uprush of breeze that died before he finished speaking. "Tell me their names." They were standing close behind him, one on each side, and he yearned to pull them closer against him. He could not change himself sufficiently to make such a gesture, but their shoulders brushed him, and he was grateful for that. "If you start furthest left," and Leona stuck a finger decisively into the landscape, "that's Hedgehog." Chanting together in their different voices, they named the peaks, and to slow the progress at one point, Damon said, "Which, the one with the sharp top or the rounded one?" And then, even more mercifully, Danda moved, stood directly behind him, breathing against his neck, along his cheek, and with both hands on his face from behind. She directed his gaze, moving one hand slowly forward past his eyes. He aimed along the fine hairs of the forearm, along the finger until it ended in bright, warm air, the blurred shape of a mountain. He ached, not to hold her body, or the body she had been delivered from, but to hold everything they could see for only a moment before letting it go forever. "I see," he murmured, utterly emptied by her motions as she pulled away from him. "I see. I hate to break this up, but I'm going to have to go to the florist's in Lake Placid." Dee stood by the stairs with her keys dangling. "Won't you come back sometime, Mr. White?" Danda was saying. "You should meet Dad." "I'd like to, thank you." Damon waved a hand. They both lifted theirs, and then he was groping for his seat-belt as Dee backed out the drive, putting a screen of trees quickly between them and the figures posed as if for a snapshot. Dee did not say anything, and Damon was glad to let her concentrate on driving. She began humming softly, something she was much better at than full-voiced destruction of Schubert. As the car turned off the highway onto the drive to the club, she began chanting in a high, childlike voice. "Ring around the roses, a pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down." She laughed and repeated the verse. Damon found the tone and her nervous playfulness irritating. "I learned it as a tissue, we all fall down." "Of course you did, Damon, dear. That's the English version, much more correct. You've always been very correct." She stopped below his cabin and turned off the engine. "You loved Phyllis, didn't you? Old flame, that sort of thing. But I've always wondered, did you ever make love? She never would tell me that summer." With his face turned to the side window, he listened to the engine ticking as it cooled. "I'm sorry your mission failed," he said politely. He looked with longing at the cabin door. He could shut it and sit inside and think. Even if he had to leave suddenly that evening, he would find a way of avoiding the service tomorrow. He was glad Dee did not have the ashes, although the idea of the daughters clinging to them in their home seemed wrong as well, or dangerous for them in ways he could not yet understand. "Not at all. The ashes are mine, and this is where you come in again, my dear." He smiled back deliberately at her smile. "I think you underestimate their determination." "I think you underestimate mine." "I never have." "Good. Come along." He clambered out and came around the back where she was opening the trunk. She stooped in, lifted an urn, thrust it into his hands that clutched involuntarily, because if he had not, she would have let it drop. "I'll have to ask you to keep this until tomorrow. I'm afraid that once they know the urn is gone, they'll be pestering me." The smooth bulge pressing against his chest made him want to cry out sharply. She slammed the trunk lid and backed away. "You stole it. See you tomorrow. Take it back." Her door slammed. "Wait!" he yelled. The car flung loose gravel against his leg. Her fingers were waggling, and she swerved just in time to miss the pines. A door slapped on the neighboring cabin. Ames Morrison stared toward him from the shadow of his porch and nodded wordlessly. Damon strode into his cabin, trying not to run, dropped the urn on a couch, and wiped both hands up and down against his chest, unable to stop staring at the squat object tilting back against the armrest. The urn filled the whole room with an expanding pressure. His hands had begun to shake at his sides, and he clasped them to make his fingers stop jerking. He thought he was afraid of it, and that he would rush forward, seize it, run to his own car, and drive back to the twins. But then he realized he was not trembling with fear, but with excitement. The ashes were his. Certainly he would leave before the service. He did not doubt Dee Dee's determination, and also did not doubt his weakness, if she netted him again. In arranging inescapable situations, she was obviously most creative. No, distance was the only way. But he did not find that dissatisfying. Distance from all of this world was what he needed. The more he gazed around him, the more the room was drained of familiarity or attraction. The couch with its bamboo arms and legs deserved to be part of a decaying hotel's lobby. Everything he knew of the objects and the patina of their history were being absorbed by the urn on the mantel. Small as it was, it could contain a lifetime. That evening, having decided to forego dinner since he was too happy with his solitude, Damon sat on the porch or in the living room and was pleased by the way the cabin and landscape, in exchange for his pledge of leaving, were giving up secrets to him that he had forgotten. The metal candle-stand on the wall with the face of a dragon had been his friend and defender in his childhood fantasies. The volume of Colvin's topographical surveys, squashed into a dark corner of the bookcase, was a book he had read avidly when he was 10, since it turned the surrounding countryside into a place as fiercely unknown as Africa. When a breeze blew, a hole appeared between the upper limbs of the pine grove, displaying the peak of Noonmark, as if in an oval brooch. He thought of packing, but decided there was no hurry. He knew at various times that this was merely euphoria, but accepted that. He regretted he had no peanuts left for the tame chipmunk that scampered timorously to his feet on the porch. The evening was calm and clear. He watched the Morrisons climb into their station wagon, all of them dressed in their finest. When he stood, a faint dizziness reminded him that he had not eaten since breakfast. He pulled his chair toward the last square of sunlight and sat so that it fell onto his lap and down his legs like a quilt patterned with clustered bursts of pine needles. Nothing mattered but this utter calm, not securely his yet, but recoverable. Perhaps, he even dared to think, his for longer periods and with greater intensity. He could not destroy it, even when he allowed himself to look over the lawn toward the vacant tennis courts, the gray and green expanse of the clubhouse, thinking that he would never see all this again. The light faded into dusk. The dusk lapsed into night, and blinking of fireflies above the lush, dewy grass by the courts. He went back into the cabin, but did not turn on the lights. As he stretched out on the couch, he held on to one fixed point of reference, that somehow to give the urn back would be bad for all of them. If he could burn the cabin down in a quick stroke of fire, he would. "They are yours, Damon," his mother's voice was saying, but it was muffled because between him and her face was the clear globe of a fishbowl filled with water, wavering green plants, 5 bright goldfish that flashed in their new home. Not just her face, his father's too, were side by side, staring through water and fish and plants. "Mine?" "Yours," she said again. "Feed them," his father's mouth was saying underwater. "Go on." Damon lifted the little can above the water and dusted some food onto the surface. It floated a moment, then soaked through the surface and began drifting down. The fish darted in and out through the particles, blotting specks with their quick mouths. He focused through the bowl onto his parents, but their eyes were on the fish, not him, their faces intent. They were not breathing. 2 fleeting faces, quavering, drowning. "What?" her voice kept saying, when he ran around to her and hid his face against her belly. "What's wrong?" Damon rose quietly and stood in the dark room. In all those years he had not been able to hear his mother's voice, but now memory had thrown it up to him, as if not even a door stood between them. He groped to the bureau, found his flashlight, and flicked it on. He lifted the urn and walked out the back door. He took the road into the reserve, aware of how loudly his footsteps sounded in the silent woods. He remembered how the giant woke when his lyre cried out in alarm, how he roared in anger and Jack tumbled down the vine. It was 3 miles up the road and through the woods to the dam. He held the urn tucked under one arm, flashlight in the other hand. A deer crossing the road froze, eyes bright, then it leapt away, crashing up the slope. A startled bird fluttered with a single cry from its ground nest when he turned onto the trail. The air was chill, the sky fiercely starred. To keep his own fear of the dark in check, he began talking. Once upon a time there was a poor widow who lived in a lonely cottage, and when he spoke for them he tried to make Rose Red sound like Leona, and Danda was Snow White, but in some speeches he had to pause and start again to get it right. The dwarf gave him no trouble at all and never had. The evil characters were always easiest to do. He stopped reciting when the sound of the river neared. Soon the woods thinned away and he could see the wide cleft of the lake, the line of wooden bridge. The water splashed unevenly over the dam. He walked carefully across the broad stones to the largest pool. His light shone down through clear water. Fish darted away from it, but in the deepest part 2 long, wide trout hung still, moving only their fins. Their backs were nearly black. Damon knelt on the wide rock, turned off the light, and placed it beside his leg. He waited for his eyes to become accustomed to the night. At first he saw only the brightest stars, vague contours of peaks, the block of watery blackness that was the dam. Then the sky began to reveal its layers, the mountains cut clear lines in sharp descent to the lake, trees nearby took shape, and even the rocks rose out of pools of reflected stars. His father's face drew nearer, from above, unshaven and grieving. Hands seized him under the arms and lifted him, and now his own face brushed against harsh stubble. But it did not hurt him because he needed to feel those arms around him, and the disheveled face seemed far more soft than when it was shaved to a marble hardness. In his ear the choked voice said, "She's gone, boy, gone. It's just you and me now." He pried at the lid, paused, then dipped his hand in, and sewed ash onto the water. But most of it was too fine to grasp, and so he held out the urn and turned it over. The ash and pieces of bone scattered the reflected stars into smaller fragments. The water heaved slightly, then swirled, although the fish did not break the surface. Briefly, a sinuous turmoil made disordered waves around the pool. He looked down at the palm that had held her ashes. They had been so weightless, nearly air. There was nothing to say, but he wanted to listen, not to the voices that memory might give to him, but to the water and quick passing of wind that altered the waves falling over the dam and shook leaves with a rush. He listened and did not close his eyes, and kept listening until a faint light began to blur the stars on the edge of the eastern ridge. He hid the urn under the lip of the bank. The first high water would take it away. The batteries died before he reached his cabin, but by then the light was strong enough for him to see tan windings of the dirt road. He would call the sisters before he left, perhaps visit them. They would still be sleeping now. He imagined them lying together in a large bed, not grown women, but the children their mother might lean over in the middle of the night. Leona's face would be pressed into a pillow. Danda would have clasped her sister's arm to her face, lying back peacefully, mouth slightly open. He and Phyllis stood looking down. He would tell them what he had done. Above all, he would tell them how for a moment, before they woke, he was certain they were 2 sisters asleep in the dark woods. He had come to wake them from their dangerous enchantment. Saul and Patsy Are Pregnant, by Charles Baxter. Saul and Patsy Are Pregnant appeared originally in the Iowa Review and is reprinted from A Relative Stranger, Stories by Charles Baxter, with permission of the author and the publisher, W. W. Norton and Company, Incorporated, copyright 1990 by Charles Baxter. A smell of spilled gasoline. When Saul opened his eyes, he was still strapped in behind his lap and shoulder belt, but the car he sat in was upside down and in a field of some sort. The Chevy's headlights illuminated a sky of dirt, and in the distance a tree growing downward from that same sky. Perhaps he had awakened out of sleep into another dream. "Patsy," he said, turning with difficulty toward his wife, strapped in on the passenger side, her hair hanging down from her scalp, but from Saul's perspective standing up. She was still sleeping. She was always a sound sleeper. She could sleep upside down and was doing so now. The car's radio was playing Ray Charles's Unchain My Heart, and Saul said, "You know, I've always liked that song." His voice was thick from beer and cigarettes, and he knew from the smell of the beer that this was no dream because he had never been able to imagine concrete details like that. No, he had fallen asleep at the wheel, driven off the road, and rolled the car. Here he was now. A thought passed through him, in an unpleasant slow-motion way, that the car was tilted and that the ignition was still on. He switched it off and felt intelligent for 3 seconds, until the lap belt began to hurt him, and he felt stupid again. No ignition, no Ray Charles. His mind, often anxiety-prone, was moving slowly down a dark, narrow alleyway cluttered with alcohol, fatigue, and the first onset of shock. Probably the car would blow up, and the only satisfaction his mother would receive from this accident would come years from now, when she would tell people, when they were all through reminiscing about Saul, "I told him not to drink. I told him about drinking and driving, but he never listened to me. Never." "Patsy?" He reached out and gave her a little shake. "What?" "Wake up. I rolled the car. Patsy, we've got to get out of here." "Why?" "Because we have to. Patsy, we're not at home. We're in the car, and we're upside down. Come on, honey, wake up. Please? This is serious." "I am awake." She blinked, twisted her head, then looked calm. Her opal earring glittered in the light of the dashboard. The earring made Saul think of stability and a possible future life, if only he would normalize himself. Patsy smiled. Saul thought that this smile had something to do with guardian angels who, judging from the evidence, flew invisibly around her head, beaming down benevolence. "Well," she said, turning to look at him carefully, "are you all right?" Yes, I'm not hurt at all." "Good. Well, neither am I." She reached up for the ceiling. "This isn't fun. Did you do this, Saul?" "Yes, I did. How do we get out of here?" "Let's see," she said, speaking calmly in her usual tone. "What I think you do is you release your seat belt, stick your arms straight up, then lower yourself slowly so you don't break your neck. Then you crawl out the window, the higher one. That would be yours." "Okay." He held his arm up, then unfastened the clasp, and felt himself dropping onto the car's ceiling. He pulled himself toward the side window. When he was outside, he leaned over, back in, and extended his hand to Patsy to help her out. As she was emerging through the window, she was smiling. "Haven't you ever rolled a car before, Saul? I have. Or one of my boyfriends did, years ago." She was breathing rapidly. She dragged herself out, dusted her jeans, and strolled a few feet beyond the car's tire tracks in the mud, as if nothing much had happened. "Beautiful night," she said. "Look at those stars." "Geez, Patsy," Saul said, jumping down close to where she stood. "This is no time for being cosmic." Then he gazed up. She was right. The sky was pillowed with stars. She took his hand. "Are you really okay?" she asked. "My God, feel that. You're shaking like a leaf. You must be in shock." She wrapped her arms around him and held him for half a minute. "There," she said. "Now that's better." "We could have died," Saul said, his mouth dry. "But we didn't." "We could have." "All right. Yes, I know. You can die in your sleep. You can die watching television." She watched him in the dark. "I wish I had been driving. It's so warm, a spring night. I think I would have been singing along to the radio. Unchain My Heart. I would have been singing along to Ray Charles, and we'd be home by now." She leaned over. "Smell the soil? It's loamy. You know, Saul, you should turn the car's headlights off." "Patsy, the car is wrecked. Look at it." "Don't be silly." She studied the car with equanimity, one hand raised to her face, the other hand cradling her elbow. Patsy's equanimity was otherworldly and constant. Her psychic economy, combined with her beauty and persistent, unexplainable interest in Saul, was the cause of his love for her. He loved her desperately and addictively. He had loved her this way before they were married, and it was still the same now. "Saul, that car is fine. We might be driving it tomorrow. The roof will have a dent, that's all." "The car turned over slowly and softly. It's hardly hurt." What we have to do now is get to a house and call someone to help us. We could walk across this field, or we could just take the road back to Mad Dog's." Mad Dog was the host of the party they had come from. He was a high school gym teacher whose real name was Howard Bettermine. He looked, in fact, like a dog, but not a mad dog, as he thought, but a healthy and sober golden retriever. "Patsy, I can't think. My brain has seized up." "Well," she said, taking his hand, "I happen to like these stars, and that looks like a nice field, and I'd rather stay away from Highway 14 this time of night, what with the drunks on the road and all." She gave him a tug on his sleeve, and he almost fell. "There you are," she said. "Come on." As Saul walked across the field, hearing the slurp of his shoes in the spring mud, he saw the red blinking light of a radio tower in the distance, the only remotely friendly sight anywhere beneath the horizon. The fact that he was here at all was a sign, he thought, that his life was disordered, abandoned to chaos among Midwesterners, connoisseurs of violence and piety. He smelled manure, and somewhere behind him he thought he heard the predatory wing of a bat or an owl. Sick of cities, Saul had come to the Midwest 2 years before from Baltimore as a high school history teacher, believing that he was a missionary of some new kind, bringing education and the higher enlightenments to rural, benighted adolescents. But somehow the conversion had gone the other way, and now he was acting like them, getting drunk, falling asleep, rolling his car. It was the sort of accident Christians had. He felt obscurely that he had given up personal complexity and become simple. He was like those girls who worked in the drugstore arranging greeting cards. They were so straightforward that 2 seconds before they did anything, like give change, you could see every gesture coming. He was becoming like that. As a personality, Saul had once prided himself on being interesting, almost Byzantine, a challenge to any therapist. But he had lately joined the school bowling league and couldn't seem to concentrate on Schopenhauer on those days when, at odds and ashamed of himself, he took the battered Signet Classic down from the shelf and glowered at the incomprehensible lines he had highlighted with yellow magic marker in college. When he did understand, the philosopher no longer seemed profound, but merely a disappointed idealist with a bad prose style. "Saul?" "What?" "I've been talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" "Guess not. I was lost in thought." He stumbled against a bush. He couldn't see much, and he reached out for Patsy's hand. "I was thinking about girls in drugstores and Schopenhauer and the reasons why we ever came to this place." "Oh, that. If you had been listening to me, you wouldn't have stumbled into that bush. That's what I was warning you about." "Thanks. Where are we?" "We're going down into this little gully, and when we get up on the other side, we'll be right near that farmhouse. What's the matter?" He turned around and saw, across the field, the headlights of his car shining on the upturned dirt. He saw the Chevy's 4 tires facing the air, and he thought of his new jovial recklessness, and of how he had almost killed himself and his wife. He said nothing because he was beginning to feel soul-sick, a state of spiritual dizziness. He was possessed by disequilibrium. He felt the urge to giggle, and was horrified by himself. He had a sudden marionette feeling. "Saul, you're drifting off again. What is it this time?" "Puppets." "Puppets?" "Yeah, you know, the way they don't have a center of gravity, the way they look—" "Watch out for that stump!" He saw it in time to avoid it. "Patsy, how do you live in the world? This is a serious question." "Stop it, Saul. You've been to a party. You're tired. Don't get metaphysical. It's 2 a.m. You live in the world by knocking on the door of that farmhouse. That's what you do. You ring the doorbell." They walked up past a shed whose flaking red door was hanging open, and they crossed the pitted driveway onto a small front yard with an evenly mowed lawn. A tire swing, pendulating slowly, hung down from a tree branch. Saul couldn't see much of the house in the dark, but as they crossed the driveway, kicking a few stones, they heard the bark of a dog from inside the house, a low bark from a big dog, a farm dog. "Anti-Semites," Saul said. "Just ring the bell." After a moment, the porch light went on, yellow, probably a bug light, Saul thought. And then under the oddly colored glare a very young woman appeared, pale blonde hair and skin, very pretty, but under the effect of the bulb, looking a bit jaundiced. With her fists she was rubbing her eyes with sleepiness. She wore a bathrobe decorated with huge blue flowers. Saul and Patsy explained themselves and their predicament. Saul was sure he had seen this young woman before, and she invited them in to use the phone. When they entered, the dog, old with a gray muzzle, growled from under a living-room table, but did not bother to get up. After Patsy and the woman, whose name was Anne, began talking, it developed that they had met before in the insurance office where Patsy worked as a secretary. They leaned toward each other. Their voices quickly rose in the transfiguration of friendliness as they disappeared into the kitchen. They seemed suddenly chipper and cheery to Saul, as if a new party had started. He had the impression that women enjoyed being friendly, whereas for men it was an effort. At least it was an effort for him. He heard Patsy dialing a number on a rotary phone, laughing and whispering as she did so. He was left alone in the living room. Having nothing else to do, he looked around. High ceilings and elaborate wainscoting, lamps, table, rug, dog, calendar, the usual crucifix on the wall above the TV. There was something about the room that bothered him, and it took a moment before he knew what it was. It felt like a museum of earlier American feelings. Not a single ironic sentence had ever been spoken here. Everything in the room was sincere, everything except himself. In the midst of all this Midwestern earnestness, he was the one thing wrong. What was he doing here? What was he doing anywhere? He was accustomed to asking himself such questions. "Mr. Bernstein?" Saul turned around and saw the man of the house, who at first glance still seemed to be a boy, standing at the bottom of the stairs. He had his arms crossed, and he wore a sleepy but alert look on his face. He had on boxer shorts and a T-shirt, and Saul recognized, underneath the brown hair and the beard, a student from last year, Emory something. Emory McPhee. That was it. A good-looking, solid kid. He had married this woman, Anne, last year, both of them barely 18 years old, and moved out here. That was it. That was who they were. Saul had heard that Emory had become a house painter. "Emory," Saul said. The boy was stocky. He had played varsity football starting in his sophomore year, and he looked at Saul now with pleased curiosity. "Emory, my wife and I have had an accident, over there on the other side of your field." "What kind of accident, Mr. Bernstein?" "We drove off the road." Saul waited, his hands in his pockets. Then he said the rest of it. "The car turned over on us." "Wow," Emory said. "You're lucky you weren't hurt. That's amazing. Good thing it wasn't worse." "Well, yes, but the car was going slow." Saul always sounded stupid to himself late at night. The boy's bland, blue-eyed gaze stayed on him now, not moving, genial but inquisitorial, and Saul thought of all the people who had hated school, never liked even a minute of it, and had had a low-level suspicion toward teachers for the rest of their lives. They voted down millages. They didn't even like to buy pencils. "How did you go off the road?" "I fell asleep, Emory. We'd been to a party, and I fell asleep at the wheel. Never happened to me before." "Wow," Emory said again, but slowly this time, with no real surprise in his voice. He shrugged his shoulders, then bent down as if he were doing calisthenics. Saul knew that his own breath smelled of beer, so there was no point in going into that. "Do you want a cup of coffee? I'd offer you a beer, but we don't have it." Saul tried to smile, an effort. "I don't think so, Emory, not tonight." He looked down at the floor, at his socks. He had taken off his muddy shoes, and saw an ashtray filled with cigarette butts. "But I would like a cigarette if you could spare one." "Sure." The boy reached down and offered the pack in Saul's direction. "Didn't know you smoked. Didn't know you had any vices at all." They exchanged a look. "I'm like everybody else," Saul said. "Sometimes the right thing just gets loose from me, and I don't do it." He picked up a book of matches. He would have to watch his sentences. That one hadn't made any sense. On the outside of the matchbook was an advertisement. "Secrets of the Universe. See inside." Saul put the matchbook into his pocket after lighting up. "Were you drunk?" the boy said suddenly. "No, I don't think so." "Teachers shouldn't drink," Emory said. "That's my belief." "Well, maybe not." Saul inhaled from the cigarette, and Emory came closer toward him and sat down on the floor. He gave off the smell of turpentine. He had flecks of white paint in his hair. He rubbed at his beard again. "Do you remember me from school?" Saul leaned back. He tried to think. "Sure, of course I do. You sat in the back and you played with a ballpoint pen. You used to sketch the other kids in the class." Once when we were doing the First World War, you said it didn't make any sense, no matter how much you read about it. I remember your report on the League of Nations. You stared out the window a lot. You sat near Anne in my class, and you passed notes to her. I didn't think you'd remember that much. Emery whistled toward the dog, who thumped his tail and waddled over toward Emery's lap. I wasn't very good. I thought it was a waste of time, no offense. I wanted to get married, that's all. I wanted to get married to Anne, and I wanted to be outside, not cooped up, doing something, making a living, earning money. The thing is, I'm different now. He stood up, as if he were about to demonstrate how different he had become, or had thought of something important to say. How are you different? I'm real happy, Emery said, looking toward the kitchen. I bet you don't believe that. I bet you think, here's this kid and his wife, out here, ignorant as a couple of plain pigs, and how could they be happy? But it's weird. You can't tell about anything. He was looking away from Saul. Schools tell you that people like me aren't supposed to be happy, or what's that word you used in class all the time? Fulfilled? We're not supposed to be that, but we're doing okay. But then I'm not trying to tell you anything. I know, Emery, I know that. Saul raised his hand to his scalp and touched his bald spot. Hell, Emery said, apparently building up steam. You could work all your life to be as happy as Anne and me, and you might not do it. People, they try to be happy. They work at it, but it doesn't always take. He laughed. I shouldn't be talking to you this way, Mr. Bernstein, and I wouldn't be, except it's the middle of the night and I'm saying stuff. You know, I respected you. But now here you are, smelling of beer, and I remember the grades you gave me, all those D's, like you thought I'd never do anything in life except fail. But you can't hurt me now, because I'm not in school anymore. So I apologize. See, I apologize for messing up in school, and I forgive you for flunking me out. Emery held out his hand, and Saul stood up and took it, thinking that he might be making a mistake. You shouldn't flunk people out of school, Emery said, if you're going to get drunk and roll cars. Saul held on to Emery's hand and tried to grip hard and diligently in return. I didn't get drunk, Emery. I fell asleep, and you didn't flunk out. You dropped out. Emery released his hand. Well, I don't care, he said. I was sleeping when you came to our door. I don't go to parties anymore because I have to get up and work. I sleep because I'm married and working. I can't see anything outside that. Saul suddenly wanted Patsy back in this room so that they could go. Who the hell did this boy think he was, anyway? Well, none of this is anything, Emery said at last. I don't blame you for anything at all. Maybe you did me a favor. I had to do something in my life, so I got my mom and dad to buy us this farm, which we're paying them back for every month, every dollar and cent, even though we aren't farming it. But we might. I'm reading up on horticulture. He pronounced the word carefully and proudly. You want to sleep on the floor, you can, or in the sofa there, and there's a spare bed upstairs you want it. Sorry about the bother, Saul said. No trouble. I appreciate this. Forget it. Emery patted the dog. But thanks. Sure. The two men looked at each other for a moment, and Saul had one of his momentary envy shocks. He looked at this man, this boy, he couldn't decide which he was, his hair standing up, and he thought, whatever else he is, this kid is real. Emery was living in the real. Saul felt himself floating up out of the unreal and rapidly sinking back into it, the lagoon of self-consciousness and irony. In a kind of desperation, Saul looked up at the wall, where someone had hung a picture of a horse with a woman beside it, drawn in pencil, and framed in a cheap dime-store frame. The woman was probably Anne. She looked approximately like her. Nice picture. I drew it. You have real talent, Emery, Saul said, insincerely examining the details. You could be an artist. I am an artist, Emery said, staring at his old teacher. He picked at a scab on his calf. He turned his back to Saul. I could draw from when I was a kid. A baby's cry came from upstairs. Emery looked at the ceiling, then exhaled. What kind of horse is that? Saul asked, in what he vowed silently would be his final effort at politeness this evening. Is that any kind of horse in particular? Emery was going back up the stairs. Then he faced Saul. Every horse is some horse in particular, Mr. Bernstein. There aren't any horses in general. You can sleep there on the sofa if you want to. Good night. Good night. Whatever happened to the God of the Old Testament, Saul wondered, looking at Emery's house, the God that had chosen Israel above the other nations? Why had he allowed this scene to take place, and why had he allowed Emery McPhee, this dropout, to make him feel like a putz? The Red Sea had not parted for Saul in a long time. He felt he had about as much clout with God as perhaps a sparrow did. The whole evening was a joke at Saul's expense. He heard God laughing, a sound like surf on rocks. When Patsy and Ann came out of the kitchen announcing that an all-night towing service was on its way and would probably have the car turned over and running in about half an hour, Saul smiled as if everything would be as fine as they claimed. Ann and Patsy were laughing. The flowers on Ann's bathrobe were laughing. God was, even now, laughing and enjoying the joke. Feeling like a zombie and not laughing himself, but wearing the smile of the classically undead, Saul hooked his hand into Patsy's and went back outside. Some nights, he knew, had a way of not ending. This was one. "How was Emery?" Patsy asked. "Emery? Oh, Emery was fine," Saul told her. On the days following, Saul began to be obsessed with happiness, an unhealthy obsession, but he couldn't get rid of it. His feelings had always been the city of dreadful night. He was ball and chained to his emotions. On some days the obsession weighed him down so heavily that he could not get out of bed to go to work without groaning and reaching for his hair, as if to drag himself up bodily for the working day. Prior to his accident and his meeting with Emery McPhee, Saul had managed to forget about happiness, a state that had once bothered him for its general inaccessibility. He loved Patsy, that he knew. Now he believed that compared to others, he was actually and truly unhappy, especially since his mind insisted on thinking about the problem, poring over it, ragging him on and on. It was like the discontent of adolescence, the discontent with situations. But this was larger, the discontent with being itself, a psychic itch with nowhere to scratch. This was like Schopenhauer arriving at the door with a big suitcase, settling down for a long stay in the brain. Patsy wasn't ordinary for many reasons, but also because she loved Saul. Nevertheless, she was happy. Early in the summer he stole glances at her as she turned the pansies over in their pots, tamping them out and planting them in the flower beds near the front walk. Blue sky, aggressive sun. She was barefoot, because she liked to go barefoot in the summer, her tomboy side, and she was squatting down in her shorts, wearing one of Saul's old flannel shirts flecked with dirt and the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Her brown hair fell backward down her shoulders. From the front window he watched her and studied her hands, those slender fingers doing their work. Helplessly, his eyes took in the clothed outlines of his wife. He was hers. That was that. She liked being a woman. She liked it in a way that Saul now knew he himself did not like being a man. There was the guilt, for one thing, for the manly hobbies of war and the thoroughgoing destruction of the earth. Patriarchy, carnage, rape, pleasurable bloodletting and blood sport. Saul would admit a gender responsibility for all these, if anyone asked him, though no one ever did. Patsy wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, saw Saul, and waved at him, turning her head slightly, tilting it, as she did whenever she caught sight of him. She smiled, a smile he had gladly given his life away for, a look of radiant intelligence. She was into the real, too. She didn't ponder it, she just planted flowers, if that was what she wanted to do. Beyond her was the driveway and their Chevrolet with its bashed-in roof. Saul turned from the window, it was Saturday morning, and tried to think for a moment of what he wanted to do. Taking a Detroit Tiger's cap off the front hall hat rack, he went outside and with great care put it from behind and unannounced on Patsy's head. "Save you from sunburn," he said, when she turned around and looked at him. "Save you from heat stroke." "I want a motorcycle," Patsy said. "I've been thinking about it. We don't need another car, but I want a motorcycle. I always have. Women can ride motorcycles, Saul, don't deny it. Oh, and another thing." She dropped one hand into the dirt and balanced herself on it. "This morning I was trying to think of where the Cayuse Indians lived, and I couldn't remember. And we don't have an encyclopedia to check. We need that. She put her hand over her eyes to shade them. Saul, why are you looking like that? Are you in a state? No, I'm not in a state. A motorcycle would do wonders for both of us, Saul. A small one, not one of those hogs. Do you like my petunias? Should I have some purple over there? Maybe this is too much red and white. What would you think of some dianthus right there? She pointed with her trowel. Or maybe some sweet William? Sure, sure. He didn't know what either variety looked like. Flowers seemed so irrelevant to everything. He looked down at her bare feet. Where did the Cayuse Indians live, Saul? Oregon, I think. What do you think about a motorcycle? For little trips into town? Sounds okay. They aren't exactly safe, you know. People get killed on motorcycles. Those people aren't careful. I'll be careful. I'll wear a helmet. I just want to do it. Imagine a girl, me on one of those machines. Makes you feel good, doesn't it? A motorcycle girl in Michigan. The car's silly for small trips. Besides, I want to visit my friends in town. It was true. Patsy already had many friends around Five Oaks. She belonged here, but she always seemed to belong anywhere. Now she stood up, dropping her trowel, and put her feet on Saul's shoes and leaned herself into him. The visor of her cap bumped into his forehead, but she embraced him for only a moment. Want to help, Saul? Give me a hand putting the rest of these flowers in? And what do you say to some dianthus over there? Not right now, Patsy. I don't think so. What's the matter? I don't know. You are in a state. I guess I might be. What is it this time? Our recent brush with death? The McPhees? What about the McPhees? He asked. She had probably guessed. Well, they were so cute, the two of them, so sweet, and so young, too. And I know you, Saul, and I know what you thought. You thought, what have these two got that I don't have? She had guessed. She usually did. He stepped backward. Yes, he said, you're right. What do they have? And why don't I have it? I'm happy with you, but You can't be like them because you can't, Saul. You fret. That's your hobby. It's how you stay occupied. You've heard about spots? About how a person can't change them? Well, I like your spots. I like how you're a professional worrier, and you always know about things like the Cayuse Indians. I'm not like that, and I don't want to be married to somebody like me. I'd put myself to sleep. But you're perfect. You're an early warning system. You bark and growl at life. You're my dog. You do see that, don't you? Yes. He nodded. After he had kissed her and returned to the house, he took the matchbook he had pocketed at the McPhees up to his study. At his desk, with a pair of scissors, he cut off the flap of the matches, filled in his name and address, and wrote a check for $6 to the Wisdom Foundation, located at a post office box number in Cincinnati, Ohio. Just to make sure, he enclosed a letter. Dear Sirs, enclosed, please find a check for $6 for your Secrets of the Universe. Also included is my name and address, written on the back of this book of matches. You will also find them typed at the bottom of this letter. Thank you. I look forward very much to reading the secrets. Sincerely, Saul Bernstein. He examined the letter, wondering if the last sentence might not be too ironic, too something. But he decided to leave it there. He took the letter, carefully stamped, he put commemorative stamps on all his important mail, out to the mailbox, and lifted the little red flag. He thought, I am no longer a serious person. My grandfather read the Torah, my father read Spinoza and Heine and books on immunology, and here I am, writing off for this. On his trips into town, Saul began to take the long route, past the McPhees' house, slowing down when he was close to their yard. Each time that he found himself within a mile of their farm, he felt his stomach knotting up in anxiety and sick curiosity. He felt himself twisting the coils of something like envy, but not envy, not exactly. Driving past, at evening, he occasionally saw them out in the yard, Emery mowing or clipping, their baby strapped to his back, Anne up on a ladder, doing something to the windows, or out in the garden like Patsy, planting. They could have been anybody, except that, for Saul, they gave off a disturbing aura of unreflective happiness. The road was far enough away from their house and the flaking shed so that they wouldn't see him. His car was just another car. But on a particular Friday in early June, after work, he drove past their property and saw Emery in the front yard, in the gold twilight, pushing his wife, who was sitting in the swing. Emery, the ex-football player, had on his face, through Saul's binoculars, a solemnly contented expression. The baby was in a stroller close by. His wife was in a white T-shirt and jeans, and Emery himself was wearing jeans but no shirt. She was probably proud of her breasts, and he was probably proud of his shoulders. Anne held on to the ropes of the swing. Her hair flew up as she rose, and Saul, who took this all in a few seconds, could hear her cries of delight from his car. Taking his surreptitious glances, he almost drove off the road again. Of course, they were children. He knew that, and that wasn't it. They gave off a terrible glow. They had the blank glow of angels. They lived smack in the middle of reality and never gave it a minute's thought. They'd never felt like actors. They'd never been sick with irony. The long tunnel of their thoughts had never swallowed them. They'd never had restless, sleepless nights, the urgent, wordless, unexplainable wrestling matches with the shadowy bands of soul thieves. God damn it, Saul thought. Everybody gets to be happy except me. Saul heard Anne's cries. The sun was sweating all over his forehead. He felt faint and Jewish, as usual. He turned on the radio. It happened to be tuned to a religious station, and some choir was singing When Jesus Wept. "It's your play, Saul." I know. "What's the matter? You got some bad letters?" The worst letters I've ever had." "You always say that. You whine and complain. You're such a whiner, Saul. You even whine in bed. You were complaining that time just before you spelled out axiom over that triple-word score and got all those points last winter. You do this act when we play Scrabble, and then you always beat me." Patsy was sitting cross-legged in her chair, as she liked to do, with a root beer bottle positioned against her instep, as she arranged and rearranged the letters on her slate. Saul examined the board. The only word he could think of spelling out was paint, but the word made him think of Emery McPhee. The hand of fate again, playing tricks on him. Glancing down at the words on the board, he thought he saw that same hand at work, spelling out some invisible story. Saul always treated Scrabble boards as if they were fortune-telling equipment, with the order creating a narrative. Patsy had started with moon, and he had added beam onto it. When she hung a mild from the moonbeam, he spiced it up with lust, but she had replied to his interest in sex with murky, hanging the word from that same moonbeam. Mild and murky came close to how he felt. His mother, Delia, had said so on the phone yesterday. "Saul, darling," she said, "you're sounding rather dark and mysterious lately. What's gotten into you?" He had not told her about the accident. She would have been alarmed and would have stayed alarmed for several months. She was a fierce mother, always had been. "I'm okay, Ma," he had said. "I'm just working some things through." "You're leaving Five Oaks?" she asked hopefully. "No, Ma," he had said. "This town suits me." "All that mud, Solly," she had said, dubious as always about the soil. "All those farms," she added vaguely. "You didn't have a Seder this year, did you?" "No, Ma, I told you we didn't." "You didn't open the door for Elijah? When you were a little boy, you loved to do that. When it came time in the service, you always ran for the front door and held it open, and you—" "Saul," Patsy said, "wake up." She shook him. "You're wool-gathering." "Just thinking about my mother," he said. He looked up at Patsy. "What are all those deer doing on our Scrabble board?" he asked. "Give me a swig of your root beer." She handed it to him. He appreciated the golden color of the fine hairs on her arm in the lamplight. "I think I saw some, as a matter of fact," she said. "I thought I saw, what would you call it, a herd of deer, far in back, beyond our property line, a few nights ago. If you ever go back up to the roof, honey, give a look around. You might see them." Right. He couldn't put all 5 of his letters for paint on the Scrabble board. He removed the T. Pain. He held the 4 letters for pain in his hand, and he added them to the final T in lust. "Funny how pain and lust give you paint," Patsy said. "Sort of makes me think of the McPhees and the heady smell of turpentine." They glanced at each other, and he tried to smile. A fly was buzzing around the bulb in the lamp. He was thinking of Patsy's new blue motorcycle out back, shiny and powerful and dangerous to ride. The salesman had said it could go from 0 to 50 in less than 6 seconds. The hand of fate was ready to give him a good slapping around. It had announced itself. Saul felt a groan coming on. He looked at Patsy with helpless love. "Oh, Saul," she said. She clambered into his lap. "You always get this way during these games. You always do." He saw her smiling in the reflection of his love for her. "You're so cute," she said, then kissed him a long time. At 10 minutes past 3 o'clock, he rose out of bed, half to get a glass of water and half to look out the back window. When he did, he saw them, just about where Patsy said they would be, far in the distance, beyond their property line, a herd of deer, silently passing. He ran downstairs in his underwear and went out through the unlocked back door as quietly as he could. He stood in the yard in the June night, the crickets sounding. The moon dimly outlined behind a thin cloud in the shape of a scimitar. In this gauzy light, the deer, about 8 of them, distant animal forms, walked across his neighbor's field into a stand of woods. He found himself transfixed with the mystery and beauty of it. Hunting animals suddenly made no sense to him. He went back to bed. "I saw the deer," he said. He didn't know if Patsy was asleep. During the summer, she wore Saul's T-shirts to bed, and that was all. Her arms were crossed on her chest like a crusader. "I saw the deer," he said again, and awake or asleep, she nodded. 2 days later, the letter containing the secrets of the universe came from the Wisdom Foundation in Cincinnati. Saul sat down on the front stoop and tore the letter open. It was 6 pages long and had been printed out by a computer, with Saul's name inserted here and there. "Dear Mr. Bernstein, nothing is settled. Everything is still possible. Your thoughts are both yours and someone else's. Sometimes we say hello to the world and then goodbye, but that is not the end, and we say hello again. God is love, Mr. Bernstein. Denying it only makes us unhappy. Riches are mere appearances. Our thoughts are more real than hammers and nails. We can make others believe us, Mr. Bernstein, if the truth is in us. Buddha and Jesus the Christ and Muhammad agreed about just about everything. Causing pain to others only prolongs our own pain. A free and open heart is the best thing. Live simply. Don't pretend to know something you don't have a clue about. You may feel as if you are headed towards some terrible fate, Mr. Bernstein, but that may not come to pass. You can avoid it. Throw your bad thoughts into the mental wastebasket. There is a right way and a wrong way to dispose of bad thoughts. Everything about the universe worth knowing is known. What is not known about the universe is not worth knowing. Follow these steps. Remember that trees will always be with us, mice will always be with us, mosquitoes will always be with us. Therefore, avoid mental cleanliness. Never start a sentence with the words, "What if everybody?" It went on for several more pages. Saul liked the letter. It sounded like his other grandfather, Isaac, the pious atheist, an exuberant man much given to laughter at appropriate and inappropriate moments, who offered advice as he passed out candy bars and halva to his grandchildren. This letter from the Wisdom Foundation was signed by someone named Giovanni D'Amato. Saul looked up. For a moment, the terrifying banality of the landscape seemed to dissolve into geometrical patterns of color and light. Taken by surprise, he felt the habitual weight on his heart lifting, as if by pulleys, or better yet, birds of the spirit sent by direct mail from Giovanni D'Amato. He decided to test this happiness and got into the dented car. He drove toward the McPhees. The dust on the dirt road whirled up behind him. He thought he would be able to stand their middle American happiness. Besides, Emery was probably working. No, it was Saturday. They would both be home. He would just drive by, and that would be that. So what if they were happy, these dropouts from school? He was happy too. He would test his temporary happiness against theirs. The trees rushed past the car in a kind of chaotic blur. He pressed down on the accelerator. A solitary cloud, wandering and thick with moisture, straying overhead but not blocking the sun, let down a minute's worth of vagrant rainbowed shower on Saul's car. The water droplets, growing larger, actually bounced on the car's hood. He turned on the wipers, causing the dust to streak in perfect protractor curves. The rain made Saul's car smell like a nursery of newborn vegetation. He felt the car drive over something. He hoped it wasn't an animal, one of those anonymous rodents like mice and chipmunks that squealed and died and disappeared. Ahead and to the left was the McPhees. As usual, it looked like something out of an American genre painting, the kind of second-rate canvas hidden in the back of most museums near the elevators. Happiness lives in such houses, where people like Saul had never been permitted. In the bright standing sunshine, its Midwestern Gothic acute angles pointed up straight toward heaven, a place where there had been a land rush for centuries, and all the stakes had been claimed. Standing there in the bright, theatrical sun, the rain had gone off on its way. The house seemed to know something, to be an answer ending with an exclamation point. Saul crept past the front driveway. His window was open, and except for the engine, there was no sound, no dog barking, and no sign either of Anne or Emery or their baby, at least out here. Nothing on the front porch, nothing in the yard. He could stop and say hello. That was permitted. He could thank them for their help 2 weeks ago. He hadn't done that. Emery's pickup was in the driveway, so they were at home. Happy people don't go much of anywhere anyway, Saul thought, backing his car up and parking halfway in on the driveway. When he reached the backyard, Saul saw a flash of white on legs, bounding at the far distances of the McPhees' field into the woods. From this distance it looked like nothing he knew, a trick of the eye. Turning, he saw Anne McPhee sitting in a lawn chair reading the morning paper, a glass of lemonade nearby, their baby in the crib in the shade of the house, and Emery, some distance away, in a hammock, reading the sports section. Both of them held up their newspapers so that their view of him was blocked. Quietly, he crossed their back lawn, then stood in the middle between them. Emery turned the pages of his paper, then put it down and closed his eyes. Anne went on reading. Saul stood quietly. Only the baby saw him. Saul reached down and picked out of the lawn a sprig of grass. Anne McPhee coughed. The baby was rattling one of its crib toys. He waited for a minute, then walked back to his car. Anne and Emery had not seen him, and he felt like a prowler, a spy from God. He felt literally now what he had once felt metaphorically, that he was invisible. When he was almost home, he remembered, or thought he remembered, that Anne McPhee had been sunning herself and had not been wearing a blouse or a bra. Or was he now imagining this? He couldn't be sure. Patsy nudged him in the middle of the night. "I know what it is," she said. "What? What's bothering you?" He waited. "What? What is it?" "You're like men. You're a man, and you're like them. You want to be everything. You want to have endless potential. But then you grow up, and you're one thing. Your body is, anyway. It's trapped in this life. You have to say goodbye to the dreams of everything." "Dreams of everything?" "Yes." She rolled over and made designs on his chest with her fingers. "Don't pretend that you don't understand. You want to be an astronaut, and a Don Juan, and Elvis, and Einstein." "No, I want to be Magic Johnson." "Whatever. But you want to be all those people. You want to be a whole roomful of people, Saul. That's kid stuff." She let her head drop so that her hair brushed against him. "What about you?" "Me? I don't want to be anything else," she said sleepily, beginning to rub his back. "I don't have to be a great person. I just want to do a little of this and a little of that." "What's wrong with ambitions?" he asked. "You could be great at something." Her hand moved into his hair, tickling him. "Being great is too tiring, Saul, and it's boring. Look at the great ambition people. They're wrecking the earth, aren't they? They're leaving it in bits and scraps." She concentrated on him in the dark. "Saul," she said. "Your diaphragm's not in." "I know." "But—" "So?" "Well, what if?" "What if? You'd be a father, that's what if. She had turned him so that she was right up against him, her breasts pressing him, challenging him. "No," he said. He drew back. "Not yet. Let me figure this out on my own. There'd be no future." "For the baby?" "No, for me." He waited, trying to figure out how to say this. "I'd have to be one person forever. Does that make sense?" "From you it does." She pulled herself slightly away from him. They rearranged themselves. The following Saturday, he drove into Five Oaks for a haircut. When his hair was so long that it made the back of his neck itch, he went to Harold, the barber, and had it trimmed back. Harold was a pale, slightly bland-looking Lutheran, a terrible barber with a nice disposition, who was in the same bowling league with Saul, and who sometimes practiced basketball at the same times that Saul did. Many of the men in Five Oaks looked slightly peculiar and asymmetrical, thanks to Harold. The last time Saul had come in, Harold had been deep in a conversation with a woman who was accusing him of things. Saul couldn't tell exactly what Harold was being accused of, but it sounded like a lover's quarrel, and Saul liked that. Anyone else's troubles diminished his. By coincidence, the same woman as before was back again in the barber shop with her son, whose hair Harold was cutting when Saul rang the bell over the door when he entered. To pass the time and achieve a moment's invisibility, he picked up a newspaper from the next chair over and read the morning's headlines. "Shots fired at Holbein reactor. Iranian terrorists suspected." Shielded by his paper, Saul heard the woman whispering directions to Harold, and Harold's faint, exasperated, "Louise, I can do this." Saul pretended to read the article. The shots, as it turned out, had been harmless. Even though there had been no damage, some sort of investigation was going on. Saul thought Iranians could do better than this. There was more whispering, which Saul tried not to hear. After the woman had paid for her son's haircut and left, Saul sat himself down in Harold's chair. "Hey, Saul," Harold said, covering him with the white cloth. "You always come in when she does. How do you do that?" "Beats me. Her name Louise?" "That's right. The usual trim, Saul?" "The usual. Harold, this time try to keep it the same length on both sides, okay?" "I try, Saul. It's just that your hair's so curly." Right. Saul saw his reflection in the mirror and closed his eyes. He felt like asking Harold, the Lutheran, a moral question. "Harold," he said, "do you ever wonder where your thoughts come from? I mean, do we own our thoughts? Or do they come from somewhere else, or what? For example, you can't always control your thoughts or your impulses, can you? So whose thoughts are those, anyway, the ones you can't control? And another thing, are you happy? Be honest." The scissors stopped clipping. "Gosh, Saul, are you okay? What drugs have you been taking lately?" "No drugs. Just tell me, are your thoughts always yours? That's what I need to know." The barber looked into the mirror opposite them. Saul saw Harold's plain features. "All right," Harold said. "I'll answer your question." Then, with what Saul took to be great sadness, the barber said, "I don't have many thoughts, and when I do, they're all mine." "Okay," Saul said. "I'm sorry. I was just asking." He tried to slump down in his chair, but the barber said, "Sit up straight, Saul." Saul did. Days later, Saul is asleep. He knows this. He knows he is asleep next to Patsy. He knows it is night, that cradle of dreams, but the earth's mad companion, the moon, is shining stainless steel beams across the bed, and Saul is dreaming of being in a car that cannot stop rolling over, an endless flip of metal. And this time, Patsy is not belted in, and something horrible must be happening to her, judging from the blur of her head. She is being hurt terribly thanks to the way he has driven the car, the mad way, the un-American way. And now she is walking across a bridge made of moonlight, and she falls. The door, Saul's door, is being kept open for Elijah, but Elijah does not come in. How will we recognize him? Saul's mind is not in Saul's head. It is above him, above his yarmulke, above his prayer shawl, his tallis. Patsy is hurt. She lies in a ditch. Deer and doubt mix with the murky roar of mild lust on the Scrabble board. And here, behind the barber chair, is Giovanni D'Amato, sage of Cincinnati, saying, You shouldn't flunk people out of school if you're going to get drunk and roll cars. Saul the child is speaking to Saul the grown-up. You'll never figure it out. And when Saul the adult asks, what? The child says, adulthood. Any of it. And then he says, Saul, you're pregnant. Saul woke and looked over at Patsy, still sleeping. He groaned audibly with relief that she hadn't been hurt. What an annoying dream. He had never even owned a tallis. After putting on his shirt, jeans, and boots, he went downstairs and, taking the keys off the kitchen table, stepped outside. The motorcycle felt quiet and powerful underneath him as he accelerated down Whitefeather Road. He had driven a motorcycle briefly in college, until a small embarrassing accident, and the process all came back to him now. This one, Patsy's new machine, painted pink and blue, 250 cc's, was easy to shift, and the machine gave him the impression that he was floating, or better yet, was flowing down the archways of dark, stunted Michigan trees. His eyes watered and bugs hit him in the face as he speeded up. He felt the rear wheels slip on the dirt. He didn't know what he was doing out here, and he didn't care. He turned left onto Highway 14 and then County Road H, also dirt, and he downshifted, feeling the tight, close gears meshing, and he let the clutch out, slowing him down. On the road, the cycle's headlight was like a cone, leading him forward, away from himself, toward something more inviting and dangerous. In the grip of spiritual longing, a person goes anywhere traveling over the speed limit. The night was warm, but none of the summer stars was visible. Behind the clouds, the stars were even now rushing away in the infinity of expanding space. Saul felt like an astral body himself. He, too, would rush away into emptiness. In the green light of the speedometer, he saw that he was doing a respectable 50. Up ahead, the wintry white eyes of a possum glanced toward him before the animal scurried into the high grass near the road. Saul wanted to be lost, but knew he could not be. He knew exactly where he was. Fields, forest, fields. He knew each one, and he knew whom they belonged to. He had been here that long. And, of course, he knew where he was going. He was headed toward the McPhees, that house of happiness, that castle of light, where everyone, man, woman, and child, would be sleeping soundly, the sleep of the happy and just and thoughtless. Saul felt blank, gripped by obsession, simultaneously vacant and full of shame. He looked at his watch. It was past midnight. Their house would be dark. But it was not. On the road beyond their driveway, Saul slowed down and then shut off the engine, holding on tightly to the handlebars as he stared, like the prowler he was, toward the second-floor windows, from which sounds emerged. From where he was spying, Saul could see Anne sitting in a rocking chair by the window with their baby. The baby was crying, screaming. Saul could hear it from the road. And in the background, back and forth, Saul could see Emery McPhee pacing the all-night walk of the helpless father. An infant with colic, a rocking mother, a pacing father, screams of infant misery, and now the two of them, Anne and Emery, beginning to shout at each other over what to do. Saul turned his motorcycle around, pushed it down the road, then started the engine. He felt better. He could have gone to their front door and welcomed them as the official greeter of ordinary disharmony. I was always just as real as they were, Saul thought. I always was. On the left, the broken fences bordering the farmland quavered up and down, and seemed to start bouncing visually as he accelerated. The lines on the telephone poles jumped nervously as he passed them, until they had the rapid and nervous movements of pens on graph paper marking an erratic heartbeat. Rain. He hadn't known it was going to rain. No one had told him. Began falling, getting into his eyes, and falling with cold precision on the backs of his hands. He felt the cloth of his shirt getting soaked and sticking to his shoulders. The rain was persistent and serious. He felt the tires of Patsy's motorcycle slipping on the mud, nudging the rear end of the bike off, slightly, thoughtfully, toward the left side. Then the road joined up with the highway, where the traction improved, but the rain was falling more heavily now, soaking him so he could hardly see. He came to a bridge, slowed the bike, and huddled in its shelter for a moment, until the rain seemed to let up, and he set out again. Accelerate, clutch, shift. He wanted to get home to Patsy. He wanted to dry his hair and get into bed next to her. He couldn't think of anything else he wanted. A few hundred feet from his own driveway, he looked through the rain. Only a drizzle now, and he saw, looking back at him, their eyes lit by his headlamp, the deer he had seen before, closer now, crossing his yard. They stood there on his property. But this time there was another, a last deer, one he hadn't seen before, behind the others, slightly smaller, as if reduced somehow. It was an albino. In the darkness and rain it moved in a haze of whiteness. Seeing it, Saul thought, "Oh my God, I'm about to die." The deer had stopped, momentarily frozen in the light. The albino's eyes, it was a doe, were pink, and its fur was as white as linen. The animal flicked its tail, nervously hypnotized. Its terrible pink eyes, blank as stars at the center, stared at him. Saul turned off the engine and the headlight. Now in the dark, two brown deer bounded toward the west, but the albino stood still, staring in Saul's direction, a purposeful stare. He gripped the handlebars so hard that his forearms began to knot into a cramp. The animal was a sign of some kind, he was sure. Only a fool would think otherwise. And he felt a moment of dread pass through his body as the deer now turned her eyes away from his and began to walk off into the night. He saw her disappear behind a maple tree in his backyard, but he couldn't follow her beyond that. He was trembling now. Shivering spasms began at his wet shoulders and passed down his chest toward his legs. The dread he had felt before was turning rapidly into pure spiritual fright, alternating waves of chill and heat rushing up and down his body. He remembered to get off the road. He pushed the motorcycle into the garage, kicking down its stand, and by the time he had crossed the yard and had reached the back door, he felt that he knew one thing, which was that he would not despise his own life. He had been told not to. The rain picked up again and sprayed into him as the wind carried it. In his mind's eye, he saw the deer looking back at him. He had been judged, and the judgment was that he, Saul, was only and always himself, now and onward into infinity. His boots were wet. They stank of wet leather. Outside the back door, on the lawn, he took the boots off, then his wet shirt and his jeans. It occurred to him to stand there naked. With no clothes on, he stood in the rain and the dark, and he fell to his knees. He wasn't praying. He didn't know what he was doing. Something was filling him up. It felt like the spirit, but the spirit of what he didn't know. He lay down on the grass. One sob tore through him, and then it was over. He felt like getting up and running out into the field in back of the house, but he knew he couldn't break through his self-consciousness enough to do that. In the rain, which no longer felt cold, he sensed that he was entering a condition that had nothing to do with happiness, because it was so far beyond it. All he was sure about was that he was empty before and now was filled with both fullness and emptiness. These emotions didn't quite make sense, but he didn't care. The emptiness was sweet. He could live with it. He hurried into the house and dried off his hair in the dark downstairs bathroom. Quickly, he toweled himself down and then rushed up the stairs. There was a secret, after all. In fact, there were probably a lot of secrets, but there was one he now knew. He entered their bedroom, rain fingernailed against the window glass. Patsy lay in bed in almost complete darkness, wearing one of Saul's T-shirts. Her arms were up above her head. He could see that she was watching him. "Where were you?" "I went for a ride on your motorcycle. I couldn't sleep." "Saul, it's raining. Why are you naked?" "It's raining now, not when I started." "Why are you standing there? You don't have any clothes on." "I saw something. I can't tell you. I think I'm not supposed to tell you what I saw. It was an animal. It was a private animal, Patsy. I took off my clothes and lay down on the lawn in the rain, and it didn't feel weird. It felt like just what I should do." "Saul, what is this about?" "I'm not sure." Try to say." "I think I'm pregnant." "What does that mean?" "I think it means that whoever I am, I'm not alone with myself." I don't understand that. I know. Come to bed, Saul. Get in under the sheet. He climbed in and put his leg over hers. I can't quite get used to you, she said. You're quite a mess of metaphor, Saul, you know that? Yes. A man being pregnant. She put her hand familiarly on his thigh. I wonder what that means. It's a feeling, Patsy. It's a secret. Men have secrets, too. I never said they didn't. They love secrets. They have lodges and secret societies and stuff. The Fraternal Order of Moose. Can we make love now, right this minute? Because I love you. I love you like crazy. I love you too, Saul. What if you make me pregnant? It could happen. What if I get knocked up? Is it all right now? Yeah, what's the problem? What will we say, for example? We'll say Saul and Patsy are pregnant. Oh, sure we will. Okay, we won't say it. He had thrown the sheet back and was kissing the backs of her knees. Are you crying? Your face is wet. Yes. But you're being so jokey. That's how I handle it. Why are you crying? Because... He wanted to get this right. Because there are signs and wonders. What can I tell you? It's all a feeling. In the morning I'll deny I said this. She was kissing him now, but she stopped, as if thinking about his recent sentences. You want to make me pregnant too, don't you? Yes. So you're not alone in this. That's right. One more little ambassador from the present to the future. That's what you want. Sort of. He moved up and took her fingers one by one into his mouth and bit them tenderly. Patsy had started to hum. She was humming Unchain My Heart. Then she opened her mouth and sang quietly, Unchain my heart and set me free. I'll try, Patsy. Yes. They often talked while they made love. A moment later she said, This won't solve anything. There'll be tears, people, babies. You know how they cry. Yes. And even now Saul felt as though he heard someone wailing softly in the next room. Still he continued. Then he had a thought. Patsy, he said, the window. We should stand by the window. Why? To try it. He disentangled himself from her, stood and brought her over to the window. He opened it so that droplets of rain blew in over them. Now, he said. There was a bit of lightning, and he lifted her to him. She held on, her arms clasped behind his neck. He felt as though 1,000 eyes, but not human eyes, were looking in on them, with tender indifference. They were and were not interested. They would and would not care. They would and would not love them. Finally, they would turn away, as they tended to turn away from all human things, in time. Saul felt Patsy begin to tremble, a slight shivering along her back, a rising in tension before release. More rain came in, warm June rain on his arm. He felt Patsy's mouth on his curls, the ones recently cut by Harold. She was panting, and so was he. And for a split second he understood it all. He understood everything, the secret of the universe. After an instant, he lost it. Having lost the secret, forgotten it, he felt the usual onset of the ordinary, of everything else, with Patsy around him, the two of them in their own familiar rhythms. He would not admit to anyone that he had known the secret of the universe for a split second. That part of his life was hidden away, and would always be. The part that makes a person draw in the breath quickly, in surprise, and stare at the curtains in the morning, upon awakening. Hand, Cup, Shell by Ursula K. LeGuin. Copyright 1990 by Ursula K. LeGuin. First appeared in Southwest Review. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. The last house on Sea Road stood in the field behind the dunes. Its windows looked north to Brighton Head, south to Wreck Rock, east to the marshes, and from the second story, across the dunes and the breakers, west to China. The house was empty more than it was full, but it was never silent. The family arrived and dispersed. Having come to be together over the weekend, they fled one another without hesitation, one to the garden, one to the kitchen, one to the bookshelf, 2 north up the beach, 1 south to the rocks. Thriving on salt and sand and storms, the rose bushes behind the house climbed all over the paling fence and shot up long autumn sprays, disheveled and magnificent. Roses may do best if you don't do anything for them at all, except keep the sword fern and ivy from strangling them. Bronze peace grows wild as well as any wild rose, but the ivy, now. Loathsome stuff, poisonous berries, crawling out from hiding everywhere, stuffed full of horrors, spiders, centipedes, millipedes, billipedes, snakes, rats, broken glass, rusty knives, dog turds, doll's eyes. I must cut the ivy right back to the fence, Rita thought, pulling up a long stem that led her back into the leafy mass to a parent vine as thick as a garden hose. I must come here oftener and keep the ivy off the spruce trees. Look at that, it'll have the tree dead in another year. She tugged. The cable of ivy gave no more than a steel hawser would. She went back up the porch steps, calling, "Are there any pruning shears, do you think?" "Hanging on the wall there, aren't they?" Mag called back from the kitchen. "Anyway, they ought to be." There ought to be flour in the canister, too, but it was empty. Either she had used it up in August and forgotten, or Phil and the boys had made pancakes when they were over last month. So where was the list pad to write flour on for when she walked up to Hambleton's? Nowhere to be found. She would have to buy a little pad to write pad on. She found a ballpoint pen in the things drawer. It was green and translucent, imprinted with the words Hank's Coast Hardware and Auto Supplies. She wrote flour, bands, OJ, cereal, yogh, list pad on a paper towel, wiping blobs of excess green ink off the pinpoint with a corner of the towel. Everything is circular, or anyhow spiral. It was no time at all, certainly not 12 months since last October in this kitchen, and she was absolutely standing in her tracks. It wasn't déjà vu, but déjà vécu, and all the Octobers before it. And still all the same this was now, and therefore different feet were standing in her tracks. A half-size larger than last year, for one thing. Would they go on breaking down and spreading out forever until she ended up wearing men's size 12 logging boots? Mother's feet hadn't done that. She'd always worn 7N, still wore 7N, always would wear 7N. But then she always wore the same kind of shoes, too, trim inch-heel pumps or penny loafers, never experimenting with Germanic clogs, Japanese athletics, or the latest toe-killer fad. It came of having had to dress a certain way, of course, as the dean's wife, but also of being Daddy's girl, small-town princess, not experimenting, just knowing. "I'm going on down to Hambleton's. Do you want anything?" Mag called out the kitchen door through the back porch screen to her mother fighting ivy in the garden. "I don't think so. Are you going to walk?" "Yes." They were right. It took a certain effort to say yes, just flatly, to refrain from qualifying it, softening it. "Yes, I think so. Yes, I guess so. Yes, I thought I would." Unqualified yes had a gruff sound to it, full of testosterone. If Rita had said no instead of "I don't think so," it would have sounded rude or distressed, and she probably would have responded in some way to find out what was wrong, why her mother wasn't speaking in the mother tongue. "Going to Hambleton's," she said to Phil, who was kneeling at the bookcase in the dark little hall, and went out. She went down the 4 wooden steps of the front porch and through the front gate, latched the gate behind her, and turned right on Sea Road to walk into town. These familiar movements gave her great pleasure. She walked on the dune side of the road, and between dunes saw the ocean, the breakers that took all speech away. She walked in silence, seeing glimpses between dune grass of the beach where her children had gone. Gret had gone as far as the beach went. It ended in a tumble of rusty brown basalt under Wreck Point, but she knew the ways up through the rocks to the slopes and ledges of the point, places where nobody came. Sitting there on the wind-bitten grass, looking out over the waves bashing on Wreck Rock and the reef Dad called Rick-Rack, and out to the horizon, you could keep going farther still. At least you ought to be able to. But there wasn't any way to be alone any more. There was a beer can in the grass, a tag of orange plastic ribbon tied to a stake up near the summit, a Coast Guard helicopter yammering and prying over the sea up to Brighton Head and back south again. Nobody wanted anybody to be alone, ever. You had to do away with that, unmake it, All the junk, trash, crap, trivia. David, the midterms, Gran, what people thought, other people. You had to go away from them, all the way away. It used to be easy to do that, easy to go and hard to come back, but now it was harder and harder to go, and she never could go all the way. To sit up here and stare at the ocean and be thinking about stupid David, and what's that steak for, and why did Gran look at my fingernails that way? What's wrong with me? Am I going to be this way the rest of my life? Not even seeing the ocean? Seeing stupid beer cans? She stood, raging, backed up, aimed, and kicked the beer can in a low, fast arc off the cliff into the sea unseen below. She turned and scrambled up to the summit, braced her knees in soggy bracken, and wrenched the orange-ribboned stake out of the ground. She hurled it southward, and saw it fall into bracken and salal scrub and be swallowed. She stood up, rubbing her hands where the raw wood had scraped the skin. The wind felt cold on her teeth. She had been bearing them, an angry ape. The sea lay gray at eye level, taking her immediately now into its horizontality. Nothing cluttered. As she sucked the heel of her thumb and got her front teeth warm, she thought, my soul is 10,000 miles wide and extremely, invisibly deep. It is the same size as the sea. It is bigger than the sea. It holds the sea. And you cannot cram it into beer cans and fingernails and stake it out in lots and own it. It will drown you all and never even notice. But how old I am, thought the grandmother, to come to the beach and not look at the sea. How horrible! Straight out into the backyard, as if all that mattered was grubbing ivy, as if the sea belonged to the children. To assert her right to the ocean, she carried ivy cuttings to the trash bin beside the house, and after cramming them into the bin, stood and looked at the dunes, across which it was. It wasn't going to go away, as Amory would have said. But she went on out the garden gate, crossed sandy-rutted sea road, and in 10 more steps saw the Pacific, open out between the grass-crowned dunes. There you are, you old gray monster. You aren't going to go away, but I am. Her brown loafers, a bit loose on her bony feet, were already full of sand. Did she want to go on down onto the beach? It was always so windy. As she hesitated, looking about, she saw a head bobbing along between the crests of dune grass. Mag coming back with the groceries. Slow, black, bobbing head like the old mule coming up the rise to the sagebrush ranch. When? Old Bill the mule, Mag the mule, trudging obstinate, silent. She went down to the road and stood first on one foot, then the other, emptying sand out of her shoes, then walked to meet her daughter. How are things at Hambleton's? Pert, Mag said. Right pert. When is what's-her-name coming? By noon, I think, she said. Rita sighed. I got up at 5. I think I'm going to go in and have a little lie-down before she comes. I hope she won't stay hours. Who is she again? Oh, damn. I mean, what's she doing? Rita gave up the vain search for the lost name. She's some sort of assistant, research assistant, I suppose, to what's-his-name in the university, you know, doing the book about Amory. I expect somebody suggested to him that maybe it would look odd if he did a whole biography without talking to the widow, but of course it's really only Amory's ideas that interest him. I believe he's very theoretical the way they are now. Probably bored stiff at the idea of actual people, so he's sending the young lady into the hen coop. So that you don't sue him? Oh, you don't think so? Certainly. Co-optation, and you'll get thanked for your invaluable assistance in the acknowledgments, just before he thanks his wife and his typist. What was that terrible thing you told me about Mrs. Tolstoy? Copied War and Peace for him 6 times by hand, but you know it would beat copying most books 6 times by hand. Shepherd. What? Her, the girl, something Shepherd. Whose invaluable assistance, Professor Who's, gratefully— No, she's only a grad student, isn't she? Lucky if she gets mentioned at all. What a safety net they have, don't they? All the women, the knots in the net. But that cut a bit close to the bones of Amory Inman, and his widow did not answer his daughter as she helped her put away the flour, cornflakes, yogurt, cookies, bananas, grapes, lettuce, avocado, tomatoes, and vinegar Mag had bought. She had forgotten to buy a list pad. Well, I'm off. Shout when she comes, Rita said, and made her way past her son-in-law, who was sitting on the hall floor by the bookcase, to the stairs. The upstairs of the house was simple, rational, and white. The stairs landing and a bathroom down the middle, a bedroom in each corner. Mag and Phil, southwest, Gran, northwest, Gret, northeast, boys, southeast. The old folks got the sunset, the kids got dawn. Rita was the first to listen and hear the sea in the house. She looked out over the dunes and saw the tide coming in and the wind combing the manes of the white horses. She lay down and looked with pleasure at the narrow, white-painted boards of the ceiling in the sea light like no other light. She did not want to go to sleep, but her eyes were tired, and she had not brought a book upstairs. She heard the girl's voice below, the girls' voices piercing soft, the sound of the sea. "Where's Gran?" "Upstairs." "This woman's come." Mag brought the dish-towel on which she was drying her hands into the front room, a signal flag. "I work in the kitchen and have nothing to do with interviews." Gret had left the girl standing out on the front deck. "Won't you come in?" "Susan Shepherd." "Mag Rilo. That's Greta. Gret, go up and tell Gran, okay?" "It's so lovely here. What a beautiful place." "Maybe you'd like to sit out on the deck to talk. It's so mild. Would you like some coffee, beer, anything?" "Oh, yes, coffee." "Tea?" "That would be wonderful." "Herbal?" Everybody there at the university in the Klamath time warp drank herbal tea. Sure enough, chamomile peppermint would be wonderful. Mag got her sitting in the wicker chair on the deck and came back in past Phil, who was still on the floor in the hall by the bookcase reading. "Take it into the light," she said, and he said, "Yeah, I will," smiling, and turned a page. Gret, coming down the stairs, said, "She'll be down in a minute." "Go talk to the girl. She's at the U." "What in?" "I don't know. Find out." Gret snarled and turned away. Edging past her father in the narrow hall, she said, "Why don't you get some light?" He smiled, turned a page, and said, "Yeah, I will." She strode out onto the deck and said, "My mother says you're at the U," at the same time as the woman said, "You're at the U, aren't you?" Gret nodded. "I'm in Ed. I'm Professor Nabe's research assistant for his book. It's really exciting to be interviewing your grandmother." "It seems fairly weird to me," Gret said. "The university?" "No." There was a little silence filled by the sound of the sea. "Are you a freshman?" "Fresh woman." She edged toward the steps. "Will you major in education, do you think?" "Oh, God, no." "I suppose having such a distinguished grandfather, people always just expect. Your mother's an educator, too, isn't she?" "She teaches," Gret said. She had got as far as the steps and now went down them, because they were the shortest way to get away, though she had been coming into the house to go to her room when Sue's student drove up and she got caught. Gran appeared in the open doorway, looking wary and rather bleary, but using her politically correct smile and voice. "Hello, I'm Rita Inman." While Sue's student was jumping up and being really excited, Gret got back up the steps, past Gran, and into the house. Daddy was still sitting on the floor in the dark hall by the bookcase reading. She unplugged the gooseneck lamp from the end table by the living-room couch, set it on the bookcase in the hall, and found the outlet was too far for the cord to reach. She brought the lamp as close to him as she could, setting it on the floor about 3 feet from him, and then plugged in the plug. The light glared across the pages of his book. "Oh, hey, great," he said, smiling, and turned a page. She went on upstairs to her room. Walls and ceiling were white. The bedspreads on the 2 narrow beds were blue. A picture of blue mountains she had painted in 9th grade art class was pinned to the closet door, and she reconfirmed with a long look at it that it was beautiful. It was the only good picture she had ever painted, and she marveled at it, the gift that had given itself to her, undeserved, no strings attached. She opened the backpack she had dumped on one bed, got out a geology textbook and a highlighter, lay down on the other bed, and began to reread for the midterm examination. At the end of a section on subduction, she turned her head to look at the picture of blue mountains again, and thought, "I wonder what it would be like." Or those are the words she might have used to express the feelings of curiosity, pleasure, and awe which accompanied the images in her mind of small figures scattered among great lava cliffs on the field trip in September, of journeys of levels stretching to the horizon, high deserts under which lay fossils folded like tissue paper, of moraines, of long veins of ore and crystals in the darkness underground. Intent and careful, she turned the page and started the next section. Sue Shepherd fussed with her little computer thing. Her face was plump, pink, round-eyed, and Rita had to make the interpretation intellectual consciously. It would not arise of itself from the pink face, the high voice, the girlish manner, as it would from the pink face, high voice, and boyish manner of a male counterpart. She knew that she still so identified mind and masculinity that only women who imitated men were immediately recognizable to her as intellectuals, even after all these years, even after Mag. Also, Sue Shepherd might be disguising her intellect as Mag didn't, and the jargon of her subject was a pretty good disguise in itself. But she was keen. It was a keen mind, and perhaps Professor Oates didn't like to be reminded of it. So young, so bright, so close behind. Probably he liked flutter and butter, as Amory used to call it, in his graduate student women. But fluttery-buttery little Sue had already set aside a whole sheaf of the professor's questions as time-wasting, and was asking intently and apparently on her own hook about Rita's girlhood. Well, when I was born, we lived on a ranch out from Prineville in the high country, the sagebrush, you know. But I don't remember much that's useful. I think Father must have been keeping books for the ranch. It was a big operation, huge, all the way to the John Day River, I think. When I was 9, he took over managing a mill in Ultimate, in the Coast Range, a lumber mill. Nothing left of all that now. There isn't even a gravel road into Ultimate anymore. Half the state's like that, you know. It's very strange. Easterners come and think it's this wild, pristine wilderness, and actually it's all Indian graveyards underfoot and old homesteads, and second growth and towns nobody even remembers were there. It's just that the trees and the weeds grow back so fast, like ivy. Where are you from? Seattle, said Sue Shepherd, friendly, but not to be misled as to who was interviewing whom. Well, I'm glad. I seem to have more and more trouble talking with Easterners. Sue Shepherd laughed, probably not understanding, not having met enough Easterners, and pursued, So you went to school in Ultimate? Yes, until high school. Then I came to live with Aunt Josie in Portland, and went to Old Lincoln High. The nearest high school to Ultimate was 30 miles on logging roads, and anyhow it wasn't good enough for Father. He was afraid I'd grow up to be a roughneck or marry one. Sue Shepherd clicketed on her little machine, and Rita thought, but what did Mother think? Did she want to send me away at age 13 to live in the city with her sister-in-law? The question opened on a blank area that she gazed into, fascinated. I know what Father wanted, but why don't I know what she wanted? Did she cry? No, of course not. Did I? I don't think so. I can't even remember talking about it with Mother. We made my clothes that summer. That's when she taught me how to cut out a pattern. And then we came up to Portland the first time, and stayed at the old Multnomah Hotel, and we bought shoes for me for school, and the oyster silk ones for dressing up, the little undercut heel and one strap. I wish they still made them. I was already wearing Mother's size, and we ate lunch in that restaurant, the cut-glass water goblets, the two of us. Where was Father? But I never even wondered what she thought. I never knew. I never know what Mag really thinks, either. They don't say. Rocks. Look at Mag's mouth, just like Mother's, like a seam in a rock. Why did Mag go into teaching, talk, talk, talk all day, when she really hates talking? Although she never was quite as gruff as Gret is, but that's because Amory wouldn't have stood for it. But why didn't Mother and I say anything to each other? She was so stoical. Rock. And then I was happy in Portland, and there she was in Ultimate. Oh, yes, I loved it, she answered Sue Shepherd. The 20s were a nice time to be a teenager. We really were very spoiled, not like now, poor things. It's terribly hard to be 13 or 14 now, isn't it? We went to dancing schools. They've got AIDS, and the atomic bomb. My granddaughter's twice as old as I was at 18. In some ways, she's amazingly young for her age in others. It's so complicated. After all, think of Juliet. It's never really simple, is it? But I think I had a very nice, innocent time in high school, and right on into college. Until the crash. The mill closed in 32, my second year. But actually, we went right on having a good time. But it was terribly depressing for my parents and my brothers. The mill shut right down, and they all came up to Portland looking for work. Everybody did. And then I left school after my junior year because I'd got a summer job bookkeeping in the university accounting office, and they wanted me to stay on, and so I did, since everybody else in the family was out of work, except Mother finally got a job in a bakery nights. It was terrible for men, the Depression, you know. It killed my father. He looked and looked for work and couldn't find anything, and there I was, doing what he was qualified to do, only of course at a very low level and terrible pay, $60 a month. Can you imagine? A week? No, a month. But still I was making it. And men of his generation were brought up to be depended on, which is a wonderful thing, but then they weren't allowed ever not to be depended on, or even to admit that they could be dependent on anybody, which is terribly unrealistic, I think. A real, what do you call it, double time? Double bind, said young Sue, sharp as tacks, clicketing almost inaudibly away on her little lap computer, while the tape recorder tape went silently round and round, recording Rita's every maunder and meander. Rita sighed. I'm sure that's why he died so young, she said. He was only 50. But Mother hadn't died young, though her husband had, and her elder son had drifted off to Texas to be swallowed alive so far as his mother was concerned by a jealous wife, and her younger son had poured whiskey onto diabetes and died at 31. Men did seem to be so fragile. But what had kept Margaret Jameson Holtz going? Her independence? But she had been brought up to be dependent, hadn't she? Anyhow, nobody could keep going long on mere independence. When they tried to, they ended up pushing shopping carts full of stuff and sleeping in doorways. Mother hadn't done that. She had sat here on the deck, looking out at the dunes, a small, tough old woman. No retirement pension, of course, and a tiny little dribble of insurance money, and she did let Amory pay the rent on her 2-room apartment in Portland. But she was independent to the end, visiting them only once or twice a year at the university, and then always for a full month here in summer. Gret's room now had been Mother's room then. How strange it was, how it changed. But recently she had wakened in the deep night, or when it was just beginning to get light, and had lain there in bed thinking, not with fear, but with a kind of frightened, lively thrill. It is so strange. All of it is so strange. When were you able to go back to college? Sue Shepherd asked, and she answered, in 35, resolving to stick to the point and stop babbling. And then you met Dr. Inman when you took his class? No, I never took a class in education. Oh, Sue Shepherd said, blank. I met him in the accounting office. I was still clerking there half-time, paying my way, and he came in because he hadn't been paid his salary for 3 months. People used to be just as good at mistakes like that as computers are now. It took days and days to find out how they'd managed to lose him from the faculty payroll. Did he tell somebody that I'd taken his class, and that's how we met? Sue Shepherd wasn't going to admit it. She was discreet. How funny. It was one of the other women he went out with, and he got his memories crossed. Students were always falling in love with him. He was extremely attractive. I used to think Charles Boyer without the French accent. They both laughed. Mag heard them laughing on the front deck as she came through the hall, edging around her husband. A gooseneck lamp standing on the floor near him glared in his eyes, but he was holding his books so that its pages were in shadow. Phil. Get up and go read in the living room. He smiled, reading. Found this. The interviewer's here. She'll be staying for lunch. You're in the way. You've been in the way for 2 hours. You're in the dark. There's daylight 6 feet away. Get up and go read in the living room. People. Nobody's there. People come through here. Are you... The wave of hatred and compassion set free by her words carried her on past him, though she had checked the words. In silence, she turned the corner and climbed the stairs. She went into the southwest bedroom and looked for a decent shirt in the crowded closet. The cotton sweater she had worn from Portland was too warm for this mild coastal weather. The search led her into a rummage out of summer clothes. She sorted, rehung, folded her clothes, then Phil's. From the depths she pulled out paint-stiff, knee-frayed blue jeans, a Madras shirt with 4 buttons gone that had been stuffed into the closet unwashed. Even here at the beach house, her father's clothes had always been clean, smelled of virtue. With a violent swing, she threw the Madras shirt at the wastebasket. It draped itself half in, half out, a short sleeve sticking up pitifully. Not waving, but drowning. But to go on drowning for 25 years? The window was ajar, and she could hear the sea and her mother's voice down on the front deck, answering questions about her husband, the eminent educator, the clean-bodied man. How had he written his books? When had he broken with John Dewey's theories? Where had the UNICEF work taken him? Now, little apple-cheeked handmaiden of success, ask me about my husband, the eminent odd-job man. How did he quit halfway through graduate school? When had he broken with the drywalling contractor? Where had his graveyard shift at the copy shop taken him? Phil the failure, he called himself, with the charming honesty that concealed a hideous smugness that probably but not certainly concealed despair. What was certain was that nobody else in the world knew the depth of Phil's contempt for them, his absolute lack of admiration or sympathy for anything anybody did or was. If that indifference was originally a defense, it had consumed what it had once defended. He was invulnerable by now, and people were so careful not to hurt him. Finding that she was Dr. Rilo and he was an unemployed drywaller, they assumed it was hard for him, and then when they found that it wasn't, they admired him for being so secure, so unmacho, taking it so easily, handling it so well. Indeed, he handled it well, cherished it, his dear failure, his great success at doing exactly what he wanted to do and nothing else. No wonder he was so sweet, so serene, so unstrained. No wonder she had blown up teaching Bleak House last week, at the mooncalf student who couldn't see what was supposed to be wrong with Harold Skimpole. "Don't you see that his behavior is totally irresponsible?" she had demanded, in righteous wrath, and the mooncalf had replied with a plumb, "I don't see why everybody is supposed to be responsible." It was a kind of Taoist koan, actually, for Taoist wives. It was hard to be married to a man who lived in a perpetual condition of wu-wei, and not to end up totally wei. You had to be very careful, or you ended up washing the 10,000 shirts. But then, of course, Mother had looked after Father's shirts. The jeans weren't even good for rags, even if they would sell in the Soviet Union for $100. She threw them after the shirt and knocked the wastebasket over. Faintly ashamed, she retrieved them and the shirt and stuffed them into a plastic bag that had been squirreled away in a cranny of the closet. An advantage of Phil's indifference was that he would never come downstairs demanding to know where his wonderful old jeans and Madras shirt were. He never got attached to clothes, and wore whatever was provided. Distrust all occasions that require new clothes. What a prig Thoreau was. 10 to 1 he meant weddings, but hadn't had the guts to say so, let alone get married. Actually, Phil liked new clothes, liked to get them for Christmas and birthdays, accepted all presents, cherished none. "Phil is a saint, Mag," his mother had said to her shortly before they were married, and she had agreed, laughing, thinking the exaggeration quite forgivable. But it had not been a burble of mother love. It had been a warning. She knew that her father had hoped that the marriage wouldn't last. He had never quite said so. By now the matter of her marriage between her and her mother was buried miles deep. Between her and her daughter it was an unaskable question. Everybody protecting everybody. It was stupid. It kept her and Gret from saying much to each other, and it wasn't really the right question, the one that needed asking anyhow. They were married, but there was a question. No one had asked it, and she did not know what it was. Possibly if she found out, her life would change. The headless torso of Apollo would speak, "Du musst dein Leben ändern." Meanwhile, did she particularly want her life to change? "I will never desert Mr. Micawber," she said under her breath, reaching into yet another cranny of the closet and discovering there yet another plastic bag, which, when opened, disclosed rust-colored knitted wool, a sweater which she stared at dumbly till she recognized it as one she had bought on sale for Gret for Christmas several years ago and had utterly forgotten ever since. "Gret, look here!" she cried, crossing the hall, knocking, opening the door of her daughter's room. "Merry Christmas!" After explanations, Gret pulled the sweater on. Her dark, thin face emerged from the beautiful color with a serious expression. She looked at the sweater seriously in the mirror. She was very hard to please, preferred to buy her own clothes, and wore the ones she liked till they fell apart. She kept them moderately clean. "Are the sleeves kind of short a little?" she asked in the mother tongue. "Kind of. Probably why it was on sale. It was incredibly cheap, I remember, at the sheep tree. Years ago. I liked the color." "It's neat," Gret said, still judging. She pushed up the sleeves. "Thanks," she said. Her face was a little flushed. She smiled and glanced around at the book lying open on the bed. Something was unsaid, almost said. She did not know how to say it, and Mag did not know how to allow her to say it. They both had trouble with their native language. Awkward, intrusive, the mother retreated, saying, "Lunch about 1:30. Need help?" "Not really. Picnic on the deck, with the interviewer." "When's she leaving?" "Before dinner, I hope. It's a good color on you." She went out, closing off the door behind her, as she had been taught to do. Gret took off the orange sweater. It was too hot for the mild day, and she wasn't sure she liked it yet. It would take a while. It would have to sit around a while, till she got used to it, and then she would know. She thought she liked it. It felt like she'd worn it before. She put it into a drawer so her mother wouldn't get hurt. Last year, when her mother had come into her room at home and stared around, Gret had suddenly realized that the stare wasn't one of disapproval, but of pain. Disorder, dirt, disrespect for objects caused her pain, like being shoved or hit. It must be hard for her, living in general. Knowing that, Gret tried to put stuff away, but it didn't make much difference. She was mostly at college now, and Mother went on nagging and ordering and enduring, and Daddy and the boys didn't let it worry them, just like some goddamn sitcom. Everything about families and people was exactly like some goddamn sitcom, waiting for David to call, just like a soap opera. Everything the same as it was for everybody else. The same things happening over and over and over, all petty and trivial and stupid. And you couldn't ever get free. It clung to you, held on, pinioned you, like the dream she used to have of the room with wallpaper that caught and stuck to you, the Velcro dream. She reopened the textbook and read about the nature of gabbro, the origins of slate. The boys came back from the beach just in time for lunch. They always did. Still, just as when your milk spurts and the baby in the next room cries at the exact same moment. Their clomping in to go to the bathroom finally got Phil off the hall floor. He carried out platters to the table on the front porch and talked with what's-her-name, the interviewer, who got quite pink and pleased. Phil looked so thin and short and hairy and vague and middle-aged that they never expected it till whammy, right between the eyes. Wooed and won. Go it, Phil. She looked like an intelligent girl, actually, over-serious, and Phil wouldn't hurt her. Wouldn't hurt a fly, would old Phil. St. Philip, bestower of sexual favors. She smiled at them and said, "Come and get it." Sue Student was being nice to Daddy, talking with him about forest fires or something. Daddy had his little company smile and was being nice to Sue Student. She didn't sound too stupid, actually. She was a vegetarian. "So is Gret," Gran said. "What is it about the U these days? They used to live on raw elk. Why did she always have to disapprove of everything Gret did? She never said stuff like that about the boys. They were scarfing up salami. Mother watched them all loading their plates and making their sandwiches with that brooding hawk expression. Filling her niche. That was the trouble with biology. It was the sitcom. All niches. Mother provides. Better the dark slate levels, the basalt plains. Anything could happen there. She was worn out. She went for the wine bottle. Food later. She must get by herself for a while. That bit of a nap in the morning hadn't helped. Such a long, long morning, with the drive over from Portland. And talking about old times was a most terrible thing to do. All the lost things, lost chances, all the dead people. The town with no road to it any more. She had had to say 10 times, "He's dead now. No, she's dead." What a strange thing to say, after all. You couldn't be dead. You couldn't be anything but alive. If you weren't alive, you weren't. You had been. You shouldn't have to say, "He's dead now," as if it was just some other way of being, but "he isn't now," or "he was." Keep the past in the past tense, and the present in the present, where it belongs. Because you didn't live on in others, as people said. You changed them, yes. She was entirely different because Amory had lived. But he didn't live on in her memory, or in his books, or anywhere. He had gone. He was gone. Maybe passed away wasn't such a what-do-you-call-it after all. At least it was in the past tense, not the present. He had come to her, and she had come to him, and they had made each other's life what it had been, and then he had gone. Passed away. It wasn't a euphemism, that's what it wasn't. Her mother. There was a pause in her thoughts. She drank the wine. Her mother was different. How? She came back to the rock. Of course she was dead, but it did not seem that she had passed away, the way he had. She went back to the table, refilled her glass with the red wine, laid salami, cheese, and green onions on brown bread. She was beautiful now, in the tight, short, ugly fashions of the 60s. When Mag had first looked at her from any distance and with any judgment, she had looked too big, and for a while after Amory's death, and when she had the bone marrow thing, she had been gaunt, but now she was extraordinary. The line of the cheek, the long, soft lips, the long-lidded eyes with their fine, wrinkled pleating. What had she said about raw elk? The interviewer hadn't heard, and wouldn't understand if she had heard. Wouldn't know that she had just been told what Mrs. Amory Inman thought of the institution of which her husband had been the luminary, what indeed she thought, in her increasing aloofness, her old womanhood, of most human institutions. Poor little what's-her-name, trapped in the works and dark machinations of that toughest survivor of the Middle Ages, the university, ground in the mills of assistantships, grants, competitions, examinations, dissertations, all set up to separate the men from the boys, and both from the rest of the world. She wouldn't have time for years yet to look up, to look out, to learn that there were such bare, airy places as the place where Rita Inman lived. Yes, it is nice, isn't it? We bought it in '55 when things over here were still pretty cheap. We haven't even asked you indoors. How terrible! After lunch you must look round the house. I think I'm going to have a little lie-down after lunch, or perhaps you'd like to go down on the beach then. The children will take you, walking as far as you'd like, if you like. Mag, Sue says she needs an hour or two more with me. She hasn't asked all— A pause. The professor's questions yet. I'm afraid I kept wandering off the subject. How sternly beautiful Mag was, her rock-seam mouth, her dark waterfall hair going silver. Managing everything as usual, seeing to everything, the good lunch. No, definitely her mother was not dead in the same way Father was dead, or Amory, or Clyde, or Polly, or Jim and Jean. There was something different there. She really must get by herself, and think about it. Geology. The word came out, spoken. Mother's ears went up like a cat's, eyebrows flickering, eyes and mouth impassive. Daddy acted like he'd known her decision all along. Maybe he had. He couldn't have. Sue Student had to keep asking who was in the geo department and what you did with geology. She only knew a couple of the professors' names and felt stupid not knowing more. She said, "Oh, you get hired by oil companies, mining companies, all kinds of land rape companies, find uranium under Indian reservations." Oh, shut up. Sue Student meant well. Everybody meant well. It spoiled everything, softened everything. The grizzled old prospector limps in from 20 years alone in the desert, swearing at her mule, Daddy said, and she laughed. It was funny. Daddy was funny, but she was, for a moment, a flash, afraid of him. He was so quick. He knew that this was something important, and did he mean well? He loved her. He liked her. He was like her. But when she wasn't like him, did he like it? Mother was saying how geology had been all cut and dried when she was in college, and how it was all changed now by these new theories. Plate tectonics isn't exactly new. Oh, shut up, shut up. Mother meant well. Sue Student and Mother talked about academic careers in science and got interested comparing, colleaguing. Sue was at the U, but she was younger and only a grad student. Mother was only at a community college, but she was older and had a Ph.D. from Berkeley. And Daddy was out of it, and Gran half asleep, and Tom and Sam cleaning up the platters. She said, "It's funny, I was thinking, all of us, the family, I mean, nobody will ever know any of us ever existed. Except for Granddaddy. He's the only real one." Sue gazed mildly. Daddy nodded in approval. Mother stared, the hawk at bay. Gran said in a curious distant tone, "Oh, I don't think so at all." Tom was throwing bread to a seagull, but Sam, finishing the salami, said in his mother's voice, "Fame is the spur." At that, the hawk blinked and stooped to the prey. "Whatever do you mean, Gret? Reality is being a dean of the School of Education? He was important. He had a biography. None of us will." "Thank goodness," Gran said, getting up. "I do hope you don't mind. If I have just a bit of a lie down now, I'll be much brighter later, I hope." Everybody moved. "Boys, you do the dishes. Tom!" He came. They obeyed. She felt a tremendous, a ridiculous surge, as warm and irresistible as tears or milk, of pride in them, in herself. They were lovely, lovely boys. Grumbling, coltish, oafish, gangling, red-handed, they unloaded the table with efficiency and speed, Sam insulting Tom steadily in his half-broken voice, Tom replying on 2 sweet notes at intervals like a thrush. "Asshole, asshole." "Who's for a walk on the beach?" She was, the interviewer was, Phil was, Gret surprisingly was. They crossed Sea Road and went single file between the dunes. Down on the beach, she looked back to see the front windows and the roof above the dune grass, always remembering the pure delight of seeing it so the first time ever. To Gret and the boys, the beach house was coeval with existence, but to her it was connected with joy. When she was a child, they had stayed in other people's beach houses, places in Gerhardt and Nescoen, summer houses of deans and provosts and the rich people who clung to university administrators under the impression that they were intellectuals, or else, as Mag got older, she and her mother had been taken along with Dean Inman to one of his ever more exotic conferences to Botswana, Brasilia, Bangkok, until she had rebelled at last. "But they are interesting places," her mother had said, deprecating. "You really don't enjoy going?" And she had howled, "I'm sick of feeling like a white giraffe. Why can't I ever stay home where people are the same size?" And at some indefinite but not long interval after that, they had driven over to look at this house. "What do you think?" her father had asked, standing in the small living room, a smiling 60-year-old public man, kindly rhetorical. There was no need to ask. They had all 3 been mad for it from the moment they saw it at the end of the long sand road between the marshes and the sea. "My room, okay?" Mag had said, coming out of the southwest bedroom. She and Phil had had their honeymoon summer there. She looked across the sand at him. He was walking at the very edge of the water, moving crabwise east, when a wave came washing farther in, following the outwash back west, absorbed as a child, slight, stooped, elusive. She veered her way to intersect with his. "Phil dog," she said. "Mag dog." "You know, she was right. What made her say it, do you think?" "Defending me." How easily he said it, how easy his assumption. It had not occurred to her. "Could be. And herself, and me, and then geology. Is she just in love with the course, or is she serious?" "Never anything but." "It might be a good major for her. Unless it's all labs now. I don't know. It's just a section of the intro sci at CC. I'll ask Benji what geologists do these days. I hope still those little hammers, and khaki shorts." "That Priestley novel in the bookcase," Phil said, and went on to talk about it, and novelists contemporary with Priestley, and she listened attentively as they walked along the hissing fringes of the continent. If Phil had not quit before the prelims, he would have got much farther in his career than she in hers, because men got farther easier then, of course, but mainly because he was such a natural. He had the right temperament, the necessary indifference and passion of the scholar. He was drawn to early 20th century English fiction with the perfect combination of detachment and fascination, and could have written a fine study of Priestley, Galsworthy, Bennett, that lot, a book worth a good professorship at a good school, or worth at least a sense of self-respect. But self-respect wasn't a saint's business, was it? Dean Inman had had plenty of self-respect, and plenty of respect, too. Had she been escaping the various manifestations of respect when she fell for Phil? No, she still missed it, in fact, and supplied it when she could. She had fallen for Phil because she was strong, because of the awful need strength has for weakness. If you're not weak, how can I be strong? Years it had taken her, years until now, to learn that strength, like the lovely boys washing the dishes, like Gret saying that terrible thing at lunch, was what strength needed, craved, rested in. Rested and grew weak in, with the true weakness, the fecundity, without self-defense. Gret had not been defending Phil or anybody. Phil had to see it that way. But Gret had been speaking out of the true weakness. Dean Inman wouldn't have understood it, but it wouldn't have worried him. He would have seen that Gret respected him, and that to him would have meant that she respected herself. And Rita? She could not remember what Rita had said, when Gret said that about their not being real. Something not disapproving, but remote. Moving away. Rita was moving away, like the gulls there ahead of them, always moving away as they advanced towards them, curved wings and watchful, indifferent eyes. Airborne, with hollow bones. She looked back down the sands. Gret and the interviewer were walking slowly, talking, far behind, so that she and Phil kept moving away from them too. A tongue of the tide ran up the sand between them, cross-currents drawing lines across it, and hissed softly out again. The horizon was a blue murk, but the sunlight was not. "Ha!" Phil said, and picked up a fine white sand dollar. He always saw the invaluable treasures, the dollars of no currency. He went on finding Japanese glass net floats every winter on this beach, years after the Japanese had given up glass floats for plastic, years after anyone else had found one. Some of the floats he found had limpets growing on them. Bearded with moss and in garments green, they had floated for years on the great waves, tiny unburst bubbles, green, translucent earthlets in foam galaxies, moving away, drawing near. "But how much Maupassant is there in the old wives' tales?" she asked. "I mean that kind of summing up women thing." And Phil, pocketing his sea-paid salary, answered, as her father had answered her questions, and she listened to him and to the sea. Sue's mother had died of cancer of the womb. Sue had gone home to stay with her before college was out last spring. It had taken her 4 months to die, and Sue had to talk about it. Gret had to listen. An honor, an imposition, an initiation. From time to time, barely enduring, she lifted her head to look out across the gray level of the sea, or up at Brighton Head towering closer, or ahead at Mother and Daddy going along like slow sandpipers at the foam fringe, or down at the damp brown sand and her grotty sneakers making footprints. But she bent her head again to Sue, confining herself. She had to tell, and she had to listen, to learn all the instruments, the bonds, the knives, the racks and pinions, and how you became part of the torture, complicit with it, and whether in the end the truth, after such efforts to obtain it, would be spoken. "My father hated the male nurses to touch her," Sue said. "He said it was woman's work. He tried to make them send women nurses in." She talked about catheters, metastases, transfusions, each word an iron maiden, a toothed vagina, woman's work. The oncologist said it would get better when he put her on morphine, when her mind would get confused. But it got worse. It was the worst. The last week was the worst thing I will ever go through. She knew what she was saying, and it was tremendous. To be able to say that meant that you need not be afraid again. But it seemed like you had to lose a good deal for that gain. Gret's escaping gaze passed her mother and father, who had halted at the foot of Brighton Head, and followed the breakers on out to where the sea went level. Somebody had told her in high school that if you jumped from a height like Brighton Head, hitting the water would be just like hitting rock. "I didn't mean to go on telling you all that. I'm sorry. I just haven't got through it yet. I have to keep working through it." "Sure," Gret said. "Your grandmother is so... She's a beautiful person, and your whole family. You all just seem so real. I really appreciate being here with you." She stopped walking, and Gret had to stop too. "What you said at lunch about your grandfather being famous." Gret nodded. "When I suggested to Professor Nabe about talking to Dean Inman's family, maybe getting some details that weren't just public knowledge, some insights on how his educational theories and his life went together, and his family and so on, you know what he said? He said, 'But they're all quite unimportant people, aren't they?'" The two young women walked on side by side. "That's funny," Gret said, with a grin. She stooped for a black pebble. It was basalt, of course. There was nothing but basalt this whole stretch of the coast. Outflow from the great shield volcanoes up the Columbia, or pillow basalts from undersea vents. That's what Mother and Daddy were clambering on now, big, hard pillows from under the sea. The hard sea. "What did you find?" Sue asked, over-intense about everything, strung out. Gret showed her the dull black pebble, then flipped it at the breakers. "Everyone is important," Sue said. "I learned that this summer." Was that the truth that the croaking voice had gasped at torture's end? She didn't believe it. Nobody was important. But she couldn't say that. It would sound as cheap, as stupid as the stupid professor. But the pebble wasn't important, neither was she, neither was Sue. Neither was the sea. Important wasn't the point. Things didn't have rank. "Want to go on up the head a ways? There's a sort of path." Sue consulted her watch. "I don't want to keep your grandmother waiting when she wakes up. I'd better go back. I could listen to her talk forever. She's just amazing." She was going to say, "You're so lucky." She did. "Yeah," Gret said. "Some Greek, I think it was some Greek, said don't say that to anybody until they're dead." She raised her voice. "Ma! Dad! Yo!" She gestured to them that she and Sue were returning. The small figures on the huge black pillows nodded and waved, and her mother's voice cried something, like a hawk's cry or a gull's, the sea drowning out all consonants, all sense. Crows cawed and carked over the marshes inland. It was the only sound but the sound of the sea coming in the open window and filling the room and the whole house, full as a shell is full of sound that sounds like the sea. But is something else, your blood running in your veins, they said. But how could it be that you could hear that in a shell, but never in your own ear or your cupped hand? In a coffee cup there was a sound like it, but less, not coming and going like the sea sound. Caw, cark, caw. Black, heavy swoopers, queer. The light like no other on the white ceiling boards. Tongue and groove, tongue in cheek. What had the child said that for? That Amory was the only real one of them. An awful thing to say about reality. The child would have to be very careful. She was so strong, stronger even than Maggie, because her father was so weak. Of course, that was all backwards, but it was so hard to think the things straight that the words had all backwards. Only she knew that the child would have to be very careful not to be caught. Cark, ark, caw, the crows cried far over the marshes. What was the sound that kept going on? The wind. It must be the wind across the sagebrush plains. But that was far away. What was it she had wanted to think about when she lay down? Powwow by Patricia Lear. Copyright 1990 by Patricia Lear. First published in the Quarterly, spring 1990. The dead-eye sun just up and moves over, and this changes things. With the trees in the front yard staying put, not moving, and being no longer in the way, everything is cleared for the sun to slap light across Alma's spun-sugar hair, her blue-tinted hair, where Alma sits dialing the phone. She is calling up the girl, Avery. And now Avery, she picks up at the kitchen extension in the house where she lives, with all the children and all the boarders, and Alma, introducing herself, says to Avery, "I am Alma from the complex," but in a smart voice, not in an old lady voice with cracks in it and whistling air, but in a smart voice, a voice so smart that Avery thinks this must be another real estate lady calling, until this crazy thing is said, namely, until Alma says, "Avery?" Marion, you know Marion, just hung herself, and Popo cannot make a thing of anything." "Who is Popo?" Avery says, though truthfully, in a way mostly looking at her gauzy dog through the kitchen door screen, the skinny dog bending himself around to get to something on his rear half with his tiny front teeth. "Popo is your granddaddy, Avery. I am his friend. I am Alma from the complex." "I never heard anyone call him Popo," Avery says. "That is the name Marion gave him." "Who is Marion?" Avery says. "Who is this Marion?" "The old lady Marion, your granddaddy's girlfriend Marion, the half-breed lady Marion." "Is that what happened? She hung herself?" says Avery. "Avery, I am trying to tell you these things. I am just one of your granddaddy's friends," Alma says, sounding worn out to Avery all of a sudden. "Popo?" Avery says. "It's the only name your granddaddy will answer to. And hey, listen," Alma says. "Popo is set back with this thing, and all I hear him talking about now is family. Hear?" No matter. At this point, Avery herself is frankly worn down a notch or two by the flow of life, and not knowing what is what anyway. She is actually ready to pull up the slack some and come across the state line for a visit, to see the granddaddy she remembers mostly for his bad temper, and the ice cream plant he built up from nothing that seemed to cause the bad temper, and not as much for his Cherokee blood, which was the main thing when she was a kid. She is ready to see him in his retirement condominium, where she has heard there are old ladies and romance. Avery has heard these things in letters, and vaguely of Alma, too, and of Marion in these letters, and so, leaving her 3 children in the good hands of her boarders, some of these boarders even living just behind screens that partition off sections of the huge house, like the screen decorated with a heron standing on one foot in the living room, and another screen painted with flaking Chinese red and age-deepened gold, fencing off an alcove on the 3rd floor, Avery packs up some things in a beaten-up leather bag, borrows the big car with air conditioning, and goes to Popo, her granddaddy, with the idea of a powwow lighting on her spirit and rising like a bubble in her heart. Back at Avery's, there is no man there now on a permanent basis, but for the boarders, some of them are men. And Avery is just now coming to an age, to the other side of life, the darker side, where she feels some things are gone and others are not the same, and something in her has the common sense to want and yearn for what is slipping away. And now here comes Avery in the big loaded car she has borrowed, her hair sliding around and across her shoulders, driving through the toll booth, tossing coins at the toll basket, and also now picking up the car phone and calling up Alma, to say to Alma just where she is. She is at the toll booth 10 minutes away. So start checking whatever it is you need to check, maybe the stove and the coffee pot, because we are rushing and, my fault entirely, we are running late. Alma twisting the fingers of her gloves, which lie across her lap like little kittens gone limp, with her scared to meet Avery and wanting Avery both. She is not Avery's mother, though she might be, would want to be. Her chin lifts up with purpose as she is talking to Avery, and she says softly now into the phone, "I am bringing you here for your granddaddy. It's just something I have thought to do for him with what has happened." Avery nods a wisp of a nod, the breath of a nod, and crawls her hand around inside her purse for some lipstick to slick her lips with. She says, "I hope somebody will just tell me what happened." Alma is old and has skin so softened with fine powder film that Avery is aroused to touch it with her finger when she meets Alma in person for the first time at the door of her studio apartment in the sprawling retirement condominium. She settles Alma in the back seat of the car, where Alma is a frilly thing, a dressing-table ornament with lacy cuffs that shiver like aspen leaves at her wrists, and whose first conversation is not about death or hanging or love, but about keeping the icebox cake she has put together in her little kitchenette from turning rancid in the furnace blast of this day. Avery thinks to turn the air-conditioning nozzles so they blow cold air all together at the round-cornered cake that Alma cradles in her lap. Avery starts up the car, and Alma talks, and in her voice Avery is hearing the real estate lady again. "You do not look like the trouble I hear you were, Avery," Alma says. "You are a nice-looking young woman." "I'm fat now," Avery says. "You do not mean it." "I would like to know where any fat is, you cute thing," Alma says. Baby fat from the babies, Avery says, pulling her sleeve tight over the upper arm and holding it up to show it is bigger than it should be. We all have that, Alma says. To me it is a new thing, Avery says, and neither of them says anything for a while, just thinking as embarrassment rises gently between them, and Alma starts fussing with the cake, rotating the cake to check all sides. That poor woman, that Marion, I cannot imagine what went wrong with her, Alma says from some new mood. I never knew anyone who killed herself, so I cannot imagine being on either side of it, Avery says, putting the car in gear and driving off, swinging around the corner of the retirement condominium, a low, pale brick building on golf course perfect grass. Dotted with little staked and roped young trees, humming with a sprinkler system, all this out in the middle of nowhere, where only interstates connect, the two women sight Popo. They watch him emerge through an iridescent heat, hanging on to his chrome walker, a torch of bright gladiolas woven in through the bars. Popo wearing a dark suit with floppy legs and mile-wide lapels, and looking to Avery, in his old age with the fat padding gone, between him and the world, more the Indian he is than ever. His gladiolas lurch in a springy, fluid fashion with the walker as Popo makes his way, taking 2 straight-legged steps, then replacing the walker a bit ahead, and then taking 2 more steps and moving the walker again, the way life has left him to walk now. Small petals and bits of leaves shake loose, and they fall, leaving a little trail. Sighting who he guesses is Avery, him being alerted to her coming, Popo shouts at her, "Oh, Avery, Avery, did you know about Marion? She is dead," as if they kept each other up with things, a practice they certainly have not had. "Oh, your flowers," Avery says, standing by the car, and her thumb cannot find the strength to punch in the button to open the door for him. So Popo reaches over her and opens it himself, and then, knees cracking, sits sideways in the seat and becomes absorbed with his walker, first thing pulling out the gladiolas and handing them over to Avery to hold, and then collapsing the walker for her to fit in the trunk. On seeing him again and up close, Avery gets the feeling things are beginning to change around in her, causing her emotions to mix up and to run together, her getting a firm handle on not one of them. And the sum total of this hodgepodge is to allow yearning to sneak in and to grab up a bigger fistful of her heart than it already has hold of, and to hang on hard. That he is still a big-shouldered man with skin like clay dirt wrapped over carved cheekbones, and though now old, his skin is lined only in the way the skin on her palms is lined, or the bottoms of her feet. There really are no wrinkles, and that at his shirt collar there is a string tie with a jawbreaker-sized chunk of turquoise for a pull, pale sunlit turquoise, a thing she would want to wear at her shirt collar, and that he combs his hair straight back and smooth are some of the reasons, and that her mamma is dead. "Avery, tell me, how are the children? Is everyone all right?" Popo says. "And how are you back there, Alma?" he says to Alma, twisting his whole body slightly, but not all the way around to look at her. Alma's eyes are like saucers looking at Popo from her vantage perch in the back seat with the cake, and this look is not lost on Avery as she walks back and forth, trance-like, to the trunk of the car with the walker, carrying it over her arms in the manner she might carry long-stemmed roses, should that occasion ever occur. "I do not know what happened," Popo says, his eyes black and wide, turning back to Avery, who is now sliding herself under the steering wheel. "You can never really know what goes on with another person, really," Alma says from the back seat. Avery looks in the rear-view mirror at Alma, seeing her just in the shape of the mirror, just her eyes, which are kind of pretty done up as they are with pale colors, in a way that brings to Avery's mind that odd stone they set in rings sometimes, the star sapphire, with its colors flung out from a washed-out sun in the middle. Popo, waving his hand just from the elbow, as if there is no wrist, says, "Where did you get this fancy car, sister? You got a phone in here, and I do not know what all." Avery looks over at her granddaddy, at Popo. He is now punching in the lighter, which will not stay punched in, and fumbling in his breast pocket, spilling papers and getting like all men she has known get, exasperated, fed up with things. He places the cigarette between his lips in a delicate way, the way a jeweler might set a star sapphire, Avery thinks, as she gets the lighter to work right for him. It was only a matter of not punching it so hard. "Today is a shame, a crying shame," he says, moving his lips around the cigarette. "Well, it is a terrible thing," Avery says. "Oh, Avery, I do not know how I will ever get over the things that happen in this life," Popo says, finally lighting up and blowing out a rolling cloud of smoke to go slow down around in the air-conditioned air. "See, it is the living, not the dead, that are left with the mess, all the guilt," Alma says from the back seat, leaning her tinted head between the two of them. "And here we are, the living, just as they say." "Where did Marion get that name for you, the name Popo?" Avery says. Popo glances at her, then busies himself picking at his clothes and doodling with the cigarette, and messing with the tiny ash and hitting it on the side of the ashtray, and looking out the window spellbound by something out there. Avery squirms under his power, the power to ignore her, and Alma says things from the back seat that do not mean anything or fit in with the conversation, as she cannot hear well what they have been saying now that they are on the expressway and the air conditioning is turned up full. Kind of surprising her, later he says, "I like it." Even later he says, "Avery, don't you remember the Popo bar we used to make at the ice cream factory? The thing dipped in butterscotch?" From way up on the expressway bridge where they are, Avery drives them all past the funeral church, seeing it shimmering white down below, and she can hear, even with the windows rolled up and the air conditioning on, the gravel under the wheels of the cars that are slowly rolling into the small church parking lot, where there is a graveyard in back, stone and cement crosses sticking up here and there, none of them straight up or coming out of the ground at the angle they were put in, or the graves kept up, as was somebody's plan. Now, ramping down a cloverleaf, like on a tilt-a-whirl, all of them flattened up against car doors or hanging on to something, Avery, on automatic pilot, her being a mother, automatically sticks her hand out flat across Popo, and Alma crawls a hand up on his shoulder until the car has righted itself and all four wheels are bearing equal weight. Next, they dive-bomb straight down on the church, like a chunk of ice coming down a chute, as the church is exactly at the bottom of the straight final part of the cloverleaf ramp, and their big car is fast. While all three have their hands occupied, working on the mysterious unlocking device on their seatbelts, Popo mumbles something at Avery. He says, "You sure were a hellion, sister." Inside the church, they make their way to the front like a single being, hooked together by arms. They place the gladiolas along with the other flowers on top of Marion's casket, and in the pew the two women work together, folding up Popo's walker and laying it down flat, where it clanks on the uneven wooden floor under their feet. Then Alma and Avery and Popo rest their shoes on top of it, using it to rest their feet. There are people seated in the sanctuary, most of them near the front, thinning out toward the back, to maybe one or two here or there. The service begins, and Popo thrusts his chin out, goose-necked, and holds it that way until the hymn-singing, and when Avery pulls open her purse to look for offering money, a wad of thick Kleenex unfurls itself slightly, like a surprise live thing somebody picked a rock up off of. She separates a Kleenex out and offers it to Popo, who takes it with a hand held downhanded and flat. After the service, there is a reception across the pasture at a nearby farmhouse, a small frame house with forever aluminum siding, with a picnic table and chairs scattered around a patio in back, a little place where people can sit and talk and have something cold to drink, have something to eat, but just desserts. There is a table of wonderful desserts, all like Alma's icebox cake and every bit as good. Under the afternoon sun that cannot touch them, tucked as they are safely under a broad-leafed tree over by a dried-out fence, is where Avery and Alma and Popo pull together for themselves 3 metal chairs. This is as far away as they can get from the eerie, glowing bug-catcher electrocuting bugs, a thing worse even than the sun, than anything. Avery leans her broad back forward, reaching a hand out to Popo's knee, Alma leaning in too, and Avery says, "Popo?" And it takes plain effort to say Popo, the name is so new. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" "I did not see anything wrong, did you, Alma?" Popo says to Alma, who has brought over 3 iced teas with mint sprigs and frosted plastic tumblers to go with their pieces of cake. "She was happy," Alma says. But after thinking, she says, She dyed her hair black, and when she got that bad flu in the winter and had to stay in bed, the roots grew out, and that got her down. Then it started with the lateness, Popo says. Hey, what about those kids, Avery? You better go and call them. What about what lateness? Avery says. Well, Marion, she was always late places, ever since I knew her, Alma says. And then it got worse, Popo says. How late? Avery says. Well, she could be known. Nobody was surprised to see her come even 2 hours late for bridge club, Alma says. What did you do? Avery says. We waited for her. We would sit and talk. Some of us started coming even later, so it didn't matter much. And she was always so nice when she got there. She really was just the nicest person, wasn't she, Popo? Nice, Alma says. What did you say to her? Avery says. I said nothing to her. What would we say? She was so nice, Alma says. Me, I would say, Marion, why are you late? We don't want to sit around 2 hours waiting for you, says Avery. We wouldn't say that, and you know you wouldn't either, Avery. You are not rude. Would you, Avery? Popo says, scraping up some frosting with the side of his finger. You probably would. She would, Alma. Well, what would that have done? What would that have gotten you? Then there would have been no bridge game at all, Alma says. Our way, we had 2 hours to visit with each other, and then bridge with a nice person. Your way, you just rock the boat, don't you see? Alma says, collecting the plates and wandering off inside the house. Avery watches her, then looks down at her shoes, then at her stocking, which is bunching slightly at one ankle. She reaches her hand down to get it to go smooth while Popo munches on a mint leaf, taking tiny bites. He says, What do you think? Let's take her back and go on and do something ourselves, honey. I am tired of old ladies always around. Avery and Popo are in the borrowed car, making a white slash on black asphalt, parked as they are on the angle at the Dairy Queen. Popo wants to see what is going on here, as he has heard they have a new machine to mix up the ice cream formula, and he still has vitality. He still wants to see what everybody is doing in ice cream, even though his company has long been sold. The Dairy Queen is a white cinder-block building with a little glassed-in front porch with pictures everywhere of Dairy Queen treats in smooth shapes on top of brownies, between cookies with strawberries, pineapple sauce, chocolate, hot fudge, chocolate dip cones, chocolate dip cones, shakes, sodas. Then also tacos, burritos, fries, burgers, pigs in a blanket, chicken in a basket, and more. Let's call those kids. We can, can't we? Just use this car phone, he says, tapping the car phone with a thick-nailed finger. Avery punches out her home number with the area code and starts talking to her oldest. His name is Benny. She says Popo is with her, that Popo is the Indian she has always told them existed. He is their great-grandfather, and that he wants to talk to all the kids. So go find out who is around. Popo gets on the phone, and when the children pick up, he goes from one to another saying, Do you know who I am? Have you heard my name? Which is how he opens each conversation, and looking over at Avery, he says, I do not want to scare them, Avery, thinking they are talking to a strange old man and their mamma is out of town, you know? Avery feels heavy and slow, sitting on the side of the car where the sun shines through the windows the hardest and the air conditioning cannot make much of a difference. Later, Popo is still going with the phone. Now put yours back on, Ben, he says. I just thought of something I want to tell her, something I forgot the first time. He leans his head back on the headrest the way Avery has hers, as he waits for Ben to run and drag Uris back to the phone. What kind of ice cream bar is your favorite, is the kind of thing Popo is saying, while sitting next to Avery, speaking into the car phone and stubbing out one cigarette and right away lighting up another. Avery's back hurts. She shifts her body around and sits hanging her arms over the steering wheel, narrowing her eyes, reading the posters to herself, looking at the pictures that are everywhere on the Dairy Queen walls and windows. What do you want? Avery finally says. Hold on a minute, Anita. Your mama wants to say something. What do I want? He says to Avery. I mean, do you want any Dairy Queen? I don't know. I will decide when I get off the phone. I want to come inside and see the whole works, how they do it. Talk to them. Avery climbs out of the car and wanders around looking at the wildflowers that grow up stalky with small leaves and tiny flowers at the edge of the cinder parking lot, the cinders smelling like hot tar. At least hot tar smell is in the air. If not from the cinders, it is some kind of road smell. Inside the Dairy Queen, on the little glassed-in slab of cement, she waits, slapping flies, now wanting a sweater, watching goosebumps from the freezing air conditioning pop out on her arms, in a bunched-up line with adults and kids dressed in summer shorts and T-shirts, jeans and V-necked halter tops, with almost everyone having layers cut into their hair. That is their style, and the line is so long. Avery so bored, she begins seeing artichokes, their heads looking like a field of artichokes turned upside down, some with leaves that are long and some just baby leaves, little short spiky things thatched on their heads. She orders a marshmallow sundae and rests her elbow on the countertop to look out the window at Popo, who is still talking into the phone. Avery, now back wandering around, back next to the Dairy Queen kitchen door, too close to the cooking vent, where there is a fly-dotted chair, a fly airport shaded by the building, a chair which is the only place she can find to go and sit and watch for some sign from Popo for her to come to him from the car. She hears rock music from a beat box. In the kitchen there are minimum-wage teenagers dressed in jeans and sneakers, wearing white shirts with white aprons wrapped around their waists, the straps tied in mean little nail-breaking knots. The teenagers are crisscrossing the kitchen, running into each other, pulling dripping baskets of fries out of the fat, flipping hamburgers, chopping lettuce for tacos, and Avery sits and watches them as she spoons her sundae. One of the girls, her face and neck slick with heat, comes slipping out the door, leaning up against the wall close to Avery, her hands little fists balled in the small of her back. She has one knee bent, her foot up behind her against the cinder-block wall, her heavy hair pulled up from her face and tied with a long cotton scarf, or rag, in the way a Sandinista would wear it. Behind her ears, her hair spilling over and away and off her neck. The sleeves of her shirt are rolled tight. Her hip bones press out against black jeans that go down narrow to black leather clunky shoes that stream their laces. She glances at Avery and tugs the scarf from her hair to wipe it across her face, the way Avery saw Popo do with the Kleenex she gave him at the funeral. A boy, maybe 19 years old, maybe 25, comes out the kitchen door, holding cold drinks, and hands one to the girl. He heads over to a van parked under a tree back deep in the cinder lot, this girl following along, coltish, stumbling, kicking up cinders with her loose black shoes, and she stands, knees and elbows angled, beside the boy, who puts a long arm around her neck, pulling her over toward him. He puts his cheek up against her cheek, maybe saying something, maybe kissing her neck and cheek, until the girl's body, loose as her knees, causes Avery to watch them, to simply stare. Even in their bodies there is light and bend and movement, and what roundness there is packed over muscle and bone. The boy and the girl get in the van and drive out of the Dairy Queen lot, passing in front of Avery, then, oddly, stopping, skidding on cinders. The backup lights light up brightly, and the van backs up. It stops in front of Avery, as if they had forgotten her and were coming back to get her, Avery sitting still in the fly chair to see what will happen. The girl jumps out, runs around the van, stumbling and catching herself up, reaches into the kitchen door, grabbing up the beat box, what she has forgotten. Avery sits alone, looking at the tangle of things growing around the dumpster, endless chain-link fence, off at the expressway. And she sees something dropped, the rag or scarf that is the girl's, lying off by some weeds and crumpled papers, some smashed cups. Going over to where the scarf is lying jagged across the cinders like lightning fallen, Avery stoops to pick it up, and holding it to her face, smelling the very girl in it. It is thick cotton. She stands off behind the Dairy Queen for a time, barely making out Popo, who is sitting in the car. The light is failing now. She drops down on the fly chair and goes to work with the scarf, wrapping it thickly around her wrist, around and around, like a bracelet or a cuff. And oddly, if Popo looks up at her while he is talking, he will not know, he will not see in this light Avery smiling at him in a small way, then more broadly. She thinks, she knows, that this powwow is finally over, and the smile is just something that bubbles up in her heart in the most natural of ways. Just Avery herself. Hippies, Indians, Buffalo by Wayne Johnson. Copyright 1989 by Wayne Johnson. Reprinted from The Snake Game by permission of Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. The letter arrived on a cold, rainy Wednesday, a month to the day after the news that Toby had been killed somewhere south of Quezon. The thin blue envelope was traced with postage markings, as if with veins, some of them obscured by handling and water damage, some of them razor-sharp. Strange lions and elephants and multi-headed people with angular limbs. Martin had come home early from the university to avoid the St. Paul rush-hour traffic, and digging through the mail in the box outside the house, he came upon the letter as if upon a ghost. In Toby's facetious way, the letter was addressed, Center for Deviate Recruitment, Sir Martin D. Sorensen, Esquire. A shiver ran up Martin's legs, and he took the remainder of the mail, a sheaf of bills and advertisements, into the house with the letter. He set the bills and advertisements on the kitchen table. He was tempted to throw Toby's letter in with the rest, and then went into the living room, lowered himself onto the couch, and switched on the lamp. He turned the letter in his hands, watching the clock on the wall. His mother would be home soon, and finally, heart-pounding, he edged his thumbnail up the back and slipped out the thin sheet of paper. "So, you little son of a bitch," his cousin had written, "you did open this without telling M&D. Am I right?" The doorbell rang, and Martin, his hands clumsy, tried to fold the letter neatly. The doorbell rang again, and Martin squashed the whole mess flat on the coffee table, and then shoved it into his pants pocket. At the door, Martin's mother backed up against the bell, 2 overstuffed bags of groceries in her arms. Martin opened the door, and his mother nearly toppled over onto him. "I'll get the rest," he said. Coming up the drive with his first armload, he watched his mother through the kitchen windows. She took a deep breath and assailed the refrigerator, tossing the frozen things into the left compartment, the others into the right. When he had carried in the last 2 bags, he stood for a minute watching her. She spun around and smiled. "So how was your day today?" she said. Over dinner, Martin's father got into it again. The spaghetti sauce had too much sage in it, and the garlic was too much. Martin shoved another mouthful in, aiding and abetting his mother. "I like garlic," he said. But there was too much garlic, and it was garlic salt that Martin's mother had used, so the spaghetti was too salty as well. And Martin was determined just to get it down and get away from the table. He could feel something brewing, something bad. "Did you hear about the communists?" Martin's father said. Martin shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want to talk about it. Martin's father was in private practice, and all this Kennedy talk about socialized medicine set him off. He worked hard, too hard, Martin thought, and more often than not he was irritable and argumentative. Now it appeared that he was going to give yet another of his angry lectures. "Don't you read the paper?" he said. "Some," Martin said. "You've got to keep up with what's going on." Martin looked up from his plate. His father's forehead glistened dully. His father reached out and gripped Martin's forearm manfully. Martin didn't like it. Martin's father had never had a father, and he was forever trying to be one, something he wasn't very good at. "It's Cambodia now," he said. Martin tried to pull his arm out from under his father's hand. His mother, at the other end of the table, ate slowly, and his sister, across from him, carefully picked at her bread. "Did you hear?" the doctor said. "They've moved into Cambodia now. This whole thing might escalate into something big." Martin bent his head over his plate. He felt his father's eyes boring into him. He felt the weight of it, of the man's money, his anger, his certainty. "Stop staring at him," his sister, Kristen, said. At the sink, the radio on, Martin and Kristen washed dishes. The light in the bedroom upstairs was on, and Martin felt relieved. His father would be reading the paper, and his mother would be buried in some inspirational book. "Make love your aim" had been the last one. "He's just tired," Kristen said. Martin pulled a fork from the water and cleaned between the tines. He didn't know what to say, and what he had read in Toby's letter bounced around in his head. So, you little son of a bitch, you did open this without telling M and D. Am I right? You okay, Marty? Martin slipped another plate into the water, scrubbing and then rinsing it. He handed the plate to Kristen. He wanted to say something to her, but that wasn't the way. Everyone was holding everything in, and had always held it in. He thought of his mystery grandfather, the alcoholic, and the mystery uncle who was Martin didn't know what, though he sensed the uncle was the source of some family embarrassment. He thought about the disappointment of what some people had told him would be the best years of his life. How could they get worse? And now this thing. At the dinner table, Martin had lied. He had heard about the communists in Cambodia. He had read all he could about it. He had heard talk of a big offensive, possibly a full-force offensive to the east, and lots of troops. He had watched Huntley and Brinkley, and Cronkite, and had seen Toby's snapshots, and had read his letters over and over. For months, Toby had been sending Martin letters, most of them facetious, and Martin couldn't make much sense of them. They were composed of cryptic lyrics from songs he barely knew. Johnny's in the basement mixing up the medicine, 20 years of schooling and they put you on the day shift. Watch out, kid. And weird exhortations. Beware of the Stowbar. Martin had saved all the letters in a shoebox under his bed, though none of what was in them had seemed real, the heat and the mud and the death, until they had gotten word about Toby and how he had died. Martin handed a dish to Kristen. You want to wash and I'll drive for a while, he said. They traded places. Kristen churned away in the water. Hey, she said, bumping Martin with her elbow. In his basement room, he sat on his bed, a calculus text open beside him. He leafed through a copy of Goldfinger. In the past month, he had read all of Fleming's books, even the more obscure of them, except for this one. They were pure escape, right up there with Pot, a real slug in the arm. Now he couldn't even make it through the first page for thinking about Toby's letter. He wondered what was in it, and why it hadn't come earlier, and when Martin heard his father's heavy tread down the stairs, he tossed Goldfinger under the bed and opened his calculus text. Martin's father smiled bitterly in the doorway. He was holding a glass. You're not fooling anyone, he said. Martin felt his face grow hot. The only person you're fooling is yourself, Martin's father said. Martin scratched at the open book with his pencil, trying to think of some way out, but nothing came to him. He had never found a way to fight this man, and the small victories he had won over him in the past year he saw now as nothing more than self-inflicted injuries. He had failed 3 classes, had gotten into some small trouble with the police, and had refused to have his hair cut. A counselor had straightened him out on the classes. You won't get into the better graduate schools if you keep this up. And the mess with the police, a drunken driving charge and a night in jail, had convinced him of the consequences of screwing up for real. But the hair stayed. Somehow the hair was what got to his father. It was a simple, tangible thing. He had grown it long, and had made a braid of it, like the Indians up at the lodge, where he worked summers. And as silly as it seemed, the hair had come to represent something even Martin didn't quite understand. Martin turned to face the window. His father stood in the doorway, shifting the glass of soda around and around in his hands. Marty, he finally said, why don't you tell me what's wrong? Martin drew his breath in. He picked at a hole in his jeans. A car rumbled by outside. They hadn't talked for so long that there was no place to start. Upstairs, Kristen's door shut, and then the house was silent. Martin waited 10 long minutes and then carefully tugged the letter from his pants pocket. He laid it on his calculus book and smoothed out the creases with his palm. So, you little son of a bitch, you did open this without telling M and D. Am I right? Martin shook his head. He was afraid to read the letter. He held it under the lamp, and the blue scrawl seemed to rise up off the page. December 3rd, 1969. Dear Marty, I'm going to make this short, and I hope to God you get this, only I don't know. We've been held down under mortar fire the last day and a half, and I'm damn near deaf. Yesterday that kid Bomer, remember him from grade school, the guy with the buck teeth, got gut shot and was screaming like you wouldn't believe. We were pretty close. He said he'd take this stateside. Guess how and where. I'll give you a clue. It's a place where the sun don't shine. Only he didn't pull through after all. But this is it, Marty. You smart and screwed-up little bastard. Here the longhand ended. The remainder was printed in large block letters. Whatever you do, don't let them talk you into coming over here. All we're doing is dying like pigs out in this bucking muck. Don't listen to Grandpa, and don't listen to your old man. Just keep telling yourself it's not something worth dying over. Don't show this to anyone. You were always an okay guy, Marty. I'd say pray for me if I believed in that, but I don't. So I'm saying wish me luck instead. Yours, Tobe. Martin read the letter again, then again. He read the letter 10 times before he turned his light off, and after what seemed like an endless time lying in the dark, he turned on the light and read it 5 times more. He finally fell asleep, and in the morning he woke with the light on, the letter still in his hand. "Marty," his father called down the stairs. Martin rammed the letter behind the bed. He felt as though he had been caught doing something shameful, and he tried to make his body look sleepy. He heard that heavy tread on the stairs. "Marty," Martin's father said. Then, shaking Martin by the shoulder, he said, "Come on up. I made breakfast for you." Thanksgiving Day, 1970. The gravy tureen made its way around the table again. Martin's grandfather, Spencer, was corralling his peas against a mound of mashed potatoes. "I'll have some of that," he said, taking the tureen. Martin watched him pour the gravy. Though Spencer ate with his usual gusto, Martin's cousins, Jane and Lucy and Todd, at the smaller table with Kristen, held back. Nearly a year had passed since Toby's death, and this Thanksgiving was the last of the firsts, the first Christmas without Toby, the first Easter, and so on. Now that Toby would never come back, these times together were different, an adjustment, and this was the last of them. Martin looked from face to face around the table. They were all carefully talking around anything having to do with what had happened to Toby. His aunt red-eyed, his uncle poking at his plate, his mother smiling nervously, his father and grandfather chewing forcefully. Martin wiped his mouth with a napkin and excused himself. In the bathroom, he sat on the toilet. He held his hand over his mouth. A bitter laughter bubbled up in him. "And, Lord, let us remember our Toby today," Spencer had prayed, "that he did not die in vain, but that through such sacrifice our lives are made possible." Someone knocked on the door. "Marty, you coming out?" Kristen said. "Just a minute." Martin flushed the toilet for effect and ran the tap. He opened the door, and Kristen smiled at him. "Come sit at the other table with me," she said. Martin's father and uncle were talking politics again. "At least he wasn't one of those goddamn draft dodgers," Spencer said. Lucy and Jane and Kristen were talking about orchestras. They talked loudly, filling in the gaps. Todd was listening to the other table and made no effort to disguise his interest. Martin liked that about Todd, and angled his chair to see better. "I'm proud of Toby," Spencer said. Martin's father shook his head. "I'm not saying we like the idea, but we can't just let them go wherever they want. They want world control, after all. You know that." Martin's father gestured with his fork. "You were in right after I was. Remember how it was in Korea?" Martin's uncle slowly pushed his chair back from the table. He had an especially long face, and it went through a transformation now, his eyes narrowing as he turned to face Martin's father. "We'll see what you have to say when Marty gets sent over there," he said. Martin's mother set a pie on the table. "Dessert's here," she said. The letter from Uncle Sugar, as Toby had called the armed services, came in December. It came on a Monday, along with snow, one of the first really big snows of the season. Martin opened the letter in the kitchen with a knife. He was to report for training at Fort Hood, Texas, on May 16th. Martin sat at the table, waiting for the news to sink in. He tried to imagine himself with thousands of other bald-headed kids, running around in green uniforms, practicing killing people, and then, if worse came to worst, actually going off somewhere and doing it. He'd killed plenty of things, a deer every fall for the past 6 seasons, ducks, pheasants, and he was a crack shot, a natural with a gun. But up at the lodge, with Bear and Osada and Buck, there was a certain reverence in the killing, thanks given, and a reason. This was senseless and evil and, as Toby had put it, political. Martin didn't want to be involved in these political things, and he didn't really see why he had to be. No one was threatening his country. Any idiot could see that. In some ways, the point of the war had been lost since that business with Lieutenant Calley. So what was going on? Martin stood and opened the shutters. The day was so bright, so white. The elm in the front yard was covered with snow. Above the trees, snow tumbled down, a boiling curtain of white. A plane cut low across the horizon and disappeared into the clouds. Something in the letter caught Martin's attention, and he held it up in the light. May 16th, that was it. And then the thought struck him, like a fist in the stomach, that May 16th was also opening day on Walleyes, and if not for this mess, he would have taken the train up to Wheeler's Point, where he would have caught the launch over to Big Island. In February, Martin bought a car from a dealer on Lake Street. He didn't know why he had to have the car, but he knew somehow that it would be important. The car was an old Nash, one that looked a bit like a bathtub turned upside down. For months Martin had joked with 2 of his friends about it. The world's ugliest car, he had said, pointing it out. It had a grill like that on the bottom of a refrigerator, and bumper guards that looked like chrome tadpoles. "We ought to paint Love Bandit on the side for you," his friend Tony said the afternoon Martin bought it. For months after, when Martin went out to look at the car mornings, he'd find new slogans spray-painted on the fenders and hood. This had a sense of rightness about it. In some slow way Martin felt himself turning, but in which direction he wasn't sure. In a way he felt as if he were destroying himself, but he also felt good. He had decided he would give as little of himself as possible to things he didn't believe in, and the war was one of these things. It wasn't his war. It wasn't even his country he would be fighting for. It was some thing, and Martin was damn sure it wasn't freedom. So he drove around St. Paul in the Nash, feeling out this new direction, and feeling that things could not possibly be other than they were. How things were came to him in bits and pieces, and angered and saddened him. Everywhere he saw people divided against each other, and at home it was no different. Mowing his grandfather's lawn one hot April afternoon, Martin stopped to cool off. He lifted the braid off the back of his neck, draping it over the bench. Spencer shook the newspaper. He was reading, and set it on his knees. "You look like a goddamn hippie," he said, his voice filled with disgust. "Or worse yet, a goddamn Indian." Martin scratched his forehead. He fought an impulse to say what he was feeling, for he was afraid he might say things he could never take back. "What's happened to you?" Spencer said. Martin stood, the words caught in his throat. "Nothing," he said. He dragged the mower around to the front yard and attacked the hill bordering the street. The mower shuddered through the high grass, snapping over spring deadfall. Martin felt hurt and angry. What had Spence meant? That he was like the Ojibwe and the housing project, people who lived as if in a war zone? Is that what he had meant? That he was defeated and pitiful? If that was it, then Spence was wrong. For if Martin had learned anything from working with the Ojibwe up north, it was that they had not been defeated, couldn't be defeated, and that was why they had been destroyed. He remembered something Osada had said. They had been out in the boat duck hunting, and a plane had flown low over the lake. "Boy, what I'd give to have one of those," Martin said. Osada looked at him, cocked his head to one side and then the other, as if he were measuring him up. "What would you give?" he said. Martin felt himself caught and tried to come up with an answer, one that was not a lie. "I guess I don't know," he finally said. Osada laughed to himself and then quieted. "Listen to me," he had said. "The way against the spirit is the evil way, is the way of destruction." Lifting the mower into the trunk of the Nash, Martin glanced over the hill into the yard. The bench, newly painted, glistened a bright maroon, the grass as flat as a crew cut around it. Martin opened the driver's door and got in. He sat for a few minutes in the heat, fanning his shirt over his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Spence in the front window. When a big bead of sweat ran down Martin's forehead and dropped onto his hand, he turned the key in the ignition and started the car. This time he wouldn't back down. The car was not popular. When Martin asked Kristen what she thought about the car, she hesitated, a studious look on her face, and said, "I like the steering wheel. It looks like pearls." Martin's mother offered to sew him some seat covers for it. Martin's father's friends parked in the street so as not to put their Lincolns or Cadillacs beside it. Martin's father hated the car. "I want you to get that hulk out of the driveway," he had said the morning after the first spray painting had been done. Now Martin stood beside his father, surveying the damage of this past night's raid. Rivulets of white paint dripped from the letters on the doors. "The Lone Ranger," the letters read, and on the trunk was "Zooks." "I want it out of the driveway," Martin's father said. "I mean it." Martin shoved his hands into his pockets. "I don't think it's so." "Oh, come off it. It looks like hell." Martin could see this was becoming something much bigger than a ruined $200 car, and he tried to ease away. His father caught him by the arm. "Just what do you think you're trying to do?" Martin's father said. Martin shrugged. "I want you to tell me. Say it straight. What the hell do you think you're doing with this car?" Martin tugged at his arm, and his father gripped it tighter. Martin got a boiling sensation in his chest, and then he imagined himself banging his father's head against the car until his head split open, and he felt himself torn with grief. "Don't worry," Martin said. "What?" "I said don't worry." "What do you mean, don't—" "God damn it," Martin said, "it doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference, because 3 goddamn weeks from now I'll be in goddamn Texas. You hear that?" he said, jerking his arm free. "Tex-ass!" Sunday night the week before Martin was to take the train down to Fort Hood, the house was quiet. Martin's father rummaged around in the basement for his old duffel bag. "You'll need this," he said, setting the bag at the end of Martin's bed. Martin had packed most of his belongings away, had cleaned out his closet, and had piled the clothes he was planning to take on the bed. He was amused, in a grim way, about the concern over these small things now. He knew that none of it mattered. In his mind, the army would strip him of everything, and he imagined, with bitter humor, showing up in a Bozo the Clown outfit, complete with the red nose, ruffled neck ring, and oversized shoes. "Hi, I'm Bozo," he would say, "and you must be Commander Bozo." Martin's mother brought towels from the dryer. She laid the towels on the bed and wrung her hands. His mother was a bird-like woman, funny at times, sad at others. "Here's some towels for you," Martin's father said. Martin smiled at his mother. "Thanks," he said. Kristen leaned against the door jamb. Martin looked from his sister to his mother to his father. "I got to get some air," he said. Hours later, his feet sore and his legs tired from circling the chain of lakes in town, Martin turned the corner of the service road home and went up the drive. The house was dark, and he was tired, and he didn't see his father standing with his back braced against the car. "Hey," his father said. It startled Martin, and he could think of nothing to say. They stood like that, staring up into the low-hanging clouds. The night sounds grew in volume and then faded away, fireflies blinking across the lawn. The fireflies got to Martin. He remembered catching them in a jar, him and his father. They had run across the yard, nabbing them off grass stems, 2 jars, a contest with no winner. A fun game, really. Thinking about the fireflies, Martin felt like saying he was sorry, but knew he couldn't. There was always more to remember. "A chemical process makes them light up," Martin's father had explained. Martin had looked into the jars, curious. "You aren't listening," his father said. "Yes, I am," he said. Martin's father stood. "No, you're not," he said. He took the jar from Martin, and with one heart-rending swoop of his arms, he tossed both jars up into the air, where they turned end over end until they shattered on the driveway. "I'm sick and tired of this," his father had said, and Martin had tried not to cry. And now here they were again. Martin could sense that his father was trying to say something, but he just stood there, a big, mute presence in the dark, but dangerous, like a buffalo. Standing like this, against the car in the middle of the night, seemed almost his way of saying he was sorry. Martin slapped a mosquito. Now that he had stopped moving, the bugs were biting. "Can't stand out here all night," Martin said. Martin's father rubbed his forearms. If he were to say he was sorry now, Martin thought, I would let it all go, this night, right now. Martin's father shuffled, ran his hand over his thinning hair. He picked at a scab of paint on the nash, and as he pulled up on it, a whole strip of paint came away from the rusty metal underneath. Martin looked up into the dark sky. A jet lumbered in from the west, its lights cutting bright holes in the dark. "What are you going to do with the car?" Martin's father said. "What?" Martin asked. "The car. What are you going to do with the car?" Martin turned to face his father. He had been hoping for something else, but this is what it had come to. "The car?" "Yes, the car," his father said. Martin slipped out of bed. In the dark he dressed in his jeans and moccasins and denim jacket, shouldered the duffel bag, and without turning to look at the nearly bare room, climbed the stairs to the front door. He was turning the knob when he remembered that he had forgotten something. He set the duffel bag down and went into the bathroom, to the cabinet under the sink. He pulled Toby's last letter and a small blue envelope from behind the sink, and stuffed them in his breast pocket. He hadn't realized before why he had kept his savings out of the bank, but now he knew. The daydreams he had had for months, had dismissed as fantasy, now took on real proportions. Out on Highway 35, Martin geared the Nash up, and the old six crooned. Martin hung his arm out the window, singing to himself. He tried not to think about what he was doing, and he turned on the radio. He had gotten the radio a few weeks before, and now he turned it up, pretending to enjoy the music. What the hell? He could do a lot of things, he thought. A highway patrol car drove by, and then spun around, lights flashing. On the side of the road, the officer held a flashlight beam in Martin's eyes. "What are you doing out at this time of night?" the officer said, looking down at Martin's license. "Going fishing," Martin said. "Let's see your gear." Martin got out of the car. He reached for the trunk key in his pocket. "Hold it," the officer said, the gun out of the holster and ready now. Around 4, Martin cleared the last of the plains. To the north, the lights of Duluth held off the dark waters of Lake Superior. A huge trucking complex sat off the highway, a diesel stop, and Martin drove the Nash through the labyrinth of roads to the squat brown restaurant in the middle. He took a booth on the far end, away from the door and the counter, where 2 heavy-set truckers sniggered. "What do you want?" the waitress said. "A cup of coffee." The waitress gave Martin a sour face. Behind her, the 2 truckers laughed. "You've got to get something to eat with it," the waitress said, holding a menu out. "We can't have people just drinking the hell out of our coffee for nothing." Martin took the menu. "What do you have?" "You can read, can't you?" the waitress said, bracing her hand on her hip. Martin could see now that the truckers had put her up to it, but she was enjoying it as much as they were. The 2 truckers nudged each other and laughed. The bigger stood and strode to the back, pushing through a red door. Martin patted his breast pocket. "2 eggs," he said, "hash browns, biscuits, and lots of coffee." The waitress went around to the kitchen, and the trucker who was still at the counter caught her arm as she went by. "Is it a boy or a girl?" he said. Martin tried to ignore them. He traced the marking in the tabletop, thinking about driving north now, and the gravity of what he was doing. He hadn't thought about it. He had just done what he thought was right. He had believed Toby, but he hadn't thought about what it would be like not to go. All he had thought about was what going would mean. The food came, and the waitress slapped down the check. "Anything else?" "No," he said, poking at the food with his fork. The energy that had driven him this far, a wiry, unthinking energy, had gone away, and now he felt sick. He wasn't so sure about anything now, and he felt as though he were poised between two starting points all over again. The Nash outside, waiting, this food on the table in front of him, and the big man out of the toilet and laughing with his friend. He thought of going out to the Nash and getting his .30-06. "Like deer hunting, fat boy?" he would say. But beneath the anger was something else, and it got all tangled up trying to come out. Martin belted down the hot coffee, trying not to think about it. What was he doing, anyway? Who was he fooling? The big trucker gave out a belly laugh, and Martin stood and went into the men's. On the wall was a large vending machine with pictures of naked women, spread-legged across it, their mouths big O's of pleasure. Martin stepped up to a urinal. He could hear them laughing out in the restaurant. He stared into the wall, and something in it came clear. Someone had cut through the wallpaper, in big, jagged strokes, "Hippies are living proof that Indians fucked buffalo." It stuck in his head like a hot poker, and then he was striding up past his booth to the car, all of it bursting out of him now. He didn't trust himself to drive this way, and he leaned against the fender, watching the waitress. She went over to the table, and when she saw that Martin hadn't paid his tab, she marched to the front door and out, the truckers behind her. Martin got into the Nash and started it. "You son of a bitch!" the waitress yelled, pointing. The big man took off across the gravel drive, and Martin swung the Nash around, headed for the waitress. She blinked twice, and then saw he meant murder, her face a brilliant moon of fear, and in that moment Martin saw himself, what he had been running from, and he veered off to the right and burst up the road onto the highway, and with the blood pounding in his head and the highway howling under him, he went a long time, the Nash swaying from side to side, barreling along as close to death as it would take him. And not until he passed a road sign and slowed down did he admit to himself that it wasn't an accident. He hadn't taken the wrong entrance onto the highway, and the lights of Duluth were now far away and to the south. For Women Everywhere by Perri Klass. Copyright 1990 by Perri Klass. This story originally appeared in the July 1990 issue of Glamour. Allison, in her 9th month, finds she can no longer turn over in bed at night without waking up. The hydraulics of shifting her belly are just too complex, and to get from her left side to her right, she has to maneuver herself delicately, tucking her elbow under and using it as a lever, swinging her abdomen over the top. Turning over the other way, belly down, is not possible. If she could, she imagines, she would look like a circus seal balancing on a huge ball. When her best friend from high school arrives to keep her company and wait for the birth, Allison hopes to be distracted. Lately, she thinks of nothing but the advent of labor. When will this baby come out? When will the pains start that will be unmistakably something new, something she has never felt before? Her obstetrician suggested that they might feel like bad menstrual cramps, which Allison has never had, and she is now accustomed to the small tightenings inside her belly that occur every now and then. Braxton Hicks, she tells her friend Doris, who thereafter asks her if she should happen to clutch her belly, another Brixie Hicksy? It is very nice to have Doris around. For one thing, unpregnant, Doris is easily as big as Allison in her 9th month. Doris was big in high school, and she's bigger now. She buys her clothes in special stores that sell silk and velvet and linen for the fat working woman, and all her lingerie is peach. She smells of a perfume named after a designer, which smells familiar to Allison because of little scented cardboard samples in a million magazines. Open this flap to enjoy the magic, opposite honey-toned photos of naked bodies arranged like fruit in a basket. Doris's possessions fit surprisingly well into what she calls the tawdry jungle glamour of Allison's apartment. Among the overgrown plants with Christmas lights strung through them, and the life-size stuffed animals and the bongo drum collection, Doris reclines in her jumpsuits, taking her ease as if waiting for her palanquin. When Doris and Allison walk down the street together on their way for hamburgers and onion rings, Allison feels like a phalanx. Finally, she has the nerve to wear a big straw hat with fuchsia flowers out in public, stealing it off her stuffed giraffe. "Hey, big mamas," she imagines someone shouting, not that anyone ever does. Together, she and Doris take up their share of the street, and of the hamburger restaurant where the waitress now greets them by saying the usual, right? Allison is by now pretty well used to the rude and stupid and none-of-their-business things that people say to her. Good old Doris walked into her apartment, put down her 2 suitcases, and her handbag, and her camera case, and informed Allison, looking narrowly at her ballooned abdomen, "Allison, you are doing this for women everywhere." Then she gave a Bronx cheer. "Right," said Allison with relief, wondering how Doris knew. The world is full of well-meaning people who feel the need to tell Allison how brave she is, how they admire her. "I always wanted a baby, but I don't know whether I would dare," they say. Or, "This is a really great thing you're doing." Allison's mother sends clippings from People magazine, keeping her up to date on Jessica Lange and Sam Shepard, Farrah Fawcett and Ryan O'Neal, Mick Jagger and Jerry Hall. Even Michael, when he calls up shyly to ask whether she really thinks this baby might be his, feels a politically correct need to tell her what a strong woman she is. "Some people never grow up," is Doris's comment after Michael's next call, and at first Allison thinks she is referring to Michael, which is really unfair. Of the 3 of them, Michael could be considered the one who most notably has grown up. He has a house and a marriage and 2 children and all the correct car seats and coffee makers. "You," says Doris, "here you are at your age, and the best you can manage is a friend you went to high school with and a boy you've been sleeping with since high school. Don't you ever think about moving on to a later stage?" There is some justice there, Allison supposes, but if you are 35 and your favorite people are left over from when you were 15, then that's the way it is. Michael's marriage, acquired in adulthood, does not make Allison's mouth water. Neither does Doris's legendary liaison with a penthouse-dwelling real estate tycoon. Doris is mildly, or maybe avidly, curious to know who the other possible fathers are, and makes some pointed remarks about people who expect their friends to tell all, and then hold back on their own juicy details. But Allison is not telling, and not willing to be drawn into the same game of 20 questions that Michael keeps wanting her to play. "Is it anyone I know? Is it anyone you care about? How many possibilities are there, anyway?" "I am not," Allison says with pregnant dignity, "the kind to kiss and tell." Allison is consuming something close to 4 rolls of Tums a day at this point. Automatically before and after every meal she reaches into her pocket for the cylinder, pops off 3 little chalky discs, and crunches them, feeling the burning go away. Doris tells her this is somewhat disgusting, and Allison informs her loftily, "My obstetrician says I have progesterone-induced incompetence of the lower esophageal sphincter." "Talk about disgusting," says Doris. But it is a pleasure to have Doris there to go with her to the obstetrician, a pleasure not to go alone for the umpteenth time. She hands Doris the straw hat and steps on the scales unhesitatingly, watches the nurse move the weight from 150 to 200, then back to 150, then start messing around with the next smaller weight. 182, very good. Smugly, Allison steps off the scale. How educational for Doris, she thinks, to realize that when you are pregnant, you get on the scale proudly and hear a number like 182 and then a commendation. But Doris is studying a wall chart, a drawing of a full-term baby packed into a mother. Note the scrunched-up intestines, the way the baby's head presses on the bladder, and so on. "Yuck," comments Doris, and follows Allison into the examining room where she is notably unmoved by the amplified fetal heart. Allison's obstetrician, Dr. Bean, is a good 5 or 6 years younger than Allison and Doris, and is such an immaculate and tailored little thing that it is rather hard to imagine her elbow deep in the blood and gore that Allison imagines in a delivery room. Also, she has such tiny hands. Can she really grab a baby and pull? Is that what an obstetrician does? Allison started out dutifully attending the classes, but she dropped out long before they got to the movie. She has never been one to read instruction booklets. Dr. Bean gives Doris the once-over, considerately doesn't ask any questions, and feels around on Allison's belly with those small, surprisingly strong hands. "You're engaged," she says, as if offering congratulations. Allison wonders briefly whether this is some terribly tactful way of acknowledging Doris's presence. Better than, say, "Is this your significant other?" But it turns out that engaged means that the baby's head has descended into her pelvis, and the baby is in place, all ready to be born. "Have you thought about anesthesia?" asks the doctor, and launches into an educational lecture on spinals and epidurals, both of which involve having a needle inserted into Allison's back and pumping drugs into her spinal column. "Yick," comments Doris. "I think I'd rather die," says Allison. "You won't die one way or the other. You'll just have pain, and if the pain is too bad, you can have Demerol, just to take the edge off for a while." "In sorrow shall you bring forth children," says Doris, biblically enough. "Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain," says Allison, not to be outdone. "Any time now," says Dr. Bean, cheerful and unperturbed. 20 years ago, in high school, Doris and Allison and Michael were the three smartest of their year. Doris and Allison were best friends, and Michael and Allison eventually fumbled their way into bed. Michael and Doris, however, were the true co-conspirators of the high school, the ones who destroyed every sewing machine in the home economics classroom with a tube of superglue and a jar of Vaseline. The ones who reprogrammed the guidance computer so that every senior received a printout recommending Notre Dame as the single most appropriate college. The ones who slipped copies of We and Penthouse into the heavy plastic jackets reserved for Life and Smithsonian in the library. Allison was more or less a chicken. Doris is now more or less the only person in the whole world who understands how Allison can go on sleeping with Michael every couple of weeks or so, year in and year out, and never want either to escalate or to de-escalate. And when Michael got married, and they didn't miss a beat, Doris was the only one to whom it was perfectly obvious that his relationship with Allison was covered by a grandfather clause. Allison knows that Michael called her up at the time, stricken with the kind of moral qualms with which he occasionally likes to agitate himself, and she knows that Doris told him to shut up and put out, and she is grateful. Michael's marriage is a brilliant success, as far as Allison can see, though she has not actually met his wife. They are both professors, Michael of math, of course, and his wife of something with ceramics in it, which is not art, but high-tech semiconductors. Or something. Allison reserves the right not to be interested, and wastes almost no time imagining the marriage, two total weirdo science drones trying to be domestic. Allison and Doris parade themselves to the hamburger joint for the usual once again. Allison has medium rare with cheddar and onions. Doris has rare with guacamole on top. Both have onion rings. Allison's maternity wardrobe has dwindled. Nothing fits, and she cannot bring herself to buy anything, since the whole process should be over in a week or two. She has one floral drop cloth, contributed by her mother, who also sent 4 pairs of support hose that are still intact in their cellophane. Over her one pair of cotton pants, with a very stretched-out elastic waistband, she can put either a bright pink, extra-large T-shirt, or else a breezy little yellow rayon number bought at a yard sale, which was meant to be a pajama top for a very large lady. She has been working at home since her 7th month, easy enough since much of her work has always been done at home. She writes the in-house newsletter for a large company that manufactures communications equipment, and they have installed a modem in her living room. She is paid a ridiculous amount for this, and has no intention of ever teaching freshman English again. The only problem, as of the last week or two, is that she cannot sit up at her desk anymore for long periods of time. The inhabitant of her abdomen starts to do calisthenics, and to have a full-size baby doing rhythmic jerks in her belly, it turns out, means she has to lie back on the couch and give it room. She lies back, pulls up the pink T-shirt, pulls down the cotton pants, and she and Doris stare at her belly, at the road map of stretch marks. "God, it's like some kind of earthquake," says Doris, as the striated skin over Allison's belly button heaves upward. Today Doris, in honor of Allison's apartment, is wearing her leopard print jumpsuit and blood-red earrings to match her fingernails. "Are you quite comfortable?" Allison asks her abdomen. The acute angle of a little elbow juts out clearly, squirms around, then retreats into its crowded bath. Actually, Allison finds herself overwhelmed, reduced to awestruck mush by the contemplation of her belly, by the thought that tightly curled up in there is a full-grown sardine of a baby. How can this possibly be? A fetus was one thing, for all its hormonal cyclone, the morning sickness, and all the rest. But how can she be carrying something around that properly belongs in a baby carriage? And something with such a mind of its own? It seems now to want to put its feet just where Allison believes she keeps her own liver. When Michael calls, Doris takes it upon herself to talk to him. She describes the action in Allison's belly, which she refers to as heavy weather in the Himalayan foothills. Allison, still lying on the couch, can hear the firm tones in which Doris discourages Michael's surreptitious questions. "She's fine, we're fine, don't be ridiculous, you'll never know. You'll take care of your own children. Allison will take care of hers, and everyone will be just fine." Allison thinks of Doris in the 10th grade, when she wore only black and made frequent references to her dabbles in the occult sciences. Her room, in her parents' pleasant Tudor-style two-car garage house, had been converted into a sanctuary of Satan. Doris had removed the light bulb from the ceiling fixture and put 2 white skull-shaped candles on either side of an altar, on which the girls' high school gym teacher was regularly tortured in effigy before being sacrificed. Doris's mother had minded the writing on the walls more than anything else. But, after all, once the walls were written on, they would have to be repainted anyway, so why not write on them some more? So Doris and Allison and Michael decorated them freely with song lyrics that seemed particularly meaningful at the time, also poems. The Who, William Blake, Herman Hesse, and Leonard Cohen figured prominently in the graffiti. Doris and Allison and Michael were all smart, but hardly exceptional. Anyway, lying on the couch, Allison remembers Doris in her high priestess phase, massive in black, making oracular pronouncements, suggesting death or disfigurement for those she disliked, promising the favored that they would prosper. "Lots of Brixie Hicksies, huh?" says Doris, finding Allison leaning against the wall in the kitchen, holding her belly. "I don't know, this might be more than that." "No false alarms now, you don't want to go getting me all excited for nothing." "Let's time them," says Allison. 20 minutes apart, 15 minutes apart, starting to hurt a little, lasting 30 to 40 seconds. Doris notes them down systematically in magic marker on Allison's one clean dish towel, contributed, needless to say, by her mother. She suggests to Allison that these numbers will make a humdrum dish towel a priceless, precious memento. Allison tries to remember whether they said anything about breathing back in those first couple of childbirth classes. "All right," says Doris, coming to the bottom hem of the dish towel. "Get that cunning little bag you have all packed and waiting, and let's get moving." "You really think it's time?" "Do you want to wait for Sherman to take Atlanta? Get into the pony cart and let's go." At the hospital, the nurse puts Allison into 2 little gowns, one with the opening in the front, the other in the back. Strangely enough, all the way over in the car, even as she experimented with panting, with taking deep breaths, with moaning and groaning, Allison expected them to look at her blankly, to send her home, to wonder aloud why she was wasting their time. Instead, along comes this nurse, Madeline, a black woman even larger than Doris. The 3 of us, Allison thinks, would make quite a singing group. The nurse puts an IV into Allison's left hand and hooks belts around her waist to connect her to a fetal heart monitor. Doris finds the monitor quite interesting, and when the nurse leaves the room, experiments with the volume control, turning up the gallop-a-trot of the baby's heartbeat as loud as it will go. "Noisy baby you have there," she remarks. "I thought this was supposed to hurt. Does it hurt yet? Are you looking forward to watching me writhe in pain? Just remember, you will be writhing for women everywhere." Allison is immeasurably glad to have Doris there. Does this mean, she finds 2 seconds to wonder in between contractions, that she is in fact going to want someone there from now on? That she is going to find herself alone with this baby and feel bereft? Well, maybe. But this is a fine time to start worrying about that. "Don't worry," she tells Doris. "It's starting to hurt plenty. Don't be deceived by my stoicism and physical bravery." "When you make a face like you're constipated and then pant like a dog, is that when it hurts?" "I still can't understand why you didn't become a psychiatrist," says Allison, beginning to pant again. "There's more money in stockbrokering," says Doris, who is in fact very rich. "Well, thanks for coming," says Allison, suddenly not sure she has yet gotten around to saying that. "I wouldn't miss this for the world." Doris looms over the bed, a great big woman with an auburn permanent and red nails, wearing green paisley lounging pajamas. What more could anyone want in a labor room? "Soon the fun will really begin. Don't you get an enema?" I think that's out of date. Shit, Doris, this isn't a joke anymore. All you girls think you can just play around, and then when you get caught, you start whining. The nurse, Madeline, comes bustling in, hears them shouting over the boom of the monitor. "Who turned this thing up so high?" she demands, turning it down. "Why don't you take a little walk, see some of the scenery?" Madeline is unstrapping her from the monitor, rather to Allison's surprise. She hadn't expected them to grant her request. "Is that okay?" "Honey, you're moving pretty quick for a first baby, but you've got a ways to go. Just you go strolling with your friend. There's lots of corridors." The people that Allison and Doris pass, as they promenade through the labor and delivery hallways, look meaningfully at Allison's belly. Most are doctors and nurses, dressed in green surgical scrubs. There is one other woman in labor who is also up and walking, but her husband, who is 6 feet tall and bearded after the manner of John the Baptist, is practically carrying her. The walls are hung with nondescript impressionist landscapes. "Lovely on the Riviera this time of year," Doris says, each time they pass the French fishing village, and "I hear the stained glass is simply stunning" when they pass the cathedral at sunset. Eventually, walking begins to feel a little less probable, and Allison climbs back into bed. And along comes Dr. Bean to congratulate her on already being 5 centimeters dilated. "God," says Allison, "this is becoming a real pain in the ass." "Truer words were never spoken," says Doris. Allison is no longer able to muster a sense of humor. Allison is in quite significant pain, and it is borne in upon her that she does not have the option of stopping these regular onslaughts. She would like an hour off, she wants to tell them. She would like to put this on hold and start again tomorrow. Instead, Madeline comes by every now and then and tells her to take deep breaths. They have her belted up again and keep telling her to listen to her baby's heart, how strong and regular it is. But this steady lub-a-dubbing seems to Allison to have very little indeed to do with that strong-willed little gymnast who has been kicking and wriggling so idiosyncratically. Allison wishes, truly and sincerely, to be back on her couch, watching her belly heave and swell. What a good working relationship that was. Why go and spoil it now? "I didn't know when I was well off," she tells Doris and Madeline. Dr. Bean is somewhere behind them, checking the strips that the monitor is printing out. An interesting geometrical dynamic, thinks Allison, with perfect clarity, the 3 very large women and the tiny little doctor. In fact, it goes very quickly for a first labor. Everyone says so. 5 hours after coming to the hospital, Allison is pronounced ready to push. Allison is no longer listening to anything that anyone has to say. This is, she has decided, the most ridiculous method for propagating the species that she can imagine. In those few precious seconds, when the pain goes away, she thinks back to biology class, herself and Doris and Michael in the back row acing every test. Think of all the alternative methods. Budding, spore formation, egg-laying, binary fission. And back comes the pain. Howling, she has discovered, helps. Madeline does not seem to approve fully. There was something a little censorious about the way she closed the labor room door. "Mustn't let the other women in labor know that it hurts, huh?" Doris was heard to say. Sometimes she squeezes Doris's hand. Sometimes Doris squeezes hers. During one particularly unpleasant contraction, Allison gives out with a loud cry of, "Oh, fuckity fuck, fuck the fucking fuck!" And then her brain clears enough to hear Doris's response, "Do any more of that, darling, and you'll end up right back here." What can she mean? Another contraction hits before Allison can actually think back to those familiar and surprisingly passionate nights with Michael, or to the nights with the other 2 men who will never know about this. Oddly enough, she can remember, as the pain ebbs, her decision to go ahead and get pregnant, that one particularly promising and active month when she got herself into this, but her mind cannot encompass the how. This is no moment to think about the more pleasant uses to which her lower body can be put. This is a moment to howl. Dr. Bean, who has been off doing doctor things, reappears after Allison has been pushing for half an hour or so. Pushing is a little better than just contracting, but it is also hard work. "I have had enough of this," Allison tells her, loud and clear. "There is never going to be a baby. I want to go home." "You're doing very, very well. You're going to have your baby soon." "I don't want a baby. I changed my mind." She is dead serious. She is enjoying being a bad girl. She is kidding. She is contracting again, and Madeline is counting at her. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, trying to get Allison to prolong the push. You heard the lady. She's changed her mind. Doris almost sounds dead serious herself. Dr. Bean puts Doris on one side of Allison, Madeline on the other. Allison puts one arm around each of them, and each lifts up one of her legs, pulls it back. Dr. Bean is now a tiny pixie all dressed in surgical greens, rubber gloves on her hands. She looks at Allison severely. You need to push this baby out, she says. The monitor is showing poor beat-to-beat variability, and you are ready to do it. What is poor beat-to-beat variability, asks Doris. Allison doesn't care. It means she has to push this baby out. Now pull back on her legs, Madeline will count, and on the next push I want to see progress. It takes exactly 16 more pushes for the baby to be born. Allison has suddenly remembered that she was promised Demerol for pain and is demanding it loudly. Dr. Bean tells her, somewhat brusquely, that she cannot have it so close to delivery, and Allison begins to make a speech about how unfair this is, how she has labored and pushed and pushed. Then two things happen at once. Another contraction begins, and Doris leans in close to her ear and says loudly, "Stop whining and push. Something's going wrong with the baby." And amazingly enough, Allison does care. Or at least responds. Or at least feels she has to respond. Or something. She stops making speeches. She grips the two pillars on either side and bears down for the full count. Dr. Bean encourages her. "I see the head," she calls from her little steel stool between Allison's legs. Toward the end, Allison loses track of everything. She keeps her eyes fixed on Madeline's, since Madeline is the one who tells her this will be it. You'll do it next time. She bears down when Madeline counts, responding to the authoritative numbers like Pavlov's dog. And then, at the end, everything changes. Instead of pure pain and effort, and her body straining and close to exploding, she actually feels it. She does. She feels something move down, something fall away from her, something slide out of her, and the next moment, everyone is laughing and cheering. There is no separating anything out. Dr. Bean's triumphant announcement that she has a girl, the sudden shocking baby cries, slightly thin and then outraged, Madeline's assurances from across the room that the baby is perfect, 10 fingers and 10 toes. Before Allison can even contemplate that information, the baby, wrapped in a somewhat bloody blanket, is deposited on Allison's chest. Only then, lying back, does Allison realize the pain has actually stopped. Dr. Bean and Madeline are still messing around at the bottom of the bed. Allison and Doris, however, are busy admiring the baby, who has stopped crying and is scrunched up in her mother's arms, occasionally opening her eyes to see if she can see who is responsible for this outrage. A little stretchy white cap on her head works its way off, and it turns out she has a great deal of dark hair. To Allison's relief, she looks like a newborn, like a monkey. There is no uncanny resemblance to Michael or any other adult. "She's certainly beautiful," Doris says, as if surprised. Actually, she isn't particularly beautiful, Allison supposes, but on the other hand, she's the most miraculously, divinely beautiful thing ever. "I know what you mean." "What happens now?" Doris asks, after a lull of admiring, during which Dr. Bean finishes up with the afterbirth and the stitches. A few twinges and a few ouches from Allison, but she is harder to impress than she used to be. The baby, eyes closed, nuzzles into her mother's neck, seeking warmth, or food, or contact, maybe missing the close confinement where up to now she has rocked and kicked and wriggled. "Now Mother goes on up to the maternity floor and gets a little rest," says Madeline, "and Baby goes to the nursery and gets weighed and measured." "Now I guess I take her home and educate her," says Allison in wonderment. "Well, good," says Doris, "as long as you have a plan." Nothing to Ask For, by Dennis McFarland. Copyright 1989 by Dennis McFarland. First appeared in The New Yorker. Reprinted by permission. Inside Mac's apartment, a concentrator, a medical machine that looks like an elaborate stereo speaker on casters, sits behind an orange swiveled chair, making its rhythmic, percussive noise, like ocean waves, taking in normal, filthy air, humidifying it, and filtering out everything but the oxygen, which it sends through clear plastic tubing to Mac's nostrils. He sits on the couch, as usual, channel grazing, the remote control button under his thumb, and he appears to be scrutinizing the short segments of what he sees on the TV screen with zen-like patience. He has planted one foot on the beveled edge of the long oak coffee table, and he dangles one leg, thinner at the thigh than my wrist, over the other. In the sharp valley of his lap, Eberhard, his old long-haired dachshund, lies sleeping. The table is covered with 24 medicine bottles, though Mac has now taken himself off all drugs except cough syrup and something for heartburn. Also stacks of books and pamphlets, though he has lost the ability to read, on how to heal yourself, on Buddhism, on Hinduism, on dying. In one pamphlet, there's a long list that includes most human ailments, the personality traits and character flaws that cause these ailments, and the affirmations that need to be said in order to overcome them. According to this well-intentioned misguidedness, most disease is caused by self-hatred or rejection of reality, and almost anything can be cured by learning to love yourself, which is accomplished by saying aloud and often, "I love myself." Next to these books are pamphlets and Xeroxed articles describing more unorthodox remedies: herbal brews, ultrasound, lemon juice, urine, even penicillin. And in a ceramic dish next to these, a small waxy envelope that contains ash, a very fine, gray-white, spiritually enhancing powder materialized out of thin air by Swami Lahiri Baba. As I change the plastic liner inside Mac's trash can, into which he throws his millions of Kleenex, I block his view of the TV screen, which he endures serenely, his head perfectly still, eyes unaverted. "Do you remember old Dorothy Hughes?" he asks me. "What do you suppose ever happened to her?" "I don't know," I say. "I saw her years ago on the nude beach at San Gregorio, with some black guy who was down by the surf doing cartwheels. She pretended she didn't know me." "I don't blame her," says Mac, making bug eyes. "I wouldn't like to be seen with any grown-up who does cartwheels, would you?" "No," I say. Then he asks, "Was everybody we knew back then crazy?" What Mac means by back then is our college days in Santa Cruz, when we judged almost everything in terms of how freshly it rejected the status quo. The famous professor who began his 20th century philosophy class by tossing pink rubber dildos in through the classroom window. Antonioni and Luis Buñuel screened each weekend in the dormitory basement. The artichokes in the student garden, left on their stalks and allowed to open and become what they truly were, enormous, purple-hearted flowers. There were no paving stone quadrangles or venerable colonnades. Our campus was the redwood forest, the buildings nestled among the trees, invisible one from the other. And when we emerged from the woods at the end of the school day, what we saw was nothing more or less than the sun setting over the Pacific. We lived with 13 other students in a rented Victorian mansion on West Cliff Drive, and at night the yellow beacon from the nearby lighthouse invaded our attic windows. We drifted to sleep listening to the barking of seals. On weekends, we had serious softball games in the vacant field next to the house, us against a team of tattooed, long-haired townies, and afterward, keyed up, tired and sweating, Mac and I walked the North Shore to a place where we could watch the waves pound into the rocks and send up sun-ignited columns of water 25 and 30 feet tall. Though most of what we initiated back then now seems to have been faddish and wrong-headed, our friendship was exceptionally sane and has endured for 20 years. It endured the melodramatic confusion of Dorothy Hughes, our beautiful shortstop. I loved her, but she loved Mac. It endured the subsequent revelation that Mac was gay, any tension on that count managed by him with remarks about what a homely bastard I was. It endured his fury and frustration over my low-bottom alcoholism, and my sometimes raging and enraging process of getting clean and sober. And it has endured the onlooking fisheyes of his long string of lovers and my 2 wives. Neither of us had a biological brother. That could account for something, but at recent moments when I have felt most frightened, now that Mac is so ill, I've thought that we persisted simply because we couldn't let go of the sense of thoroughness our friendship gave us. We constantly reported to each other on our separate lives, as if we knew that by doing so we were getting more from life than we would ever have been entitled to individually. In answer to his question, was everybody crazy back then, I say, yes, I think so. He laughs, then coughs. When he coughs these days, which is often, he goes on coughing until a viscous, bloody fluid comes up, which he catches in a Kleenex and tosses into the trash can. Earlier, his doctors could drain his lungs with a needle through his back. Last time they collected an entire liter from one lung. But now that Mac has developed the cancer, there are tumors that break up the fluid into many small isolated pockets, too many to drain. Radiation or chemotherapy would kill him. He's too weak even for a flu shot. Later today, he will go to the hospital for another bronchoscopy. They want to see if there's anything they can do to help him, though they have already told him there isn't. His medical care comes in the form of visiting nurses, physical therapists, and a curious duo at the hospital. One doctor who is young, affectionate, and incompetent, but who comforts and consoles, hugs and holds hands. Another, old, rude, brash, and expert, who says things like, "You might as well face it, you're going to die, get your papers in order." In fact, they've given Mac 2 weeks to 2 months, and it has now been 10 weeks. "Oh, my God!" cries Lester, Mac's lover, opening the screen door, entering the room and looking around. "I don't recognize this hovel, and what's that wonderful smell?" This morning, while Lester was out, I vacuumed and generally straightened up. Their apartment is on the ground floor of a building like all the buildings in this Southern California neighborhood, a 2-story motel-like structure of white stucco and steel railings. Outside the door are an X-rated hibiscus, blood red with its jutting, yellow powder-tipped stamen, a plastic macaw on a swing, 2 enormous yuccas. Inside, carpet and plainness. The wonderful smell is the turkey I'm roasting. Mac can't eat anything before the bronchoscopy, but I figure it will be here for them when they return from the hospital, and they can eat off it for the rest of the week. Lester, a South Carolina boy in his late 20s, is sick, too. Twice he has nearly died of pneumonia, but he's in a healthy period now. He's tall, thin, and bearded, a devotee of the writings of Shirley MacLaine, an unlikely guru, if you ask me, but my wife, Marilyn, tells me I'm too judgmental. Probably she is right. The dog, Eberhard, has woken up and waddles sleepily over to where Lester stands. Lester extends his arm toward Mac, 2 envelopes in his hand, and after a moment's pause, Mac reaches for them. It's partly this typical hesitation of Mac's, a slowing of the mind, actually, that makes him appear serene, contemplative these days. Occasionally he really does get confused, which terrifies him, but I can't help thinking that something in there has sharpened as well, maybe a kind of simplification. Now he stares at the top envelope for a full minute, as Lester and I watch him. This is something we do. We watch him. "Oh," he says at last, "a letter from my mother." "And one from Lucy, too," says Lester. "Isn't that nice?" "I guess," says Mac. Then, "Well, yes, it is." "You want me to open them?" I ask. "Would you?" he says, handing them to me. "Read 'em to me, too." They are only cards, with short notes inside, both from Des Moines. Mac's mother says it just makes her sick that he's sick, wants to know if there's anything he needs. Lucy, the sister, is gushy, misremembers a few things from the past, says she's writing instead of calling because she knows she will cry if she tries to talk. Lucy, who refused to let Mac enter her house at Christmas time one year, actually left him on the stoop in sub-zero cold until he removed the gold earring from his ear. Mac's mother, who waited until after the funeral last year to let Mac know that his father had died. Mac's obvious illness at the funeral would have been an embarrassment. But they've come around, Mac has told me in the face of my anger. I said better late than never. And Mac, all forgiveness, all humility, said that's exactly right. Much better. "Mrs. Mears is having a craft sale today," Lester says. Mrs. Mears, an elderly neighbor, lives out back in a cottage with her husband. "You guys want to go?" Eberhard, hearing "go," begins leaping at Lester's shins. But when we look at Mac, his eyelids are at half-mast. He's half asleep. We watch him for a moment, and I say, "Maybe in a little while, Lester." Lester sits on the edge of his bed, reading the newspaper, which lies flat on the spread in front of him. He has his own TV in his room, and a VCR. On the dresser, movies whose cases show men in studded black leather jockstraps, with gloves to match, dungeon masters of startling handsomeness. On the floor, a stack of gay magazines. Somewhere on the cover of each of these magazines, the word macho appears, and inside some of them, in the personal ads, men, meaning to attract others, refer to themselves as pigs. "Don't putz," Lester says to me as I straighten some things on top of the dresser. "Enough already." I wonder where he picked up putz. Surely not in South Carolina. I say, "You need to get somebody in, to help. You need to arrange it now. What if you were suddenly to get sick again?" "I know," he says. "He's gotten to be quite a handful, hasn't he? Is he still asleep?" "Yes," I answer. "Yes and yes." The phone rings and Lester reaches for it. As soon as he begins to speak, I can tell from his tone that it's my 4-year-old on the line. After a moment, Lester says, "Kit," smiling, and hands me the phone, then returns to his newspaper. I sit on the other side of the bed, and after I say hello, Kit says, "We need some milk." "Okay," I say. "Milk. What are you up to this morning?" "Being angry mostly," she says. "Oh," I say. "Why?" "Mommy and I are not getting along very well." "That's too bad," I say. "I hope you won't stay angry for long." "We won't," she says. "We're going to make up in a minute." "Good," I say. "When are you coming home?" "In a little while." "After my nap?" "Yes," I say, "right after your nap." "Is Mac very sick?" She already knows the answer, of course. "Yes," I say. "Is he going to die?" This one, too. "Most likely," I say. "He's that sick." "Bye," she says suddenly. Her sense of closure always takes me by surprise, and I say, "Don't stay angry for long, okay?" "You already said that," she says, rightly, and I wait for a moment, half expecting Marilyn to come onto the line. Ordinarily, she would, and hearing her voice right now would do me good. After another moment, though, there's the click. Marilyn is back in school, earning a Ph.D. in religious studies. I teach 6th grade, and because I'm faculty advisor for the little magazine the 6th graders put out each year, I stay late many afternoons. Marilyn wanted me home this Saturday morning. "You're at work all week," she said, "and then you're over there on Saturday. Is that fair?" I told her I didn't know, which was the honest truth. Then, in a possibly dramatic way, I told her that fairness was not my favorite subject these days, given that my best friend was dying. We were in our kitchen, and through the window I could see Kit playing with a neighbor's cat in the backyard. Marilyn turned on the hot water in the kitchen sink and stood still while the steam rose into her face. "It's become a question of where you belong," she said at last. "I think you're too involved." For this I had no answer except to say, "I agree," which wasn't really an answer, since I had no intention of staying home, or becoming less involved, or changing anything. Now Lester and I can hear Mac's scraping cough in the next room. We are silent until he stops. "By the way," Lester says at last, taking the telephone receiver out of my hand, "have you noticed that he listens now?" "I know," I say. "He told me he'd finally entered his listening period." "Yeah," says Lester, "as if it's the natural progression. You blab your whole life away, ignoring other people, and then right before you die you start to listen." The slight bitterness in Lester's tone makes me feel shaky inside. It's true that Mac was always a better talker than a listener, but I suddenly feel that I'm walking a thin wire, and that anything like collusion would throw me off balance. All I know for sure is that I don't want to hear any more. Maybe Lester reads this in my face, because what he says next sounds like an explanation. He tells me that his poor old backwoods mother was nearly deaf when he was growing up, that she relied almost entirely on reading lips. "All she had to do when she wanted to turn me off," he says, "was to just turn her back on me. Simple," he says, making a little circle with his finger. "No more Lester." "That's terrible," I say. "I was a terrible coward," he says. "Can you imagine Kit letting you get away with something like that? She'd bite your kneecaps." Still, I say, that's terrible. Lester shrugs his shoulders, and after another moment I say, I'm going to the Kmart. Mac needs a padded toilet seat. You want anything? Yeah, he says, but they don't sell it at Kmart. What is it, I ask. It's a joke, Dan, for Christ's sake, he says. Honestly, I think you've completely lost your sense of humor. When I think about this, it seems true. Are you coming back? He asks. Right back, I answer. If you think of it, baste the turkey. How could I not think of it, he says, sniffing the air. In the living room, Mac is lying with his eyes open now, staring blankly at the TV. At the moment, a shop-at-home show is on, but he changes channels, and an announcer says, When we return, we'll talk about tree pruning. And Mac changes the channel again. He looks at me, nods thoughtfully, and says, Tree pruning. Interesting. It's just like the way they put a limit on your credit card, so you don't spend too much. I don't understand, I say. Oh, you know, he says. Pruning the trees. Didn't the man just say something about pruning trees? He sits up and adjusts the plastic tube in one nostril. Yes, I say. Well, it's like the credit cards. The limit they put on the credit cards is... He stops talking and looks straight into my eyes, frightened. It doesn't make any sense, does it? He says. Jesus Christ. I'm not making sense. Way out east, on University, there is a video arcade every half-mile or so. Adult peep shows. Also a McDonald's, and the rest. Taverns, the kind that are open at 8 in the morning, with clever names. Tobacco Rodas, the Cruise Inn. Bodegas that smell of cat piss and are really fronts for numbers games. Huge discount stores. Lester, who is an expert in these matters, has told me that all these places feed on addicts. What do you think? Those peep shows stay in business on the strength of the occasional customer? No way. It's a steady clientele of people in there every day, for hours at a time, dropping in quarters. That whole strip of road is made for addicts. And all the strips like it. That's what America's all about, you know. You got your alcoholics in the bars, your food addicts sucking it up at Jack-in-the-Box. You ever go in one of those places and count the fat people? You got your sex addicts in the peep shows, your shopping addicts at the Kmart, your gamblers running numbers in the bodegas, and your junkies in the alleyways. We're all nothing but a bunch of addicts, the whole fucking addicted country. In the arcades, says Lester, the videos show myriad combinations of arrangements of men and women, men and men, women and women. Some show older men being serviced by eager, selfless young women who seem to live for one thing only, who can't get enough. Some of these women have put their hair into pigtails and shaved themselves. They're supposed to look like children. Inside the peep show booths, there's semen on the floor. And in the old days, there were glory holes cut into the wooden walls between some of the booths, so if it pleased you, you could communicate with your neighbor. Not any more. Mac and Lester tell me that some things have changed. The holes have been boarded up. In the public men's rooms, you no longer read, scribbled in the stalls, all faggots should die. You read, all faggots should die of AIDS. Mac rails against the moratorium on fetal tissue research, the most promising avenue for a cure. If it was legionnaires dying, we wouldn't have any moratorium, he says. And he often talks about Africa, where governments impede efforts to teach villagers about condoms. A social worker attempting to explain their use isn't allowed to remove the condoms from their foil packets. In another country, with a slightly more liberal government, a field nurse stretches a condom over his hand to show how it works, and later villagers are found wearing the condoms like mittens, thinking this will protect them from disease. Lester laughs at these stories but shakes his head. In our own country, something called family values has emerged with clarity. Whose family, Mac wants to know, holding out his hands, palms upward. I mean, we all come from families, don't we? The dizziest queen comes from a family, the axe murderer. Even Dan Quayle comes from a family of some kind. But Mac and Lester are dying. Mac first. As I steer my pickup into the parking lot at the Kmart, I almost clip the front fender of a big, deep-throated Chevy that's leaving. I have startled the driver. a young Chicano boy with 4 kids in the back seat, and he flips me the bird, aggressively, his arm out the window. But I feel protected today by my sense of purpose. I have come to buy a padded toilet seat for my friend. When he was younger, Mac wanted to be a cultural anthropologist, but he was slow to break in after we were out of graduate school, never landed anything more than a low-paying position assisting someone else, nothing more than a student's job, really. Eventually, he began driving a tour bus in San Diego, which not only provided a steady income but suited him so well that in time he was managing the line and began to refer to the position not as his job but as his calling. He said that San Diego was like a pretty blond boy without too many brains. He knew just how to play up its cultural assets while allowing its beauty to speak for itself. He said he liked being at the controls, but he had to quit work over a year ago, and now his hands have become so shaky that he can no longer even manage a pen and paper. When I get back to the apartment from my trip to the Kmart, Mac asks me to take down a letter for him to an old high school buddy back in Des Moines, a country and western singer who has sent him a couple of her latest recordings. Whenever I met a new doctor or nurse, he dictates, I always asked them whether they believed in miracles. Mac sits up a bit straighter and rearranges the pillows behind his back on the couch. What did I just say? He asks me. I always asked them whether they believed in miracles. Yes, he says and continues. And if they said no, I told them I wanted to see someone else. I didn't want them treating me. Back then I was hoping for a miracle, which seemed reasonable. Do you think this is too detailed? He asks me. No, I say. I think it's fine. I don't want to depress her. Go on, I say. But now I have lung cancer, he continues. So now I need not 1 but 2 miracles. That doesn't seem as possible somehow. Wait, did you write possible yet? No, I say. That doesn't seem as reasonable, he says. Didn't I say reasonable before? Yes, I say. That doesn't seem as reasonable somehow. Yes, he says. How does that sound? It sounds fine, Mac. It's not for publication, you know. It's not, he says, feigning astonishment. I thought it was. Letters of an AIDS victim. He says this in a spooky voice and makes his bug eyes. Since his head is a perfect skull, the whole effect really is a little spooky. What else? I say. Thank you for your nice letter, he continues, and for the tapes. He begins coughing, a horrible, rasping seizure. Mac has told me that he has lost all fear. He said he realized this a few weeks ago on the sky ride at the zoo. But when the coughing sets in, when it seems that it may never stop, I think I see terror in his eyes. He begins tapping his breastbone with the fingers of one hand, as if he's trying to wake up his lungs, prod them to do their appointed work. Finally, he does stop, and he sits for a moment in silence, in thought. Then he dictates, It makes me very happy that you are so successful. At Mrs. Mears' craft sale, in the alley behind her cottage, she has set up several card tables, scores of plastic dolls with hand-knitted dresses, shoes, and hats, handmade doll furniture, Christmas ornaments, a whole box of knitted bonnets and scarves for dolls, also some baked goods. Now, while Lester holds Eberhart, Mrs. Mears, wearing a large straw hat and sunglasses, outfits the dachshund in one of the bonnets and scarves. There now, she says. Have you ever seen anything so precious? I'm going to get my camera. Mac sits in a folding chair by one of the tables. Next to him sits Mr. Mears, also in a folding chair. The 2 men look very much alike, though Mr. Mears is not nearly as emaciated as Mac. And, of course, Mr. Mears is 87. Mac, on the calendar, is not quite 40. I notice that Mac's shoelaces are untied, and I kneel to tie them. The thing about reincarnation, he's saying to Mr. Mears, is that you can't remember anything, and you don't recognize anybody." "Consciously," says Lester, butting in. "Subconsciously you do." "Subconsciously," says Mac. "What's the point? I'm not the least bit interested." Mr. Mears removes his houndstooth check cap and scratches his bald, freckled head. "I'm not either," he says with great resignation. As Mrs. Mears returns with the camera, she says, "Put him over there in Mac's lap." "It doesn't matter whether you're interested or not," says Lester, dropping Eberhard into Mac's lap. "Give me good old-fashioned heaven and hell," says Mr. Mears. "I should think you would have had enough of that already," says Lester. Mr. Mears gives Lester a suspicious look, then gazes down at his own knees. "Then give me nothing," he says finally. I stand up and step aside just in time for Mrs. Mears to snap the picture. "Did you ever see anything?" she says, all sunshades and yellow teeth. But as she heads back toward the cottage door, her face is immediately serious. She takes me by the arm and pulls me along, reaching for something from one of the tables, a doll's bed, white with a red strawberry painted on the headboard. "For your little girl," she says aloud. Then she whispers, "You better get him out of the sun, don't you think? He doesn't look so good." But when I turn again, I see that Lester is already helping Mac out of his chair. "Here, let me," says Mrs. Mears, reaching an arm toward them, and she escorts Mac up the narrow, shaded sidewalk, back toward the apartment building. Lester moves alongside me and says, "Dan, do you think you could give Mac his bath this afternoon? I'd like to take Eberhard for a walk." "Of course," I say quickly. But a while later, after I have drawn the bath, after I've taken a large beach towel out of the linen closet, refolded it into a thick square, and put it into the water to serve as a cushion for Mac to sit on in the tub. When I'm holding the towel under, against some resistance, waiting for the bubbles to stop surfacing, and there's something horrible about it, like drowning a small animal, I think Lester has tricked me into this task of bathing Mac, and the saliva in my mouth suddenly seems to taste of Scotch, which I have not actually tasted in 9 years. There is no time to consider any of this, however, for in a moment Mac enters the bathroom, trailing his tubes behind him, and says, "Are you ready for my Auschwitz look?" "I've seen it before," I say. And it's true. I have, a few times, helping him with his shirt and pants after Lester has bathed him and gotten him into his underwear. But that doesn't feel like preparation. The sight of him naked is like a powerful, scary drug. You forget between trips, remember only when you start to come onto it again. I help him off with his clothes now, and guide him into the tub and gently onto the underwater towel. "That's nice," he says, and I begin soaping the hollows of his shoulders, the hard washboard of his back. This is not human skin as we know it, but something already dead, so dry, dense, and pleasantly brown as to appear manufactured. I soap the cage of his chest, his stomach, the hard, depressed abdomen of a greyhound, the steep vaults of his armpits, his legs, his feet. Oddly, his hands and feet appear almost normal, even a bit swollen. At last, I give him the slippery bar of soap. "Your turn," I say. "My poor cock," he says as he begins to wash himself. When he's done, I rinse him all over with the hand spray attached to the faucet. I lather the feathery white wisps of his hair. We have to remove the plastic oxygen tubes for this, then rinse again. "You know," he says, "I know it's irrational, but I feel kind of turned off to sex." The apparent understatement of this almost takes my breath away. "There are more important things," I say. "Oh, I know," he says. "I just hope Lester's not too unhappy." Then after a moment he says, "You know, Dan, it's only logical that they've all given up on me, and I've accepted it mostly, but I still have days when I think I should at least be given a chance." "You can ask them for anything you want, Mac," I say. "I know," he says. "That's the problem. There's nothing to ask for." "Mac," I say, "I think I understand what you meant this morning about the tree pruning and the credit cards." "You do?" Well, I think your mind just shifted into metaphor, because I can see that pruning trees is like imposing a limit, just like the limit on the credit cards. Mac is silent, pondering this. Maybe, he says at last, hesitantly, a moment of disappointment for us both. I get him out and hooked up to the oxygen again, dry him off, and begin dressing him. Somehow I get the oxygen tubes trapped between his legs and the elastic waistband of his sweatpants. No big deal, but I suddenly feel panicky, and I have to take them off his face again to set them to rights. After he's safely back on the living room couch and I've returned to the bathroom, I hear him, low, painful-sounding groans. "Are you all right?" I call from the hallway. "Oh, yes," he says. "I'm just moaning. It's one of the few pleasures I have left." The bathtub is coated with a crust of dead skin, which I wash away with the sprayer. Then I find a screwdriver and go to work on the toilet seat. After I get the old one off, I need to scrub around the area where the plastic screws were. I've sprinkled Ajax all around the rim of the bowl and found the scrub brush when Lester appears at the bathroom door, back with Eberhard from their walk. "Oh, Dan, really," he says. "You go too far. Down on your knees now, scrubbing our toilet." "Lester, leave me alone," I say. "Well, it's true," he says. "You really do." "Maybe I'm working out my survivor's guilt," I say, "if you don't mind." "You mean because your best buddy's dying and you're not?" "Yes," I say, "it's very common." He parks one hip on the edge of the sink, and after a moment he says this: "Danny boy, if you feel guilty about surviving, that's not irreversible, you know. I could fix that." We are both stunned. He looks at me. In another moment there are tears in his eyes. He quickly closes the bathroom door, moves to the tub and turns on the water, sits on the side, and bursts into sobs. "I'm sorry," he says. "I'm so sorry." "Forget it," I say. He begins to compose himself almost at once. "This is what Jane Alexander did when she played Eleanor Roosevelt," he says. "Do you remember? When she needed to cry, she'd go in the bathroom and turn on the water so nobody could hear her. Remember?" In the pickup, on the way to the hospital, Lester, in the middle between Mac and me, says, "Maybe after they're down there you could doze off, but on the way down, they want you awake." He's explaining the bronchoscopy to me, the insertion of the tube down the windpipe, with which he is personally familiar. They reach certain points on the way down where they have to ask you to swallow. "He's not having the test, is he?" Mac says, looking confused. "No, of course not," says Lester. "Didn't you just say to him that he had to swallow?" "I meant anyone, Mac," says Lester. "Oh," says Mac. "Oh, yeah." "The General you," Lester says to me. He keeps forgetting little things like that. Mac shakes his head, then points at his temple with one finger. "My mind," he says. Mac is on tank oxygen now, which comes with a small caddy. I push the caddy behind him, and Lester assists him along the short walk from the curb to the hospital's front door and the elevators. 9 years ago, it was Mac who drove me to a different wing of this same hospital, against my drunken, slobbery will, to dry out. And as I watch him struggle up the low inclined ramp toward the glass and steel doors, I recall the single, irrefutable thing he said to me in the car on the way. "You stink," he said. "You've puked and probably pissed your pants, and you stink," he said, my loyal, articulate, and best friend, saving my life and causing me to cry like a baby. Inside the clinic upstairs, the nurse, a sour young blonde woman, in a sky-blue uniform who looks terribly overworked, says to Mac, "You know better than to be late." We are 5 minutes late to the second. Mac looks at her incredulously. He stands with one hand on the handle of the oxygen tank caddy. He straightens up, perfectly erect, the indignant, shockingly skeletal posture of a man fasting to the death for some holy principle. He gives the nurse the bug eyes and says, "And you know better than to keep me waiting every time I come over here for some goddamn procedure. But get over yourself. Shit happens." He turns and winks at me. Though I've offered to return for them afterward, Lester has insisted on taking a taxi, so I will leave them here and drive back home, where again I'll try, successfully this time, to explain to my wife how all this feels to me, and where, a few minutes later, I'll stand outside the door to my daughter's room, comforted by the music of her small, high voice, as she consoles her dolls. Now the nurse gets Mac into a wheelchair and leaves us in the middle of the reception area. Then, from the proper position at her desk, she calls Mac's name and says he may proceed to the laboratory. "Dan," Mac says, stretching his spotted, broomstick arms toward me. "Old pal, do you remember the Christmas we drove out to Des Moines on the motorcycle? We did go to Des Moines together, one very snowy Christmas, but of course we didn't go on any motorcycle, not in December." "We had fun," I say, and put my arms around him, awkwardly, since he is sitting. "Help me up," he whispers, confidentially, and I begin to lift him.